for her because it was her dream to turn Bangladesh into a developed country, and she worked so hard for it over the last 15 years, keeping it safe from militants as well, from terrorism. And in spite of all of that, this vocal minority in our opposition and the militants have now seized power.
And Sajib, is she on her way to a particular country? And how long is she expected to be here in India? I'm sure you would have some information on those lines.
No, actually, I don't. I didn't discuss any of that with her.
Okay, and when she left Bangladesh, particularly because the circumstances in which she has left Bangladesh raises a lot of questions, and post that we did see a lot of vandalism. The Prime Minister's home was vandalized, the Parliament has been vandalized, and of course, the statue of Sheikh Mujib has been vandalized as well. So when you look at these images, what are the thoughts of the family?
It's one of disappointment, anger, that my grandfather liberated the country and they killed him and my entire family. And now, the same powers that these are the minority that opposed the independence of Bangladesh itself. And so now they're using this opportunity to basically deny and destroy our hard-fought struggle for freedom. And it's very disheartening to see that the majority of Bangladesh are just staying silent.
And reports are also coming in that, perhaps by tomorrow morning, curfew will end and schools and businesses will reopen. That's what military is saying. So what appears is that this has been the demand of the protesters, that your mother must quit. And after that, situation is going to be normal. Are you hopeful of that?
I doubt the army will be able to... things will normalize that fast, because right now what is happening is that our opposition and the militants, they're not only vandalizing, they're also hunting our party members, our leaders, our former ministers, and even from what I'm hearing, minorities. So I don't think the violence has ended, unfortunately.
So you are of the opinion that this will not end the violence?
I don't think so.
So your mother's exit from the country will not really end the violence, is your opinion of the family?
No, that is my opinion. That is my personal opinion.
Okay, and Sajib, when the former Prime Minister left the country, could she have stayed there and been with her people rather than leaving the country? I mean, what forced her to leave the country?
We did, the family. She wanted to stay. She did not want to leave the country at all. But we kept insisting that it wasn't safe for her. We were concerned with her physical safety first.
Okay, and...
So we persuaded her to leave.
Okay, and what is it that the family expects next?
Well, we hope that there will be elections in Bangladesh, but at this time, with our party people and our party leaders being targeted, I don't see how free and fair elections would be possible. And unfortunately, it's in a way, it's it's no longer the family's responsibility. We have shown what we can do. We have shown how much we can develop Bangladesh, and if the people of Bangladesh aren't willing to stand up for that, if they're willing to let this violent minority seize power, then people get the leadership they deserve.
So a lot of disappointment in the family. You're of the opinion that your mother did the best she could for the country?
Absolutely. And I think now Bangladesh, if the Awami League cannot participate in election, and I do believe the Awami League still remains popular and in fact still remains the most popular party in the country. And if there are free and fair elections, I'm confident that the Awami League would win. But under the present circumstances, it's that is why they're trying to destroy the Awami League physically. They've destroyed our party offices as well, and under those circumstances, unfortunately, BNP Jamaat has a chance of coming back to power, and we've all seen what they were like the last time. They ran the country into the ground. They ran the economy into the ground. They were the most corrupt government in the history of Bangladesh, and the militants had a free hand. They attacked minorities with impunity.
Ambassador Deepak Vora is also joining this broadcast. Ambassador Vora, how are you looking at the situation at present, and what do you think will happen, and why this delay by United Kingdom in granting asylum to the former Prime Minister? You have to unmute yourself, sir. We can't
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A privilege, pleasure to be on your amazing channel. You are brilliant. And I just heard that kid talk about his mother's dream to make Bangladesh into a developed country. I'm special advisor in 3 African countries.
And he also said that the people get the leadership they deserve with a lot of angst.
Yeah, that was not something that he should have said, but he's a child. And I'm special advisor in 3 African countries. All their leaders have dreams of becoming the richest and most powerful, even though those countries are the poorest in the world. Now, all these dreams, etc., this nonsense, I think we should ignore. What is happening in Bangladesh, and I see that you have my colleague, Ambassador Sheikh Hasina, whose knowledge is far superior to mine. Let me just say, ma'am, that I see 5 issues in this. I've observed that country carefully. I've been there. I've served in the region. May I just say the 5 things that I see happening? Number 1, radical Islamization. Before Bangladesh's creation, ma'am, 1 out of 10 East Pakistani women would wear the hijab. 1 out of 10. Today it is 11 out of 10. Severe economic downturn with high inflation, shortage of foreign exchange. Development without employment for young people. Threat of climate change and foreign, especially Western interference by regime change specialists. I'm seeing this happen. Even though in recent months, Bangladesh has moved away, as far as Ukraine is concerned, to a pro-Western approach, denying access to Russian ships. Then they moved away from China by agreeing to this official security assistance agreement with Japan. Nevertheless, the West does not, I say this very slowly, does not trust Sheikh Hasina because of her flip-flops as far as foreign policy is concerned. They wanted someone like the clown of Kiev, that chap who was a circus chap who rules Ukraine. They want someone like that whom they can control. I believe this is the reason. Now, what will be the impact on India? Stitch. Ma'am, India does not deal with personalities. We deal with whoever forms the government. We've done it with Afghanistan, with Pakistan, with Sri Lanka, with Myanmar, etc., etc. To say that now that she's been ousted, everything is going to go wrong for India, these guys have no idea of diplomacy. We'll deal with whoever forms the government, and I'm confident that after a period of turmoil, as always happens, Bangladesh will find its stability.
Okay, so yes, how long will this period of turmoil be, according to you?
You know, it's very difficult to make a prediction because I wish I were a Joshi. But nevertheless, I'd like to say probably within the next 2 weeks, India has very deep brand equity in Bangladesh, and the investments, the support, the official soft loans that we have given. Bangladeshis understand this very well. There are a handful who scream loudly in the media, India out, India this, India that. Remember, ma'am, we've heard about this. Oh, India has lost Bangladesh, India has lost Nepal, India has lost Sri Lanka, India has lost Maldives. India has lost everybody except itself. And all of them come right back because they know that when push comes to shove, the one nation that will stand by them is Bharat.
Yes. Ambassador Sajjan, last word to you before I wrap up this conversation.
Yeah, I think times are going to be difficult. You know, I have my very distinguished and esteemed colleague and friend Deepak Vora saying that, you know, things are going to be fine. I am also keeping my fingers crossed and hoping that things are going to be fine in the long run. But Maria, you and Deepak, both of you know what really happens in the long run. So I'm not going to spell that out. But I think that long run is, in my view, going to be taking some time in coming. And the next few, Deepak has mentioned 2 weeks, I think it's going to be much longer than that because no stability will return after till the elections. And even when the elections take place, you do not know what the complexion is going to be, what the architecture is going to be, where is Awami League going to be placed there. So I think there is going to be a lot of instability in Bangladesh. And if there is, Maria, instability in our neighborhood, it definitely has a negative impact as far as India is concerned. So I think on a variety of fronts, whether it is the position of Indians, it is the position of Hindus and other minorities there, it is the rise of militancy and terrorism, etc., from Bangladesh into India, and particularly now with what is happening in Myanmar, the instability in Myanmar. And we've seen the impact, the repercussions of that in Manipur. So I think here we have the longest land border with any country, that is 4,000 kilometers.
Yes.
It's in fact even longer than our border with China, which is
That's
about
right.
3,400 kilometers. So I think there are, and even as far as the complexion of our state governments in the neighboring states is concerned, that is also a bit of a question mark. So I think there are going to be difficult times, uncertain times. But as my first comment was, Maria, this is not the first time that we are dealing with problems of this nature. And we have a strong government in the center, a government which knows its mind, a government which knows what to do. You see what is happening in Maldives just a few months ago. It was India out, all that sort of things. And now what the tune that Maldives is singing. So I am hopeful, but I think Bangladesh.
So both of you are in
nut to
agreement
crack.
that these countries will turn to Bharat, and all's not lost, it's only temporary. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador Sajjanar and Ambassador Deepak Vora. That's all from me. I'll be joining you in just a bit. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and
on Monday handed Google a major legal blow, ruling in a closely watched antitrust case that it has a monopoly with its dominant search engine. Now, the landmark decision against the big tech giant could alter how the sector operates in the future. The district court judge found that Google maintained a monopoly for search and for text ads through exclusive distribution agreements that made it the default option that people were likely to use on devices. The case was the first of the 5 major lawsuits by the US government to reach trial, with Meta, Amazon, Apple and a separate case against Google also heading for federal courtrooms. Held in Washington, the trial was the first time that the US Department of Justice has faced a big tech company in court since Microsoft was targeted more than 2 decades ago over the dominance of its Windows operating system. The court reached its conclusion saying that Google is a monopolist and it has acted as one to maintain its monopoly. Switching tracks to sports news now, and Nisha Dahiya's strong start in Olympic quarterfinal turned tragic due to a shoulder injury, ending hopes of advancing to semi-finals, leaving her in tears. Competing in the 68 kg category, Nisha, the Asian Championships silver medalist, started on an attacking note and comfortably led 6-1 in the first period. She went up 8-1 after a brilliant counter in the second period, but hurt her finger in the process. Till then, Nisha was looking good to sail through, but tragedy struck twice on the mat for her. The Indian grappler was left in acute pain after she lost her quarterfinal bout against North Korea's Pak Solgum 8-10. Now, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights with people with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement, has the support of eminent faces and voices from across the country. Here is one such voice.
I would say there are 3 parts. You have diversity, you have equity, and you have inclusion. I would put inclusion as the most important driver to bring the diversity and equity. When we talk about diversity, diversity is about not only about gender, not only about age, not about geography, but about competitiveness. When we talk about equity, which means each and every human being should get an equal opportunity to live and serve in this planet. And diversity and equity can happen if inclusivity is there. So I do believe that inclusivity, if it is affordable and accessible, can drive further growth, because then we will be utilizing each and every person's strength on this planet.
Slipping away, short break, back with a whole lot more on the other side with my colleague Maria. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by अर्शदीप हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई सारिਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Modi government calls an all-party meeting. Top ministers to attend. India-Bangladesh share deep economic ties and cultural ties. All that is likely to be discussed. Former Bangladesh Prime Minister is in India. She's likely to seek asylum in United Kingdom. Hasina's son tells NDTV former Prime Minister is in good spirits. Focus now on forming the interim government. In Bangladesh, student leaders want Nobel laureate Yunus to lead the government. All efforts are underway to restore peace, is what the army says. Google loses major monopoly lawsuit in US. US judge says that Google's online search monopoly is illegal and decision a major blow to Google parent company. Nisha Dayya medal dream at Paris Olympics dramatically ended after a shoulder injury during her wrestling match. And India is holding series of high-level meeting. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, last evening chaired the Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and briefed the Prime Minister yesterday. In fact, last evening in the Parliament, India and Bangladesh, remember, share good diplomatic ties. That was during 10 years of Sheikh Hasina, former Prime Minister. For over a decade and a half, she was in New Delhi's strongest ally, and during this time, India-Bangladesh relations reached new heights. The bilateral ties flourished with advances in cross-border trade, transit arrangements, security collaboration, and people-to-people exchanges. However, Hasina's ouster has cast doubt on these achievements. What next for Bangladesh and what next for India-Bangladesh ties, New Delhi-Dhaka ties? First up, there is an all-party meeting which has begun. Dr. S. Jaishankar is likely to brief the members of Parliament and heads of various political parties. Vasudha Venugopal is joining me on the phone line. Vasudha, what are you picking up? What is it that India will be telling, particularly the other political parties?
So, Maria, even as we speak, I just see Rahul Gandhi enter the meeting venue. This is happening inside the Parliament complex. Just a few minutes ago, it was K.C. Venugopal, the General Secretary of the party, who entered. These are people who have entered last because, among the first to arrive are Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Kiren Rijiju, Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, and of course, S. Jaishankar, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, because he is the key person here who is going to be telling, opposition leaders and also his own partymen as to what the stand of India is going to be. We also see allies such as JDS's Kumaraswamy and of course Ram Mohan Naidu have arrived. Supriya Sule from the opposition, T.R. Balu and several other leaders including M.K. Vasan and Arvind Sawant, Sudeep Bandyopadhyay of the TMC, Misa Bharti of the RJD. So several leaders have come in. We were not very sure as to what stand Congress would take in because remember Rahul Gandhi yesterday walked up to Dr. S. Jaishankar and asked him as to what really is happening. So there was a lot of interest and this meeting is also happening because the opposition parties have been demanding, clarity on India's approach to this diplomatically and also on border issues, which is why Sudip Bandyopadhyay also spoke about this in the parliament. He, of course, was not allowed to speak at length, but he did make a point yesterday saying that, there are border issues as well. So CMC has presentation there, Congress, of course, with both K.C. Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi. So clearly this is a very important all-party meeting, and we've been told that a decision on whether the External Affairs Minister will be making a statement or not in the floor of the House will be decided after this meeting. So clearly good presence there from mostly all opposition parties. All of them had been called. So including allies from LJP, Arun Bharti is also there, and from, Ramo Naidu, like I said, TDP, JDU, and of course, Lalan Singh of JDU is also there. And of course, JDS's Kumaraswamy, and from opposition leaders, the whole spectrum from NCP, DMK to TMC to the Congress Party have sort of arrived, and the meeting has begun now with, of course, the Home Minister and Rajnath Singh, the Raksha Mantri, and of course, Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
All right, Vasudha, thank you so much. So, all-party meeting currently underway inside Parliament. What is it that the government will be telling members of various political parties? We'll know about it in just a bit. But first, let me also go across to Dhaka, from where my colleague is joining us with a ground report. Over to you, Salman.
There's a huge traffic. Life has become normal. It's like, I'll just show you the newspaper people are reading. Today's daily newspaper. Everyone has the first paper showing thousands of people in the Prime Minister's office. The student Abu Said who died. আঙ্কেল আপনি কি পড়তেছেন আজকে কেমন লাগছে আপনার এখানে কেন আসছেন এখানে কেন আসছেন মানে জনতার জয় হইছে আমাদের জনগণের জয় হইছে শরীরের পতন হইছে So he's saying that the public has won, the dictator has lost. আর কি আজকে কেমন লাগছে এই যে সকালে পেপারে কি পড়লেন আচ্ছা 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 কালকে কিরকম দেখলেন আর আজকে ভিতরে গিয়েছিলেন কি দেখছেন So he tells me yesterday he came and now it was all vandalizing. So আপনি এখানে কেন আসছেন আপনার নাম কি এখানে বিজয় উদযাপন করছি ছাত্র জনতার বিজয় এই জালেম স্বৈরাচারকে আমরা বিদায় করেছি গণ অভ্যুত্থানে তার পতন হতে বাধ্য হয়েছে অবশেষে জনগণের কাছে ক্ষমা চেয়ে বা কোনো কথা বলে যেতে পারে নাই মাথা নিচু করে তার এই দেশ থেকে বিতাড়িত হতে হয়েছে চুরের মতো পালাতে হয়েছে আর আমি আজকে দ্বিতীয় দিন আসলাম আমার ফ্যামিলি নিয়ে এই সেলিব্রেশনটা আমার ফ্যামিলিকে নিয়ে আমি উদযাপন করলাম I am celebrating I'm here I came yesterday he just tells me he was celebrating yesterday when this dictator left and now today he brought his family to show them and he is very happy that the freedom has been restored আপা কিছু বলবেন We are very happy that we have won the freedom. We have won this war. अब आपका नाम? কেমন লাগলো ভিতরে গিয়ে কি দেখছেন? ভিতরে কি ছিল? কি ভাষা বুঝতে পারছি না। আনন্দিত জনগণ নিয়ে সামনে পড়ে সবকিছু সরকার হয়ে গেছে সে দেশ পালিয়ে গেছে স্বৈরাচার থেকে আমরা মুক্তি পেলাম এই সরকার আমাদের দ্বিতীয়বার দেশ স্বাধীন হলো আমরা এই স্বৈরাচার সরকার থেকে So he's saying we are very happy the dictator government has gone the second independence and freedom has come and we have seen it that's all and there we have another guy standing here একটু বলবেন আপনি কেমন লাগছে আজকে এবং কালকের সিচুয়েশনটা দেখে কালকে তো খুবই এই টাইমে খুবই নীরবতা ছিল আজকে তো এই টাইমে সম্পূর্ণ সিনারি চেঞ্জ তবে সরকার পতনের যেটার জন্য খুবই খুশি কিন্তু আমি খুবই মর্মাহত যে সরকারি সম্পত্তি এভাবে মানুষ লুটপাট করছে এটার জন্য খুবই আমি মর্মাহত যে সরকারি সম্পত্তি এভাবে লুট করা ঠিক হয় নাই অন্যান্য দেশের সরকার পতন হয়েছে কিন্তু তারা উল্লাস করছে আনন্দ করছে কিন্তু সরকারি মালামাল লুট করে নাই I'm very happy. I was here yesterday also. This man told me he was here yesterday. He was celebrating, but he have also seen people
from the other country has dictator government has fallen, but he didn't see that they were looting. He's upset that these people are looting everything.
We have former ambassadors Yogesh Gupta and Skand Tayal joining us as well. Ambassador Tayal, coming to you first in terms of how are you looking at the possible fallout on India-Bangladesh ties after the developments?
See, of course, it is an internal matter for Bangladesh, but whatever happens in Bangladesh has a huge impact not only on India-Bangladesh relations, but on our northeast. So our expectation at present would be that the army establishes full control and there is peace within Bangladesh. Because yesterday we saw some visuals where of course it is a student-led movement, but mobs had taken over and they were not looking like students. We all remember that in Egypt 2011, the Tahrir Square, the revolt or a popular revolt against Mubarak was led by students and civil society, but was taken over very quickly by Islamic Brotherhood. So Jamaat-e-Islami will try to create some mischief. There should not be any attack on the minorities. I think that will have a huge impact in India if that is what happens. And of course, the whatever interim government is put in place by the generals, by the army, hopefully it will be non-political. And as soon as there is some kind of interim government, I think our government should send a Prime Minister's special envoy to reassure the new dispensation that India's friendship, India's goodwill is towards the people of Bangladesh, toward the country of Bangladesh, and not to any individual or to any party. And our economic assistance, our strategic assistance, our friendship will continue if our core interests are taken into account. Here, I would add that we need to coordinate very closely with the United States and the West. We must admit that their reading of the situation was correct. They were advising again and again Sheikh Hasina that this authoritarian attitude and fixing the elections in January is not the right approach, on which many of us had reservations. But the West has been proved right. But United States is no friend of China. They don't want Islamists to come back in Bangladesh. So there is a common ground, common interest, and we should very closely coordinate with our friends in West, and so that we are all on the same page and give the right advice to the present military leadership of Bangladesh.
Okay, let me go straight across to Hindon Air Base, where Sheikh Hasina's plane landed last evening. That's where Mohammad Ghazali, my colleague, is joining us live from. Ghazali, what are you picking up? How long is Sheikh Hasina going to be here in New Delhi?
See, we saw the statement from the British Foreign Secretary, Mr. David Lammy. He nowhere mentions in the statement that perhaps Britain is even considering or even hinted of any kind of asylum for Sheikh Hasina. So we are all waiting for that statement from our Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, in that all-party meeting. And what we are picking up right now is that hectic negotiations are going on for getting asylum for Sheikh Hasina from her team, as well as India is also assisting her in that dialogue with the UK authorities. But till now, till we get any update from UK, till then, perhaps Sheikh Hasina will prefer to stay here. We don't know if that will be Hindon Air Base or some other location in Delhi, but for now, Hindon Air Base is the place where she will be putting up until she gets a word from UK authorities.
Okay, so she will be here in India is the larger sense that we are getting. And is it Hindon Air Base or some safe house you're picking up, Ghazali?
See, since her last location was Hindon Air Base, and it's all over the reports now. So after the all-party meeting, perhaps if there is a need, or if she raises that concern that she needs to be shifted somewhere, because we know her daughter is also working with the World Health Organization here in Delhi, and perhaps there could be an arrangement that the family will be putting up together at one location. But as of now, there is no development on that front. There is no movement inside the Hindon Air Base since she is putting up here. Heavy security in and around anyway, it's usual here at the Hindon Air Base. But since she has shifted here, security has been beefed up, and as of now, there is no update on whether she will be moved out of the Hindon Air Base to a new location till the foreign minister makes a statement there. That statement is also important because that would be the first since the developments in Dhaka for the last 24 to 48 hours. And now there is no update over her relocation, but certainly what we are picking up is that her daughter is also in Delhi, so there could be some arrangement to put both the entire family together at one location.
Thank you so much, Ghazali. Ambassador Yogesh Gupta is also with us. Ambassador Gupta, the question here is that there is a very, very aggressive China, which is looking at expanding its influence in Bangladesh and has financial resources also to support the post-Hasina government. A strong Chinese presence in Bangladesh will be of great challenge to India and potentially leaving it strategically, many would say, encircled by unfriendly and indifferent neighbors. How are you viewing this?
Well, Maria, what you have said just now is certainly something very important. And I'm sure that our government will keep this aspect, in close view. And as my colleague, Master Tayal has just said, as soon as the conditions normalize and this interim government gets going, it takes a firm footing. I think we will establish closer contacts with them and reassure them of India's assistance.
Why can't Ashwarya be
Our
live outside?
close relations are with the government and people of Bangladesh. It doesn't matter which leader is there. We have a lot of political, economic, technological, and other cooperation going on. We will try to maintain these, and we will do our best to expand and to continue and expand, our cooperation with the government and people of Bangladesh, taking care of their concerns, and hope that the interim government will be able to stabilize the situation. It will be a representative government. It will not allow any extremist elements to grow, so it will be conscious of our interests. So we will keep all that in mind.
Okay, so lots for India to look into, but in terms of what is it that Indian government can do, and domestic politics should be put aside is the sense that we are getting right now. That's the reason why this urgent all-party meeting is currently underway even as we speak. Ambassador Tayal, what are the options for India in terms of temporary refuge or asylum for the former Prime Minister?
One, of course, it is very good that the government is taking the initiative for this all-party briefing, because Bangladesh issue and is, I think, one of the areas of foreign policy where there is a consensus across the political divide that all the entire country wants goodwill for Bangladesh and a peaceful Bangladesh. Now, as far as Sheikh Hasina Wajid is concerned, one has to look at it in two ways. One is her personal security, and I think India has done the right thing, that immediately she was permitted to come to India, and now she is in India. And what had happened to her father, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, has not happened. But of course, the situation is different. At that time, the army was directly involved against her, but this time, army is like a neutral force. And the impetus for change against Sheikh Hasina and Awami League has come from the students, like a mass uprising. Even the political parties are not there. But I would hesitate in supporting a long-term asylum for Sheikh Hasina in India. Because as it is, India is seen as a very strong supporter of Awami League and Sheikh Hasina. And whatever that anger of the population of Bangladesh, students and others, is towards Sheikh Hasina and Awami League, that will get deflected
Okay.
towards India.
Ambassador, just hold on to your thoughts because we are getting the first set of visuals come in from the all-party meeting. We can see Dr. S. Jaishankar, in fact, brief the members of all political parties that has K.C. Venugopal, Rahul Gandhi, and others from the Trinamool Congress and other political parties as well. So what is it that Dr. S. Jaishankar is telling the other political parties, Aishwarya, because this is for the first time in the last 24 hours, a formal communication is happening in terms of what is Government of India's view with regards to Sheikh Hasina's presence in India.
Well, what we've been told by our sources that there were several political parties in the India bloc who had moved the adjournment motion notice regarding the issue of Bangladesh to be discussed in the lower house of the parliament, but it was a speaker who had denied giving permission to the opposition leaders who've been demanding to discuss the issue of Bangladesh. But certainly it is the government who has taken a proactive step as far as calling the all-party meeting. We've been told that S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, is briefing the all-party meetings and leaders who are present over there. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, to K.C. Venugopal from the Congress Party, T.R. Balu of the TMK, Lalan Singh from the JDU, Ram Gopal Yadav from the SP, Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, Derek O'Brien from the Trinamool Congress, Meesa Bharti from the RJD, Arvind Sawant from the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction, Sasmit Patra from the BJD, Ram Mohan Naidu from the TDP, and Supriya Sule from the NCP. Sharad Pawar's faction had arrived at the all-party meeting. The comprehensive view of what's going to be India's step towards assistance given to former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and also whether the asylum that she is willing to get from the United Kingdom, how soon that will be granted, and what sort of logistical approval that India can give, something that Jaishankar is briefing to the leaders over here. Those are the visuals that we can clearly see from the all-party meeting, which started sharp at 10 a.m. yesterday after the CCS, what got discussed, and how the internal matters of India pertaining to the borders of the northeastern states of the Indo-Bangladesh border, how the directions had been given to those states, the curfew which had been imposed in several of those states, and strict directions had been given that no illegal immigration would be allowed for the Bangladeshi citizens who wanted to come towards India, how the steps can be taken. So all of those things are being briefed to the leaders of all parties, which had been called at sharp 10 a.m. The meeting is underway, and it's been almost 22 minutes when the meeting is underway. As far as Jaishankar is concerned, he's chairing the all-party meeting, and very soon the leaders who had gone inside stated that they will be briefing media as to what India's strategy is regarding Bangladesh.
So Aishwarya, you are expecting, or journalists there who are covering the all-party meeting are expecting a briefing from Dr. S. Jaishankar, or possible a sound bite from any of the opposition leaders?
Well, certainly it is Meesa Bharti, Derek O'Brien, and other leaders who went inside stated that let's first hear the government as to what their prerogative is as far as the strategy towards the Bangladesh issue is concerned, and how the Indian government is trying to assist Sheikh Hasina, as she has been a very close partner. And after that meeting, they will be briefing the media. That's what they stated before entering the Sangoshti, one of the new parliament building where the meeting is underway as far as the all-party meeting is concerned. And certainly it would be, from the government side as well, somebody who would be briefing the media has been assured by the government as well. Jaishankar categorically yesterday stated if required, he will be addressing the parliament, and if things comes under control and looking at the strategical point of view, the government would be certainly giving details to all the parties. But the adjournment motion that have been moved, as I mentioned earlier, by the opposition leaders, including 5 to 6 political parties, that had been certainly not accepted, and it had been denied by the Lok Sabha Speaker to discuss that issue inside the parliament, because it is a strategical issue and also something which is very sensitive looking at the Indo-Bangladesh border.
Yes, you said it rightly, Aishwarya. These are very, very sensitive issues, and the government would certainly want to avoid a full-fledged discussion, as the opposition is saying that there should be an adjournment motion to discuss the developing situation in Bangladesh and Bangladesh-India ties, and that is the reason why an all-party meeting, which is going to be a closed-door meeting, rather than a full-fledged meeting on these lines. But largely, the question, Aishwarya, is that the future of the strategy. What will be the future of ties? Do you think it's going to be a tightrope walk, and that's what India is sensing as well?
Well, certainly India is tight-lipped as far as the current situation is concerned. They had been in a position that they wanted to give some assistance to Sheikh Hasina, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi holds a very close ties with former Prime Minister. And therefore, the reason perhaps a safe exit was seen yesterday after Sheikh Hasina flew from Bangladesh and directly arrived at the Indian Airways, but also looking at the future course of action as far as Bangladesh's interim government is concerned and India's stake is concerned in Bangladesh. It is India's position, which is something which is a very very tight situation, and therefore the reason perhaps the Indian government wants to keep it the things within the closed doors, and what's going to be India's strategical position is something that is being approved by the External Affairs Minister to all the party leaders who are present at the all-party meeting. So certainly it is something that would be approved whether those things which had been, which would be strategical as far as India's point of view, would be shared to the media out in open or not is something that remains to be seen, because that is very, very sensitive. But on the other side, what is India's directions, what is the advisories that Indian government will be issuing very soon, that will certainly be coming out after the all-party meeting concludes.
Thank you so much for joining us. Let me go back to the two ambassadors that we have on the show, Ambassador Yogesh Gupta and Ambassador Skandeyal. Ambassador Gupta, we haven't really seen many of these all-party meetings on a developing diplomatic situation in recent times. But of course, Bangladesh-India ties are very, very strategic. And, an unstable Bangladesh can add to instability in parts of our country as well, given the fact that we share a over 4,000 kilometer long porous border, several parts of which are porous as well.
Yes, absolutely. Also, there are so many aspects relating to Bangladesh which impinge very closely on our not only external affairs, but also our domestic affairs. There are a whole lot of people of Bangladesh origin who are in India. There is a border, which is very, very active. There are transportation routes. There are people, in India, who have varying views on relations with Bangladesh. So at a time like this, I think it's important for the government to keep the opposition parties briefed on what it intends to do, so that we have a common stand, a united stand as a country. And that helps in forging a consensus on whatever approach we take.
But Ambassador Gupta, do you think India will now cannot act as the mediator that it did when former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina returned to power, and at that time she faced questions of rigging the elections? At that time, India played the mediator between Bangladesh and the Western world. We cannot really afford to play that role anymore.
Yeah, it depends how the situation evolves, but we have to keep in mind that right now there is a certain amount of angst against Sheikh Hasina and her party. So I think we have to keep that in mind, and so we will closely follow how the situation evolves, and we will certainly try to play a positive role as much as we can. But then we have to keep in mind how the situation evolves and what sort of a role we are
Ambassador Gupta, just hold on to your thoughts. First reaction coming in from the Parliament, because the Parliament session is going to begin in 30 minutes from now. Even as we speak, the crucial all-party meeting is underway.
And tell us with an open statement what is happening in Bangladesh. But so far, government has not come forward with any statement clearly specify the real situation prevailing in Bangladesh.
Okay. There are a lot of stakes in terms of India-Bangladesh ties. It's also one of the oldest ties, and in terms of how India has engaged Ambassador Tayal. Over the past decade particularly, India had very limited interaction with Bangladeshi opposition groups. And there was also this anti-India sentiment in Bangladesh, which makes it even more difficult to maneuver. Would you say that there is substantial diplomatic ground which has to be covered now?
Yes, certainly there is a substantial diplomatic ground to be covered. But the saving grace is that this entire movement against Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has really been conducted and perhaps even led by the student community, student leaders.
No.
And the political parties, whether it is BNP or Jamaat Islami from the background, came a little late and tried to join the bandwagon. So the whole movement is based on economic problems of Bangladesh and the employment problems of the youth, where if they think right, then India is a partner in the economic development of Bangladesh as well as in job creation. So I do not see a fundamental difference between the sentiment which has led to this uprising and India's approach towards Bangladesh. And that is what we have to convey in multiple ways across the civil society. In Bangladesh, we have our own links over the last 50 years across different strata of civil society. Our army has connections with their armed forces, our political parties, our educationists, our lawyers, our judges. And that's why I see that it is not a inherently anti-India agitation. Yes, India is singed because we are seen as close to Sheikh Hasina, but that has to be put in a right perspective that whoever is leading the Bangladesh, but of course they have to be careful about our red lines, etc. And if the focus remains on Bangladesh's economic development, employment opportunities, etc., then India is a partner, and there is a lot of space to work. And of course, Bangladesh is very critical for us for our entire northeast and minority issues. If there is any harassment of Hindus there, it will have a huge fallout in India. So there are multiple ways it can go in a negative way, and it is in the interest of the Bangladesh army, Bangladesh civil society, people of Bangladesh, students of Bangladesh, that they do not antagonize India. India as a partner and as a friend is an asset for Bangladesh. That is what is to be conveyed to Bangladesh at multiple levels.
All right, Ambassador Skandiyal and Yogesh Gupta, appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining here on NDTV. With that, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side. We'll try and get you first reactions from the all-party meeting as well.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही performance सही सारा दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Sajib, thank you so much. Your Okay, so let me bring in Kadambani now, who's joining us from outside the Bangladesh High Commission. Kadambani, what can we tell our viewers? Because there are reports suggesting that perhaps the head of the interim government has been named in Bangladesh.
Well, we'll have to wait for the formal announcement as far as interim government is concerned. But of course, the army has said it will be a civilian interim government. There are people from all walks of life, accomplished people from all walks of life who are joining in this interim government according to the army. But the students are demanding that Dr. Muhammad Yunus should also be an advisor to the interim government. He does not have much interest in politics. We will have to see whether he does accept this kind of demand which is coming in from the students who had led the protest. On the other hand, India would also be watching it quite closely, Maria, because this is one relationship India had been investing in for a long time, for 15 years. And as long as Sheikh Hasina was at the helm of affairs, she had kept anti-India elements as well as radical elements at bay. Now, India is worried about what the next government would be bringing in. We know that Awami League is being kept out of this interim government, and BNP and Jamaat are known to be India baiters. We have seen how BNP never left a chance to instigate India about anything. On the other hand, we also have worries about, India also has worries about what will be happening at the borders of India and Bangladesh. It has taken a long time to manage the human trafficking, drugs and fake note menace from there. So now the worries are not only about the geopolitical situation and what Bangladesh's next government, the challenges the next government would be posing for India, but also the safety and security of the border which we share almost more than 4,000 kilometers of border.
All right. In fact, reports are suggesting that it could be, an announcement would have been made by now. Let's listen in to Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus, who spoke to my colleague Vishnu Shom last evening.
Joined now by Professor Muhammad Yunus, the 2006 Nobel laureate and founder of Grameen Bank, one of the most well-known Bangladeshi citizens. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I think the biggest worry now is law and order in Bangladesh. We'll talk about politics in a while, but it's law and order and who is in charge. What are your thoughts?
Well, of course, that's a very important issue, law and order. That's where it all began. They completely collapsed. And that's led to the demand for resignation of the government, resignation of the prime minister, and that led to, it has finally led to that resignation. Today, there's a celebration of the kind that we had on 16 December 1971, when we freed ourselves from Pakistanis. And now we got rid of a very totalitarian government. So there's a lot of celebration all over the country, not just not the Dhaka city, millions of people out in the street. enjoying their freedom, that finally we get free from all those difficulties that we have gone through. So that's we're enjoying it, and we see that a new era is beginning in Bangladesh. Finally, got rid of the people who have been torturing them, creating problems for them, and corruptions and everything all over the country. So now
Yunus, is it
we
not
can
your worry,
create a
sir?
new country.
Is it
Pardon me?
not your worry that there would be more instability going forward? One of the points mentioned.
Hopefully, the instability can be packed into a box and keep it there. That's what Hasina was trying to do. Or instability to come out to create a stability, because ultimate goal, ultimate cure, ultimate medicine of stability is to bring democracy that was completely denied in Bangladesh. So for the first time, we'll get a chance to have a real election. That's what the whole idea of having this revolution.
No,
To
but
have
Professor
caretaker
Yunus,
government and hold
the
an
worry
election
also,
as soon as
sir.
possible. A transparent election,
Right,
not the
by all
kind
means,
of fake
absolutely.
election that we are
Democracy
used to.
must thrive in Bangladesh, no two ways about that. But in the interim period, isn't there a real worry that there are Islamist elements and extremist elements in Bangladesh?
All kinds of elements, of course. That any nation has
And so that's the problem, sir, because why would students go and destroy a statue of the father of Bangabandhu, of Sheikh Mujib, which we have on our screen? Are they not being instigated? This was anger against the Prime Minister.
Blame Hasina for that, leading the nation to destroy her father's image, because she has made so bitter thing for the whole country. They don't mind what they are doing that. It's the responsibility lies squarely on the Prime Minister who did that, made the whole country in that situation.
And do you believe that this interim government, which is now going to be formed, has it in it to actually bring law and order? Because even now, we had a correspondent up just about 3 minutes back, people are looting police stations and making off with weapons.
Yeah, so that's the number one priority, to bring law and order, which Hasina couldn't do. That's why it brought to the point of collapsing of the government. If she could bring law and order, this thing would not happen. So this is the continuation of Hasina regime, that now we have to make sure that the people celebrate and go back and get back to business, get to work, and work in a different way, in a freer way than they have ever done.
What about Hasina herself, sir? She's in India presently. We don't know if she's applied for asylum over here. There were some reports that she might be going off to the United Kingdom. Again, we don't know if the UK has accepted that. What are your thoughts on that? Who might accept her?
I have no idea. You're just talking about having her in India. I don't know whether that would be a good idea, because...
No, I don't know if she's going to... She's in India now. I don't know if she's going to necessarily be in India indefinitely. And I ask that because there has been no word from the British government as yet, assuming that that's where she was headed.
I have no idea. I'm not in the government. I'm not in the contact with anybody. So I have no idea.
What about the rest of her government? I believe the Home Minister's house in Dhanmondi and Dhaka has been destroyed, burnt. There are other members of her government who would potentially be targeted as well. Is that not a matter of huge concern?
Very much concern. So law and order has to be restored. This is the anger, which accumulated anger that led to it, but it's to restrain, make sure we go back to the normalcy as soon as possible.
But Professor Yunus, the one worry that so many of us who observe Bangladesh closely is that the interim might be much more dangerous, must be much more dangerous for Bangladesh. Who is controlling these protesters? Is there an element of terrorists who are involved? Are there other groups looking to create instability in your country? And consequently, from an Indian standpoint, since I'm here in New Delhi, could it not have a regional spillover?
Very much. That's what I've been talking to every single interview that I gave. If you destabilize Bangladesh, it will spill over all around Bangladesh, including Myanmar and Seven Sisters and West Bengal, everywhere. That's why I was very happy that Mamata Banerjee came out with the statement that will open door, because she has to accept those people who are coming out of Bangladesh. Because if it continued months and months, this is what exactly happened. Not only they will spill over, they will bring their anger to all these places where they go, and they will make those their places to attack Bangladesh. So that will not be a very happy situation. And if there's a disgruntled people in those areas, they will mix up with them. It will be volcanic eruption everywhere around us. And Myanmar shells is coming to Bangladesh very frequently now. So the Myanmar and Bangladesh problem again become bigger problem because million Rohingyas are in here. They will like to go back to the country. Unless Bangladesh is a democratically run country, peaceful country, nobody will be in peace. If Bangladesh is in trouble, everybody will be in trouble. There's 170 million people. 2/3 of the population are young people. So you have to make sure that they are happy and they law-abiding citizens and they know there's a democracy. Their democracy has to be practiced. These young people never voted in their life. All these elections, meaningless for them. They never went to the polling booth because those elections never held. So this is the situation that we are our starting point is. So we have to talk to the young people, look, it will be in order, democracy will be practiced, and you will be the part of the democracy that you will lead to.
Is there a worry that minorities in Bangladesh, again in this interim period of chaos, might be targeted systematically?
In interim period, I don't know. But if it is a democratic country, then they have a voice because their voice will count. Like in India, there's a democracy. The minority can go and vote, elect their own representatives.
Yeah. Sir, it's always a pleasure speaking to you. I wish the circumstances had been different. Thank you so much, Muhammad Yunus, for speaking with us. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay.
Okay, let me go straight across to the all-party meeting which has just concluded. In fact, the government briefed the leaders on the crisis. Government is in touch with the Bangladesh army. In fact, what External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has said, that the safety of Indian nationals is paramount at this particular juncture. There were a lot of questions that were asked by various leaders. Of course, this is coming by the way of sources. That it's a developing situation. Indian government is in touch with the Bangladeshi army because there are 200,000 Indian nationals there in Bangladesh. Government has said that only 8,000 have returned so far. The High Commission is functioning, and as far as Sheikh Hasina's position is concerned, India says that Sheikh Hasina is here in India, and that has been done particularly because of it being a courtesy decision. Let me bring in Aishwarya. Aishwarya, what are you picking up?
Well, we have been told by our sources that it all started with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar briefing the leaders who were present at the all-party meeting. First, S. Jaishankar briefed about the background and how the entire issue panned out in Bangladesh, and also what is the current situation in Bangladesh and how the Indian government assisted Sheikh Hasina to move to India. Remember, Indian Air Force were also involved when Sheikh Hasina's Bangladeshi Air Force aircraft was flying from Bangladeshi borders to India, and it was assisted by the Indian Air Force, and the assistance was given by the Indian government to former Prime Minister of Bangladesh. It was also stated that that the government has taken care of the former Prime Minister, and Sheikh Hasina is in India, and the government wanted to give her appropriate time and space so that she can let the Indian government know about what is her future course of action. Indian government wanted to give her all the space that she wanted, and within few days she can get in touch with India. Of course, the Indian government on the other side is in touch with the Bangladeshi army as well. The Indian High Commissions in Bangladesh is functional, and they are in touch with the Indian nationals living over there as well. We have been told that the government has given data that almost 20,000 of Indian nationals are there, including the students as well. 8,000 has come back, and Indian government is in touch with the other Indian nationals to bring them back as well. The Indian government has also apprised the leaders present at the all-party meeting that they have communicated with the northeastern states, and the chief ministers involved over there and the administration have been told to keep a strict vigilance at the Indo-Bangladesh border so that no illegal immigration can take place. As far as the questions being asked by the leaders who are present, specifically to Rahul Gandhi, who asked about what is the government strategy as far as the short-term strategy is concerned and the long-term strategy is concerned, S. Jaishankar replied to Rahul Gandhi stating that it's a progressive situation, government is analyzing it, and also Rahul Gandhi secondly asked about the foreign-held involved in it, to which the government stated that yes, there had been 3 diplomatics of the Pakistani living in Bangladesh. One of them changed his DP, and the government is asking the Bangladeshi army as well as the High Commission about the entire issue, whether the foreign hand was involved in the entire outrage of what currently had been happening over there. Very importantly, the government is also focusing on the minorities and the Hindus living in Bangladesh as well, and for their protection, what the Bangladeshi army and the interim government, if comes, the steps taken towards protecting their rights. The temples over there in Bangladesh is also something that the government is in touch with the Bangladeshi army to protect those as far as those places in Bangladesh are concerned. Lastly, it was the government who stated on the question asked by Arvind Sawan on the border issues, to which S. Jaishankar stated that all borders point is being checked, and the borders currently are on high alert. BSF has been moved, several battalions has also been moved to the border areas, and right now the situation is under control. And very importantly, as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned, Indian government wanted to give her time and space as the officials of the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in touch with the UK government. Whenever the permission will be given to her, she would be flying out, but the Indian government will be giving all type of assistance because of the close ties with former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us and giving us all the details of the all-party meeting. Remember, Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar briefed all the leaders on the situation that is playing out after the fall of Sheikh Hasina government and the army's takeover in neighboring Bangladesh amidst violent protests. Dr. S. Jaishankar briefed the leaders of all parties about the situation in the violence-hit nation and the steps that are being taken by the Indian government. Sources say that Foreign Minister also discussed the strategy to limit the fallout with the new dispensation in Bangladesh for backing the ousted leader. This meeting was attended by Dr. S. Jaishankar, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and on the other side of the opposition, you can see all the leaders, including Rahul Gandhi and others who were present. Remember, shortly after Sheikh Hasina resigned, Army Chief General Waqar-uz-Zaman said that the military will be forming an interim government and urged to protesters to stand down. Vasudha is joining us live now. She has been covering the all-party meeting for us. So, Vasudha, the government really did not want an elaborate discussion on the floor of the House because that would have, been seen as Government of India revealing the entire thought that it has on the developing situation in Bangladesh. That's why an all-party meeting. But one question that we do not have the answer of, or perhaps you do at the moment because of the conflicting reports which are coming in, is Sheikh Hasina presently in India or has she left?
What we understand is that, of course, Dr. S. Jaishankar has told people that, a courtesy was given to Sheikh Hasina for the friendship that she has shown to the country, and which is why she was brought to India. There is no clarity on, how long she's going to stay here or if she is actually going to be here, because like you rightly said, Maria, the government is very clear that it does not want to reveal any confidential security sensitive details on the floor of the House, which is why yesterday after the Cabinet Committee on Security took place, it was also decided to have an all-party meeting and take all the opposition parties also along when it came to the government's approach towards handling the Bangladesh crisis, because there are two dilemmas here. One, of course, is the security implications of it, and of course the diplomatic consequences of this, because both Sheikh Hasina and Narendra Modi have been friends. Both India and Bangladesh have seen this golden age of diplomacy. So today in the all-party meeting, the intent was to ensure that there is consensus that is put in place, which is why Rahul Gandhi, of course, asked a lot of questions. He did ask if there was a foreign conspiracy to this, to which Dr. Jaishankar reportedly said that that is not being ruled out, everything is being assessed. In fact, he pointed out to this one fact that a Pakistani diplomat has changed his picture in support of the protesters in Bangladesh. So clearly there are some indications to this, but of course he did not elaborate on that. But there were also questions like Sudeep Bandyopadhyay did, Arvind Sawant did ask about the border situation, and to which Dr. Jaishankar said that there has been a high-level review meet that has happened. All the security checkpoints have been sort of put on high alert, and there is no alarming situation as of now. When it came to really the biggest concerns, Dr. Jaishankar has clearly said that 20,000 Indians still live in Bangladesh, 8,000 have come back. The situation is not as bad as the need for evacuation, but clearly it is alarming enough to exercise, constant sense of caution, which is why, all Indians there have been asked to keep in touch with the embassy there. So clearly that is one thing that he said. Out of 20,000, 8,000 have come back. So that, he said, is going to be priority for him. There are, of course, short-term and long-term implications of this. He did emphasize on the courtesy that was extended to Sheikh Hasina. He didn't really talk about how long she's going to be in India, or if she actually has left India. She didn't say that. But the whole tone was to ensure that there is a sense of consensus, so that, even if he issues a statement in the floor of the House, which, let me tell you, that has not, yet been decided, because, yesterday Dr. Jaishankar said that he will issue a statement. He will stand in the floor of the House and speak about this if there is a need, if parties demand that. As of now, the tone seemed to be of consensus. Of course, a lot of questions were asked specifically on the fallout on India, the consequences of it, and to which Dr. Jaishankar has basically said that the MEA is constantly monitoring the situation. There's no official statement from the MEA yet, and we're not very sure if he's going to issue a statement now. But as of now, we did speak to a lot of people. They seemed okay. They seemed at least, in some way satisfied with the answers that have been given by Dr. Jaishankar. Sudeep Bandyopadhyay of TMC clearly said that, it's important to take the Chief Minister of West Bengal along, because, there is a 4,000-kilometer border that we share with Bangladesh, and Bengal is very important. So he did make that request, to which Dr. Jaishankar, of course, said that that would also be done.
And as far as the all-party meeting, Dr. Jaishankar's own tweet says that he appreciates the unanimous support and understanding that was extended. So certainly the entire polity appears to be on one page here in India. Vasudha, appreciate your time. With that, it's a wrap from me. But before that, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for people with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement, has the support of eminent faces and voices from across the country. Here is one such voice.
I would say there are three parts. You have diversity, you have equity, and you have inclusion. I would put inclusion as the most important driver to bring the diversity and equity. When we talk about diversity, diversity is about not only about gender, not only about age, not about geography, about competitiveness. When we talk about equity, which means each and every human being should get an equal opportunity to live and serve in this planet. And diversity and equity can happen if inclusivity is there. So I do believe that inclusivity, if it is affordable and accessible, can drive further growth, because then we will be utilizing each and every person's strength on this planet.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
International Airport, where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and let's take a top look at what's happening inside the Bangladesh. Bangladesh former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in India, and how is her ouster panning out for India remains our top focus here at NDTV. We are discussing what are the implications of the Bangladesh turmoil for India. But before that, let's take a look at the top headlines that we are tracking at this hour. In Bangladesh, amid the Bangladesh crisis, government holds all-party meeting. Top Modi government ministers and opposition attend the meeting. Jaishankar says briefed all parties on Bangladesh situation and appreciate unanimous support and understanding by all parties. Bangladesh former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is still in India. Her son speaks exclusively to NDTV, says Sheikh Hasina is in good spirits. In Bangladesh, after Sheikh Hasina's ouster, now focus is on forming interim government. Student leaders want Nobel laureate Yunus to lead the government in Bangladesh, whereas the army says all efforts are underway to restore peace. Army also has barred people now from entering the Dhaka palace, where several looted food and furniture. Focus also on the 400-kilometer long India-Bangladesh border. BSF has issued in high alert along the Indo-Bangla border. Google loses major monopoly lawsuit in US. The US judge says Google's online search monopoly is illegal. Decision a major blow to Google parent company. Now, focus remains Bangladesh turmoil. In India, high-level meetings are underway amid the Bangladesh turmoil. An all-party meeting was held in Parliament over the Bangladesh issue. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will also likely make a statement in Parliament today. All eyes will be on what he has to say. For now, he has briefed the all parties that were participating in the all-party meeting that was chaired by the Prime Minister in Parliament. The meeting started at 10 a.m. and concluded just minutes from now. As per sources, it is being said that the parties were informed about the situation in Bangladesh right now. Meanwhile, the Indo-Bangladesh border remains on high alert. In Dhaka, efforts are underway to form the interim government. There is a clamor from students for Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus to be made the Prime Minister. On ground in Dhaka, the curfew has been lifted. In the morning hours, curious onlookers continue to make a beeline for the Dhaka palace, but the army has now barred their entry. The focus is on bringing back a semblance of calm and order in Bangladesh. Now, in the meeting, it was said that the government is in touch with the Bangladesh army. These are the visuals on your screens of the all-party meeting that was held in the parliament at 10 a.m. You can see how from Modi's top ministers to top opposition leaders were present inside the meeting. And as per sources that we are getting here at NDTV, is that government is in touch with the Bangladesh army. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is also now joining me. Vasudha, exactly what happened inside the meeting? What are the key highlights?
Well, Aditi, this meeting was called by the government, by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, and this was presided over by Dr. S. Jaishankar, who's the External Affairs Minister, and many of the opposition party leaders, in fact, all major parties took part in this, from Rahul Gandhi and K.C. Venugopal representing the Congress party to Sudeep Bandopadhyay representing the TMC, from, T.R. Balu of the DMK to Ram Gopal Yadav of the Samajwadi Party, including allies such as Lalan Singh of the JDU, JDS's Kumaraswamy, and also Ram Mohan Naidu of the TDP. So several people were there. Supriya Sule of Shiv Sena was also there. Of course, Supriya Sule of the NCP and Arvind Sawant of the Shiv Sena was also there. And, many of them asked a lot of questions, and the intent and the tone of the meeting right from the start, according to people who attended the meeting, was clear that the government wants to put forward a picture of consensus. It wants to brief, it wants to take the opposition along and ensure that, they get a complete picture of what really is happening and what exactly India's approach is with regard to the security fallout of the tragedy that's unfolding in Bangladesh, and also its diplomatic positioning. Remember that Sheikh Hasina has been a trusted ally of India for 10 years, and in fact, India was the first place that she came to. In fact, India was instrumental in giving her that safe cover and passage. So there were many questions that were being asked. In fact, that's what happened today. Rahul Gandhi asked a lot of questions, and Rahul Gandhi was, somebody who walked up to Dr. S. Jaishankar yesterday demanding answers, and today he did ask if there was a foreign conspiracy to the entire tragedy that's unraveling in Bangladesh, to which Dr. Jaishankar reportedly said that one of the Pakistani diplomats has also changed his profile picture to denote support for the protesters, which is why the MEA is critically looking at the whole situation. It's a developing situation, Aditi, which is why the government is also making it very clear that it wants to do business with the next government. Remember, there's an interim government that is going to be handling important affairs, and from the Bangladesh Nationalist Party to the Jamaat, everyone is going to be part of this. So India is walking the tightrope. It's a diplomatic dilemma for the country. Sheikh Hasina was somebody who actually took Bangladesh to being this economically, sort of developing country, but at the same time there were problems with her, regarding her high-handedness and also anti-democratic moves, which is why India needs to sort of, have a balancing move. In the all-party meeting, there were also questions asked on the direct security fallout. For instance, what will happen to the borders of India, to which Dr. Jaishankar has said that all checkpoints have been closed and there is no alarming rise of any infiltrators, which is why the situation seems to be in control right now. There is vigilance, there's surveillance, that's what he has assured them. Sudeep Bandopadhyay of TMC has also asked for Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, to be taken along in these consultations, which is something that Jaishankar has accepted, because, Bangladesh also shares a 4,000-kilometer border with India, and West Bengal is an important sort of, state, as sharing borders with Bangladesh, also cultural linkages. So clearly many questions there. The government has also made it very clear that it was a courtesy that was awarded to Sheikh Hasina, who now ceases to be the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, but she's been at the helm of Bangladesh since 2009. We have a lot of projects with her. So the government has made it clear as to why it did what it did. And of course, there's no clarity on if Dr. Jaishankar will be sort of making a statement yet, because there are mixed views on this. Some people said that he is keen on doing that, and some people said that he may not. So we'll have to wait and watch. But he has made it very clear that the safety of Indians there, around 20,000 of them, of which 8,000 have come back, is going to be the priority of the government, which is why the Indian government is in touch with the Bangladesh army to ensure that there is no risk or, for instance, danger to the to Indians there, specifically the minorities there, and that is something Dr. Jaishankar has made it very clear is going to be India's priority. And of course, he has talked about the long-term implications of this and the short-term strategy, but making it clear that this is a developing situation and that the opposition has to work hand in hand with the government to ensure that there are no diplomatic contradictions when it comes to India's positioning in the world vis-a-vis Bangladesh.
Right, Vasudha, and when India is right now in huddle mode, which was supposed to be a brief stop, now Bangladesh, former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, is currently still in India. Do you have any clarity what will be her next move?
Well, what I understand is that the MEA officials, Vikram Misri has been having a lot of meetings yesterday. Today also Jaishankar came in and he left immediately because, you know, there is a crisis at hand and he has to solve that. We are not yet sure as to where Sheikh Hasina is. She has been transported to a safe house, is what we knew last night. But of course, India also has to show this message that it stands with friends. At the same time, it is ready to do business with whoever is in power. Remember that Khalida Zia's party, the BNP, or for that matter, the Jamaat, have not been very great to India because they've also been allegedly promoting extreme elements. At the same time, they've also been in some ways promoting an anti-India stance, which is what we saw in some of the protesters there. We have had this situation with Maldives, which is why I think MEA is quite adept at handling the situations. There is a need for tact diplomatic moves and of course, you know, at the same time handling the security issues at home, because, you know, there are at least 6 states which will have to face the brunt if there is, you know, sort of a lot of infiltration or for that matter migration that happens, which is why India is taking a very careful, cautious stand, monitoring the situation, at the same time showcasing to the world that it stands with friends, but at the same time is ready to do business with whoever comes to power.
Right, a crucial and testing time for India. Vasudha, thank you so much for joining us and giving those details. My colleague Aishwarya Jain also spoke to Congress MP Karthi Chidambaram. Take a look.
Well, joining with me is Congress MP Karthi Chidambaram. Sir, how do you see the current situation on the Bangladesh?
It's very fluid, it's fast evolving, but our primary concern is the safety of our citizens in Bangladesh and also make sure our border security is secure. And further, whatever government comes there in Bangladesh, it must have good relationship with India. We really wouldn't want to have any religiously radicalized government in Bangladesh there, because that will not be in our interest.
So, are you satisfied with the government steps yesterday?
I think the fact that the External Affairs Minister briefed all party leaders is a very welcome step. And we are with the government as far as national security.
So, the Indian government also stated that they wanted to give space to Sheikh Hasina and let the Indian government know about her plans in the upcoming days.
We are with the Indian government as far as national security is concerned. We are completely with the Indian government.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Congress MP Karthi Chidambaram speaking to NDTV.
Right, and joining me for discussion on the Bangladesh turmoil, I have with me Ayanjeet Sen, who is an international affairs expert, and we also have Sultan Mohammad Zakaria, who is the co-founder of Bangladeshi Diaspora for Justice and Accountability. Before opening this discussion, thank you so much for joining us. Before opening the discussion, Sultan Mohammad Zakaria, I would come to you. You have put out an information that Muhammad Yunus will be the chief advisor, or will be the part of government, or will he lead the party in the center? What is the confirmed information that you have so far on the aspect of Bangladesh?
Well, I appreciate you having me. I think the students leaders who led the protest movements made an announcement on social media that that Professor Yunus will, from their part, will head the transitional government. So whichever way we name it, either is chief advisor or not, we'll have to wait and see. But I am sure that they spoke to Professor Yunus and he agreed to that.
Mrs. Zakaria, why is there a clamor for him to be, leading the government in Bangladesh? If you can throw some light on his role.
I think the main reason is that he is a very towering figure who can bring all factions and all groups under one umbrella. He is well respected locally and internationally. Of course, Sheikh Hasina despised him, but that's a very small element within the Bangladeshi society. The vast majority of the society, I think, very much honor him, love him, and because of his service to the country and for his cause, I think he is also quite known internationally. And students leader, which I would say rightly thought that to handle a crisis like this magnitude, Professor Yunus would be the right choice because of the volatility of the situation, the fluidity of the situation, and I believe they make the right call.
Right, while Mr. Zakaria is backing Mohammad Yunus as the next head, Ayanjeet Sain, I would like to come to you. What are your opinions on if, you know, Nobel laureate Yunus is the head of the Bangladesh government, the new government that will take place after Sheikh Hasina?
Good morning. If Nobel laureate comes to head the current interim government in Bangladesh, one aspect is there that he is well respected in the world, as Mr. Zakaria said before. And he's also known as banker to the poor after winning the Nobel Prize back in 2006. And he did spend a few months in jail in the early part of the year on for violating labor laws in the country, but that was during the Army League's tenure. But I think he would be widely respected if he comes to power. But at the same time, there were about 18 other names which were doing the rounds yesterday, though they're in all probability going to take the decision today. But there was another name which was doing the rounds was of Dr. Salahuddin Ahmad, who's a former governor of the Bangladesh Bank. But anyway, it's up to the military to decide as to how they would form it. But if he comes, if Professor Yunus comes actually as the head, then I think it would be still, I would say, it's a liberal way of taking the talks ahead if it is to do with forming the new government when the elections next take place in Bangladesh, whenever that takes place.
While we talk of this prospect, Ayanjeet Sain, what are your opinions? I mean, how will the political dynamics change when Khaleda Zia is also now out from the jail? She is the chief of the opposition in Bangladesh. She has served as two-time former prime minister. How will her name come up, and if she gets the throne, how will the political scenario between India and Bangladesh change?
Well, that's really interesting because when Khaleda Zia was in power long back in the early 2000s, I remember there were issues of the Ulfa militant group, which was operating from the hill tracts of the Chittagong area in Bangladesh. And so they were in a way helping out terrorism to kind of do their work in India, but which is absolutely denigrated by the world across. And at the same time, if they come back to power, because Khaleda Zia health-wise is not in a very good condition, but there's one more problem. If her son comes back, because her son is now out of the country, if her son reaches back, because he is known to be a staunch anti-Indian, and if this person comes by any chance to power, then it would be a tough nut to crack, no doubt. But I'm sure from the diplomatic parlance, India will do the needful properly, if at all that situation emerges. But there also, I had a chat with one of the leading leaders of one of the main opposition parties, Jatiyo Party, Mr. G.M. Kadir. And he apparently, during the conversation, he told me that, he was in the opposition, but he said that, look, we are looking, because he was present in the meeting with the president of Bangladesh yesterday, in the presence of the army chief. And he said that things are propelling in a way whereby we will come to a very good solution, and things will go ahead well in Bangladesh. That was his opinion, and the way Bangladesh will move forward. Because I asked him to do with elections, whether elections are going to actually take place, and if so, when. To which he replied, well, we would see what happens, but it could be that it may be quite a few months before actually the election takes place in Bangladesh.
Right. Sultan Mohammad Zakaria, how will the political scenario be between India and Bangladesh if Mohammad Yunus gets the throne?
Well, I think that's a very good question, and I think Professor Yunus would be able to shed more light on it. But from my understanding of Professor Yunus, he is a very, very respected among the ruling circles here in India, and I'm sure he would be in touch with the people in Delhi, how the interest of the two people can be handled amicably or mutually. And I think he's a very competent, able leader to handle um, um, uh, any crisis scenario. And for that matter, I would like to reiterate that I think Bangladeshi people in general, they don't have any animosity towards Indian people. It's just that sometimes it appears that the certain Indian government officials tried too much to protect Sheikh Hasina or tried to beat her. I mean, and we saw that in the last 10 years, and that created really huge resentment among the people. Why they are doing so? They are trying to defend a very unpopular dictator. Other than that, I think people to people contact, public diplomacy. I mean, we are two people that has a lot of shared common history, culture. So I really don't know why the two countries, at least the two people, should be in conflict or should be in confrontation in one way or the other. And I'm sure Professor Yunus know this very well. She knows he is aware where he is coming from. He is aware what he is representing, and he is aware what he can or cannot do.
Right. Anjit Sen, Sultan Mohammad Zakaria, please stay with us. We are slipping into a very short break, but our top focus here at NDTV remains Bangladesh turmoil and what it means for India now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
And we are back with our discussion on the Bangladesh turmoil. Ayanjeet Sen continues to stay with me. Sultan Mohammad Zakaria also stays with me on the panel today. Ayanjeet Sen, if I ask you, the former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in India right now. What next will be her move? We know that she sought asylum in the United Kingdoms. But if that doesn't sail through, then what options does Sheikh Hasina actually have now?
Well, it depends a lot on whether the United Kingdom actually agrees at the end or not. But if they agree, well, that's certain because she will be going there. Her sister is already a citizen of the UK. But in case if UK disagrees, then there are just reports coming in that Belarus might be one of the places where she might head to. But it's absolutely very unsure because she's trying, as far as I know, she's trying wherever she can, in whichever country she can at least leave from India as soon as possible. But it might take a little time. It all depends on whether the UK government ultimately, decides to give her the political asylum which she has sought for.
Right. Ayanjeet Sen, stay with me. My colleague Salman Saeed is also joining me from Bangladesh, Dhaka. Salman, what is the sentiment on ground? The army said that the curfew will be lifted, schools and business will reopen. How are the things panning out in Dhaka?
There's a huge traffic. Life has become normal. It's like, I'll just show you the newspaper people are reading. Today's newspaper has the first paper showing thousands of people in the Prime Minister's office. The student Abu Said who died. আঙ্কেল আপনি কি পড়তেছেন আজকে কেমন লাগছে আপনার এখানে কেন আসছেন এখানে কেন আসছেন মানে জনতার জয় হইছে আমাদের জনগণের জয় হইছে শরীরের পতন হইছে So he's saying that the public has won, the dictator has lost. আর কি আজকে কেমন লাগছে এই যে সকালে পেপারে কি পড়লেন আরো মধ্যে এখন পড়তে আচ্ছা
Who are the guests who are joining us?
আচ্ছা
Who are the...
আচ্ছা কালকে কিরকম দেখলেন আর আজকে ভিতরে গিয়েছিলেন কি দেখছেন So he tells me yesterday he came and now it was all vandalizing. So আপনি এখানে কেন আসছেন আপনার নাম কি এখানে বিজয় উদযাপন করছি ছাত্র জনতার বিজয় এই জালেম স্বৈরাচারকে আমরা বিদায় করেছি গণ অভ্যুত্থানে তার পতন হতে বাধ্য হয়েছে অবশেষে সে জনগণের কাছে ক্ষমা চেয়ে বা কোনো কথা বলে যেতে পারে নাই মাথা নিচু করে তার এই দেশ থেকে বিতাড়িত হতে হয়েছে চুরের মতো পালাতে হয়েছে আর আমি আজকে দ্বিতীয় দিন আসলাম আমার ফ্যামিলি নিয়ে এই সেলিব্রেশনটা আমার ফ্যামিলিকে নিয়ে আমি উদযাপন করলাম I am celebrating I'm here I came yesterday he just tells me he was celebrating yesterday when this dictator left and now today he brought his family to show them and he is very happy that the freedom has been restored আপা কিছু বলবেন We are very happy that we have won the freedom. We have won this war. अब आपका नाम? কেমন লাগলো ভিতরে গিয়ে কি দেখছেন ভিতরে কি ছিল কি ভাষা বুঝতে পারছি না আনন্দিত জনগণের সামনে পড়ে সবকিছু সরকার হয়ে গেছে সে দেশ পালিয়ে গেছে থেকে আমরা মুক্তি পেলাম এই দ্বিতীয়বার দেশ স্বাধীন হলো আমরা এই সরকার থেকে So he's saying we are very happy the dictator government has gone the second independence and freedom has come and we have seen it that's all and there we have another guy standing here একটু বলবেন আপনি কেমন লাগছে আজকে এবং কালকের সিচুয়েশনটা দেখে কালকে তো খুবই এই টাইমে খুবই নীরবতা ছিল আজকে তো এই টাইমে সম্পূর্ণ সিনারি চেঞ্জ তবে সরকারি সরকার পতনে যেটার জন্য খুবই খুশি কিন্তু আমি খুবই মর্মাহত যে সরকারি সম্পত্তি এভাবে মানুষ লুটপাট করছে এটার জন্য খুবই আমি মর্মাহত সরকারি সম্পত্তি এভাবে লুট করা ঠিক হয় নাই অন্যান্য দেশের সরকার পতন হয়েছে কিন্তু তারা উল্লাস করছে আনন্দ করছে কিন্তু সরকারি মালামাল লুট করে নাই I'm very happy. I was here yesterday also. This man told me he was here yesterday. He was celebrating, but he have also seen people from the other country as dictator government has fall, but he didn't see that they were looting. He's upset that these people are looting everything.
My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is also joining me from the Hindon Air Base. Remember, yesterday was when former Bangladesh Prime Minister landed here, and Indian NSA also met her. Ghazali, what more informations do you have? Recently, we are also picking up those reports that the plane has left from the Hindon Air Base.
See, right now, the security has been beefed up. I'll just ask my camera person to show you. The cops have been deployed here. We saw 2 cars getting into the Hindon Air Base, but they were unoccupied. There was no one inside the car. As of now, there is no information whether Sheikh Hasina will be moved out of the Hindon Air Base or not. We only have the update till yesterday that she landed over here. She is here. We also know that her daughter is here in Delhi working as a regional director with WHO. So after the all-party meeting, perhaps everybody supported India's stand in giving protection or sort of a place of stay to Sheikh Hasina when she fled Bangladesh. But what will be the future course of action? Perhaps the government here in India is also waiting for her asylum clearance from the UK government, and only then perhaps she will make her future move. But till then, she is based here is what we are picking up right now, and there is no update as of about her future journey or what could be her future steps or moves, because her son has already clarified that she's not going back to Bangladesh or to the politics there. So as of now, the only update we have here is that she landed here yesterday, she is here, and perhaps maybe the government may decide to put her and her daughter and her sister who left with her from Dhaka to be at one particular location. Now, what would be that location? What would be that safe house where Sheikh Hasina, her sister Sheikh Rehana, and her daughter Sheikh Hasina's daughter, who is working with WHO, that they all will be staying in one place, or whether her stay will prolong here at the Hindon Air Base. So that has not been decided yet, and we can only see some cars going in and out, and security has been beefed up outside the Hindon Air Base.
Right. Ghazali, thank you so much for giving those details. And I continue to stay with Sultan Mohammad Zakaria. Zakaria, if I can come to you, we just saw how people are celebrating the ouster of Sheikh Hasina, but she has been credited for the economic growth that was under her rule in the 15 years that she ruled. We saw how the economy grew, the GDP was doing good. So according to you, was she a dictator or a person who was working for development of Bangladesh?
Well, as if both are mutually not exclusive. I mean, you can be a dictator and provide or offer certain level of development. And Bangladesh, or this part of the world, is well aware of this kind of false dichotomy for years. Ayub Khan, I mean, the known, the Iron Man, the self-proclaimed field marshal, he vouched this, that the development of democracy. So I think you can be a dictator and you can offer provide some sort of development, but also I think we need to remember that Bangladesh has borrowed mindlessly in the last 10 years. The country borrowed the amount of dollars from the external sources more in the last 10 years than the combined 50 years in the past. So this mindless borrowing created heavy pressure on debt servicing and the foreign exchequer. And the second aspect is that the cost of a run of every project is astronomical. If you compare the construction projects between the same kind of projects between India and Bangladesh, Bangladesh spent nearly 4 to 5 times higher than that of in India. And all this money fed Sheikh Hasina's cronies. And two of Sheikh Hasina's very close associates and business people become the largest, one of the biggest or largest, richest person in Singapore. Where those money came from? They don't have any business or affiliates in abroad. So they looted this money, they shipment of this money, and they take this money from this poor country to Singapore. And they're closely associated with Sheikh family. So I think the flip side of this development narrative is that she also wreaked havoc in the macroeconomic infrastructure. She totally destabilized the macroeconomic, the prudence, the wisdom that came along with the previous administrations. So I think that also has to be remembered, and Bangladesh will be a bond of our mindless borrowing and industrial scale looting of public resources for the years to come.
Right. If I can go across to Ayanjit Sain. Ayanjit, United Kingdom did put out its statements. It has been saying that the Bangladesh situation, it has its eyes on. This morning also, when a statement came in, it said that they want a UN probe into the turmoil. But so far, it has remained silent on whether it will grant the asylum to Sheikh Hasina or not. How do you see the United Kingdom's reaction coming out?
Well, I think there have been reports of some violence in the UK in the past few days, and I think from that perspective, they are not in a position whereby they can immediately decide. Possibly, one factor could be this. The second factor could be to do with the fact that a lot of the BNP supporters are based in the UK, and if Hasina goes there, of course. There might be some kind of a problem which may emanate. But I think they're taking into account several factors. And with the UK government coming in power recently, it'll not take a decision so quickly, of course, but at the same time, we'll weigh it options very carefully, especially bringing the UN part as you talked about, and that is something which will play a part in finally making the decision as to whether they would grant the asylum to Sheikh Hasina or not. But most probably they would actually possibly do so because her sister is a citizen of that country.
Right, and we will be continue to look at how the interim government will be formed, what will happen, who will take finally charge. But the name that is doing rounds is Professor Mohammad Yunus. Now, Bangladesh students want him to lead the country now. My colleague Vishnu Shom also spoke to him. Take a look.
Joined now by Professor Mohammad Yunus, the 2006 Nobel laureate and founder of Grameen Bank, one of the most well-known Bangladeshi citizens. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I think the biggest worry now is law and order in Bangladesh. We'll talk about politics in a while, but it's law and order and who is in charge. What are your thoughts?
Well, of course, that's a very important issue, law and order. That's where it all began. They completely collapsed. And that's led to the demand for resignation of the government, resignation of the prime minister, and that led to finally led to that resignation. Today, there's a celebration of the kind that we had on 16 December 1971, when we freed ourselves from Pakistanis. And now we got rid of a very totalitarian government. So there's a lot of celebration all over the country, not just not the Dhaka city, millions of people out in the street enjoying their freedom, that finally we get free from all those difficulties that we have got through. So that's we're enjoying it, and we see that a new era is beginning in Bangladesh. Finally got rid of the people who have been torturing them, creating problems for them, and corruptions and everything all over the country. So now,
Yunus, is it not your worry, sir? Is it not your worry that there would be more instability going forward? One of the points mentioned...
Hopefully, the instability can be packed into a box and keep it there. That's what Hasina was trying to do. Or instability to come out to create a stability, because ultimate goal, ultimate cure, ultimate medicine of stability is to bring democracy that was completely denied in Bangladesh. So for the first time, we'll get a chance to have a real election. That's what the whole idea of having this revolution.
No, but Professor Yunus, the worry also, sir...
A transparent election.
Right,
not
by all means, absolutely. Democracy must thrive in Bangladesh, no two ways about that. But in the interim period, isn't there a real worry that there are Islamist elements and extremist elements in Bangladesh?
All kinds of elements, of course. Any nation
so that's the problem, sir, because why would students go and destroy a statue of the father of Bangabandhu, of Sheikh Mujib, which we have on our screen? Are they not being instigated? This was anger against the Prime Minister.
Blame Hasina for that, leading the nation to destroy her father's image, because she has made so bitter thing for the whole country. They don't mind what they are doing that. It's the responsibility lies squarely on the Prime Minister who did that, made the whole country in that situation.
And do you believe that this interim government, which is now going to be formed, has it in it to actually bring law and order? Because even now, we had a correspondent up just about 3 minutes back, people are looting police stations and making off with weapons.
Yeah, so that's the number one priority, to bring law and order, which Hasina couldn't do. That's why it brought to the point of collapsing of the government. If she could bring law and order, this thing would not happen. So this is the continuation of Hasina regime, that now we have to make sure that the people celebrate and go back and get back to business, get to work, and work in a different way, in a freer way than they have ever done.
What about Hasina herself, sir? She's in India presently. We don't know if she's applied for asylum over here. There were some reports that she might be going off to the United Kingdom. Again, we don't know if the UK has accepted that. What are your thoughts on that? Who might accept her?
I have no idea. You're just talking about having her in India. I don't know whether that would be a good idea, because...
No, I don't know if she's going to... She's in India now. I don't know if she's
Yeah.
going to necessarily be in India indefinitely. And I
Right,
ask
yeah.
that because there has been no word from the British government as yet, assuming that that's where she was headed.
I have no idea. I'm not in the government. I'm not in the contact with anybody. So I have no idea.
What about the rest of her government? I believe the Home Minister's house in Dhanmondi and Dhaka has been destroyed, burnt. There are other members of her government who would potentially be targeted as well. Is that not a matter of huge concern?
Very much concerned. So law and order has to be restored. This is the anger, which accumulated anger that led to it, but it's to restrain, make sure we go back to the normalcy as soon as possible.
But Professor Yunus, the one worry that so many of us who observe
Again, I
Bangladesh
can't
closely is that the interim
I
might
lost
be
your
much
sound.
more dangerous, must be much more dangerous for Bangladesh. Who is controlling these protesters? Is there an element of terrorists who are involved? Are there other groups looking to create instability in your country? And consequently, from an Indian standpoint, since I'm here in New Delhi, could it not have a regional spillover?
Very much. That's what I've been talking to every single interview that I gave. If you destabilize Bangladesh, it will spill over all around Bangladesh, including Myanmar and Seven Sisters and West Bengal, everywhere. That's why I was very happy that Mamata Banerjee came out with the statement that will open door, because she has to accept those people who are coming out of Bangladesh. Because if it continued months and months, this is what exactly happened. Not only they will spill over, they will bring their anger to all these places where they go, and they will make those their places to attack Bangladesh. So that will not be a very happy situation. And if there's a disgruntled people in those areas, they will mix up with them. It will be a volcanic eruption everywhere around us. And Myanmar shells is coming to Bangladesh very frequently now. So the Myanmar and Bangladesh problem again become bigger problem, because million Rohingyas are in here. They will like to go back to the country. Unless Bangladesh is a democratically run country, peaceful country, nobody will be in peace. If Bangladesh is in trouble, everybody will be in trouble. There's 170 million people. 2/3 of the population are young people. So you have to make sure that they are happy and they law-abiding citizens, and they know there's a democracy. Their democracy has to be practiced. These young people never voted in their life. All these elections, meaningless for them. They never went to the polling booth because those elections never held. So this is the situation that we are our starting point is. So we have to talk to the young people. Look, it will be in order. Democracy will be practiced, and you will be the part of the democracy that you will lead to.
Is there a worry that minorities in Bangladesh, again in this interim period of chaos, might be targeted systematically?
In interim period, I don't know. But if it is a democratic country, then they have a voice, because their voice will count. Like in India, there's a democracy. The minority can go and vote and elect their own representatives.
Yeah. So it's always a pleasure speaking to you. I wish the circumstances had been different. Thank you so much, Mohammed Yunus, for speaking with us. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay.
Now shifting our focus to other news stories that are coming in. India Bloc MPs are protesting outside Parliament. The opposition demands a reduction in GST on health and insurance. We saw how several political leaders also from the India Bloc backing the chorus for no GST on health and insurance policies. These are the visuals of how the India Bloc MPs today staged a protest outside the Parliament, demanding that the centre should remove the GST on health and insurance services. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal will be joining us for more details on it, and this is also the demand from Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister. He said he has written to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman seeking a rollback of the GST that has been levied on health and insurance policies, saying that this is the basic minimum thing that the people living in the country need, and hence there should be no tax on the health and insurance policies that the common citizens in India here want. Now the opposition is also joining that chorus. We saw how West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also shooting off a letter to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the demand that there should not be a GST on health and insurance policies that are being given by the centre to the people. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is also joining me. Vasudha, we are seeing that the opposition is protesting against the centre over the demand that there should not be a GST on health and insurance policies.
Absolutely. There is this issue, Aditi, was raised by senior minister in the Modi cabinet, actually, Nitin Gadkari, who had written to Nirmala Sitharaman saying that the 18% GST on medical insurance premium and also life insurance premium is something that taxes the uncertainties of life, which affects middle class and also, forces them to rethink their savings and planning for the future. And he had requested her to remove that. So clearly after that, TMC also picked up this issue, which is why Mamata Banerjee tweeted about this, posted on X about this, and she said that, this is something that her party will sort of raise. And today we saw the entire opposition coming together, Congress MPs and the entire India bloc, all the parties that are part of the India bloc coming together and basically asking the finance minister, asking the government to remove the GST on both medical insurance premium and life insurance premium, saying that this is something that will dissuade people from actually applying for insurance, something that is basically important for their life cover. And this protest did go on for some time, and this was also immediately after the all-party meeting. So while there is a lot of talk about Bangladesh and the uncertainty and the fallout of that in India, this is something that basically was something on the opposition's mind. And of course, now the parliament is back to its own proceedings with first Amit Shah and Nityanand Rai of the Home Ministry sort of like answering questions, and now Minister for Agriculture answering questions on different farm crisis and also farm struggles.
Right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for joining us and giving those details. We are seeing that how India bloc MPs are protesting outside the parliament, demanding reduction on GST on health and insurance policies. And shifting now our focus to Wayanad landslides, the killer landslides, and the death toll now has increased. The death toll in Wayanad landslide has crossed 400, while the rescue and relief operations continue in Wayanad. And as per the Chief Minister, it is in the last stage. You can see how on July 30th, three multiple landslides hit Kerala's Wayanad, and after that, several people have so far died and lost their lives. So far, the death toll in the Wayanad tragedy has crossed 400 today. Rescue and relief operations continue in the region, while the weather department continue to predict that this is not going to be an easy task for the rescue and relief teams, as a rainfall warning is also predicted for the state. Now the relief and rescue operation is continuing in this region. So far, there are still hundreds who are feared trapped in the region, and hence the relief and rescue operation teams are working day and night to carry out the process and take out everybody safely and securely. My colleague Pratibha Raman, who has been tracking the details from day one, from July 30th, is now joining me. Pratibha, bring us up to the speed. What is happening in the relief and rescue operation, and the death toll that we have right now seems to have crossed the 400 mark.
That's right, and it is quite unfortunate because we are on the same Tuesday last week that the landslides occurred, and it's been around 1 week now, and the rescue and relief operation continue in full swing there. 5 dead bodies were received from Wayanad and 1 from Nelambur, making the tally to 6 more that were recovered from one of the interiors in the region there where the landslides occurred. 154 body parts were also cremated at Harrison Malayalam Limited Plantation crematorium there. And prayers were conducted in multiple faiths there because we did not really know who belonged to which faith, and that is how mutilated the bodies were. And the identification process has been extremely difficult for many of them. Scientific examination to identify the dead bodies also continue at the same time, with 83 blood samples that have been collected in the last 2 days there. Around more than 1,074 personnel have been deployed in the search operation at 6 zones, Hitachis, JCBs, all of them being used at different points, vulnerable locations as well. 913 volunteers who are working in full force there. So one can imagine the kind of search operation that is on, which has already reached its final stage, is what we hear. And the Suchipara waterfalls happens to be one of the regions where people who have gone in search of dead bodies were also stranded, and they need to be airlifted at this point in time. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha. And NDTV here is also running a Care for Kerala campaign for all those people who are living outside Kerala and want to help these people who have been forced to displace from their living. The Scan and Pay UPI ID is on your screens, viewers. If you want to join the NDTV initiative, which is Donate for Kerala, the Care for Kerala campaign, then you can just scan this UPI ID and you can make your small payment that you want to and wish to, so that people in Kerala can receive help, the maximum help that everybody can ensure.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize, our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Why a landslide has now resulted in the death of 400. The death toll has increased. It's crossed the 400 mark, and Kerala police are saying that relief and rescue operations are now in the last phase. Special search operations are being conducted in isolated regions today. And in the Bangladesh crisis, the government has held an all-party meeting. Top Modi government ministers and the opposition attend that meeting, and it is the External Affairs Minister Shankar who's briefed all parties on the situation when it comes to Bangladesh. He's gone on to say they appreciate unanimous support and understanding by all parties is what Shankar had to say. And the focus as far as Bangladesh is concerned is now in forming the new interim government. Now the student leaders want Nobel laureate Mohammad Yunus to lead the government, and the army has said that all efforts are underway in order to restore law and order and peace and return to normalcy as far as the country is concerned. The army has now barred people from entering the palace of Dhaka. The focus on over 4,000 kilometers long India-Bangladesh border. The BSF has issued a high alert along the border between India and Bangladesh. And Google loses major monopoly lawsuit in the United States. Google's online search monopoly is illegal, is what the judge in the United States had to say. This decision is quite a major blow when it comes to the parent company of Google. Let's get your top focus. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatwa, and this is in regard to the landslides that's killed hundreds of people. The death toll has now increased and it's crossed to 44. 400 people have died as far as the death toll in Wayanad is concerned. Rescue operations are in its last stage, is what the police has gone on to say. So they are now conducting search and rescue operations in isolated areas today. Search and rescue operations in the landslide area, the area that was impacted by 3 landslides that occurred a week ago, which killed more than 400 people, has now entered its final stages. The focus will now be more concentrated of the areas which are inaccessible via traditional methods. A special team by helicopters has been deployed to search the water body for more bodies and remains. So that massive landslide that took place on the 30th of July, triggered by incessant rainfall, has caused over 400 deaths. And authorities are conducting, rescue operations which are carrying on. They are continuing, but these are now in isolated areas, the areas which are not accessible. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, take us through the situation on the ground. What is it like? I mean, we are hearing that rescue operations are now literally in their final stages.
Well, it was the same Tuesday last week when the landslides occurred, and the rescue and relief personnel have been working around the clock with respect to finding more bodies, more stranded survivors there. And talking about dead bodies, yes, the death toll unfortunately has crossed the 400 mark, and they have managed to recover 6 new dead bodies as well. As far as the last 2 days are concerned, we're talking of 5 bodies received from Wayanad, 1 from Nilambur, 30 unidentified bodies, and 154 body parts were also cremated at the crematorium with prayers conducted in multiple faiths. Those cremated include bodies of 14 women and 13 men. So a very, very unfortunate and distressing scene that comes out of Wayanad at this point in time. Scientific examination to identify the dead bodies also continue at the same time, and 83 blood samples have also been collected. In fact, the search operation is at its final stage, and they've been talking about some of the most inaccessible areas like the Suchipara waterfalls, where people have trekked 6 kilometers in search of dead bodies, as well as people who have been stranded. And the rescue personnel themselves were stranded, and arrangements are being made to airlift them. The weather is also against each of them today, not really on their side, but still the mission to reach these inaccessible areas continues as far as the relief and rescue operation is concerned. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, now the places where the mud is nearly 50 meters deep, that is still left to be scanned is what we are hearing. And over 1,170 personnel from various forces have been deployed in the rescue operations. But what we are hearing is there are volunteers, there are locals, there are residents who are also helping the army and others in the rescue operations.
Well, that's right. I mean, it is commendable to see the kind of solidarity that you get to witness here. A whole lot of volunteers at different points who give out water packets, who give out food for the rescue personnel as well as those stranded survivors, who also give out for the media as well, raincoats and other such things. There are people from different regions of Wayanad as well as other parts of Kerala who have come in here with the express purpose of contributing in some small way possible. And that's the kind of resilience that you see as far as this tragedy is concerned. All of them trying to take responsibilities in some sort of way. There were people who were manning the traffic. There were people who were trying to make clearances for the ambulances there. There were a lot of medical staff as well from different regions who were there at the right time to try and see if they could also contribute in some way possible. So that's the kind of message that Wayanad wants to send out, to say that we are going to be there and we are going to still keep the hope alive in terms of finding more stranded survivors there. Medical camps that were set up at different pockets of Wayanad. So that these are some of the positive things that people witnessed as far as the tragedy is concerned. But on the other hand, yes, very, very distressing scenes coming out with respect to the several dead bodies, with the toll having crossed 400 there. Also raging debate in terms of whether this was a natural phenomenon or a man-made disaster. Politics over that also continues, but priority still remains rescue and relief.
Right, Pratibha, areas, there are many areas that are still inaccessible, and in those particular areas, drones are being used in order to provide them with essentials such as food.
That's right. Several areas, because talking of the landscape of Wayanad, it is definitely extremely slopey. We are talking of hilly regions there. We are talking of deep, thick green cover there and inaccessible forest regions. But still, there were some of the positive news that came in the last 3-4 days where people managed to get into the interiors of the forest to try and see if they could rescue some of the tribal families there, as well as other stranded families. And they did succeed in rescuing some of them there. Some of them even got stranded, like the Suchipara waterfall that I was talking about, which is an extremely difficult terrain there. And to get to that place also takes about 6 kilometers from the Chural Mala town. And despite braving all these odds, challenges in terms of the weather conditions, they did manage to reach there, and now even the rescue personnel do not know how to come back to town. That's the kind of situation that you get to see at these regions. Also talking about the landscape of Wayanad, when you have these tea plantations at different regions, and Wayanad stands for those plantations, several plantation workers as well who are stranded there. And these plantations also kind of contribute in some way to loosening of the soil, and that's been one of the most contributing factors in terms of having triggered these landslides, adding to that the red alert that was already issued with respect to heavy rains there that was relentless in terms of 7 days of rainfall that Wayanad got to witness. Many of these that still needs a lot of studying as well as a lot of lessons to learn from that. But in the meantime, it is definitely going to be a difficult task in terms of reaching out to those inaccessible areas, which is precisely why the teams have divided themselves into 6. The regions have been divided into 6, like the downstream area, the village area, the forest area. So this is how they've split themselves to try and see how they could manage to get to those remote, isolated locations as well.
Right, of course, many questions being raised as to how are these multiple projects in Wayanad approved without really conducting a thorough study in regard to the topography and the area and the soil, like you were pointing out. Thank you so much, Pratibha. And of course, what we're hearing is that it's Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who has offered to construct 100 houses for the victims in Wayanad. And you also can do your bit. This is an initiative that has been launched by NDTV. It's called Care for Kerala. You can donate. You can scan and pay through that barcode that you see on your screen. You can make a donation in order to help the victims who have lost just about everything due to the incessant rains that led to multiple landslides. And switching the tracks now to Now, India is holding a series of high-level meetings amid the turmoil in Bangladesh. An all-party meeting was held in the parliament over the Bangladesh issue, and it's Jai Shankar who is expected to make a statement. He has spoken to all the opposition parties as well, and you can see on your screens Rahul Gandhi there attending that meeting as well. The shocking turn of events leading to Sheikh Hasina's ouster as the Prime Minister of Bangladesh has put India now in a tricky situation. The Prime Minister chaired a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security last night to discuss the Bangladesh situation that has immense strategic ramifications when it comes to New Delhi. The centre is yet to publicly state how it plans to navigate this neighbourhood crisis, but it is the border, the India-Bangladesh border, which is on high alert, and efforts are now being made in order to form the interim government. There's a clamour from students for Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus to become the new Prime Minister of the country. On the ground in Dhaka, the curfew has been lifted this morning, and curious onlookers continue to make a beeline for the palace there. But now it is the army that has asked people and banned people from going to the palace. We have Saurabh joining us. Saurabh, security has been beefed up as far as the border situation is concerned. This is one of the longest borders that we see between India and Bangladesh, over 4,000 kilometers. Take us through what's the situation like on the ground.
Well, the Director General of the Border Security Force that's primarily responsible for guarding the India-Bangladesh border is where I am. This is, of course, the Benapole-Petropol border, and the DG of the BSF is here. And, of course, he is taking stock of the situation and the preparedness along the border. And if I can ask my camera person to show you just across. This, of course, is, as you can see, the picture of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, and that's Bangladesh. And, of course, this is just a few meters away. And we've been speaking to people who've been crossing the border. In fact, one of them did tell us, who's from the minority community in Bangladesh, the Hindu community in Bangladesh, did mention that there was a certain amount of fear. And also what we've heard is that those who've been coming in from Bangladesh, for example, an Indian truck driver who spoke to us a short while ago did say that yesterday he did witness some of those violent scenes, and that was something that was terrifying. So, yes, there has been, of course, a lot of chaos, anarchy, and also violence. There have also been some, images that perhaps are, generate some hope of some, members of the Muslim community guarding temples in the aftermath of attacks that have taken place. But this is, of course, something that also we've seen statements on. Statements from leaders of different parties in Bangladesh saying that, this is not a time for violence. But unfortunately, in the aftermath of Sheikh Hasina's resignation and also her subsequent leading of the country, there has been an absolute situation of absolute chaos, anarchy. And of course, that could spill over. And there is absolute, concern over that within India. And therefore, there is always an alert on these borders. But there is extra alert. What we've heard is that perhaps more forces have also been applied, in here. And this is, of course, the border, like we were saying.
We also have our colleague Vasudha joining us at this point in time, and she's going to take us through that all-party meeting that took place in order to brief the opposition parties as far as the situation in Bangladesh is concerned. And this is regarding the crisis that has unfolded in less than 24 hours. The government is now in touch with the army of Bangladesh, and as far as the safety of Indian nationals is concerned, that is of paramount concern at the moment. The Indian High Commission is functioning, and the government at the moment, from what we are hearing, is giving time to Sheikh Hasina. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Vasudha joining us. Vasudha, take us through, what details do you have for us for that meeting that was held in the parliament? When can we expect a word on the plan of action going forward from here? There seems to be, no clarity on that yet.
Well, Divya, what I understand is that the Lok Sabha Speaker, Om Birla, has already informed the House that Dr. S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister of India, who chaired the all-party meeting today, he will be making a statement in the floor of the House today on the Bangladesh crisis and how, what kind of approach India has with regard to handling that. At the same time, diplomatically sort of in some ways addressing the situation. He will be making that very important statement today around 3:30. The floor of the House is what we hear. This comes after he, of course, chaired this all-party meeting, which actually saw many MPs, many leaders from opposition parties, including Rahul Gandhi, K.C. Venugopal, Misa Bharti, Supriya Sule, T.R. Balu of the DMK, Sudeep Bandyopadhyay of the TMC, and Arvind Sawant of the Shiv Sena. Also allies such as NDA allies such as Ram Mohan Naidu of the TDP, and also Lalan Singh of the JDU, and also JDS's Kumaraswamy. And we also had very important ministers such as Kiran Rijiju, who heads the Parliamentary Affairs Ministry, Rajnath Singh, who heads the Defence Ministry, and of course Home Minister Amit Shah was also present in this meeting. And this meeting actually saw a lot of questions being thrown in at Dr. Jaishankar by specifically Rahul Gandhi, T.R. Balu, and several other opposition leaders, including Arvind Sawant. The questions were regarding specifically Mr. Gandhi did ask if there was any sense of a foreign hand, a foreign conspiracy in whatever happened, unraveled in Bangladesh, to which Dr. Jaishankar seemed to have reportedly said that, one Pakistani diplomat did change his sort of display picture, suggesting that, he was in favor of the protests that were happening there. So clearly, this is an evolving, prevailing situation, which is what Dr. Jaishankar said. And he told the MPs that, of course, the Ministry of External Affairs is keenly looking at it, monitoring the situation, reviewing it. All the checkpoints have been in some ways put on surveillance, high alert, high vigil. The BSF DG, Daljit Singh Chaudhary, is just reviewing on the Indo-Bangladesh border. There is, remember, a 4,000-kilometer border that India shares with Bangladesh. So specifically for the northeast, this is very important. It's a security concern, which is why the DG is there. The External Affairs Minister did talk about that, and he said that there is no alarming increase in the numbers yet. But specifically, like you said, the Foreign Minister also said that the concern and the priority for the government is to ensure the safety of all 20,000 Indian nationals who are there in Bangladesh. He said that the High Commission is still functioning and people are in touch, and there is no need of evacuation as yet, which is also something that India has done in the past. But clearly there is a sense of lot of caution. He did focus on the fact that Sheikh Hasina has been awarded courtesy by the government because she's been a friend. She's still in India, and of course she's been given time to understand what her future course of action would be. So clearly a lot of consensus making exercise was, the attempt was towards that, and that is what happened today morning. And of course the statement that will be delivered by the External Affairs Minister would also bring in more clarity. But other than that, in the Parliament we also saw protests by the opposition members today. Today all the India Bloc members did come out and protest against the GST that's imposed on medical insurance premiums, something that Nitin Gadkari, Senior Minister in the Modi cabinet, also raised. But of course now the question hour is going on, and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Agriculture Minister, is answering questions, and all eyes are on the External Affairs Minister as to what statement he says at 3:30 p.m.
Right, Congress Party and other opposition leaders have also pledged their full support when it comes to handling the situation as far as the neighborhood crisis is concerned. And many patent questions were raised, in fact, by Rahul Gandhi. He has questioned perhaps the interference of, Pakistan in this issue that might have resulted in the ouster of Sheikh Hasina. He's also questioned the long-term and the short-term plans when it comes to the involvement of India and the ramifications for the country. Let's just also get you what Karthi Chidambaram had to say as far as this all-party meeting is concerned. He spoke with my colleague Aishwarya.
Well, joining with me is Congress MP Karti Chidambaram. Sir, how do you see the current situation on the Bangladesh?
It's very fluid, it's fast evolving, but our primary concern is the safety of our citizens in Bangladesh and also make sure our border security is secure. And further, whatever government comes there in Bangladesh, it must have good relationship with India. We really wouldn't want to have any religiously radicalized government in Bangladesh there, because that will not be in our interest.
So, are you satisfied with the government steps yesterday?
I think the fact that the External Affairs Minister briefed all party leaders is a very welcome step. And we are with the government as far as national security.
So, the Indian government also stated that they wanted to give space to Sheikh Hasina and let the Indian government know about her plans in the upcoming days.
We are with the Indian government as far as national security is concerned. We are completely with the Indian government.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. That was Congress MP Karti Chidambaram speaking to NDTV.
We also have my colleague Ghazali joining us to get us more on this. Ghazali, there's no confirmation on whether the United Kingdom has offered asylum to Sheikh Hasina. So it's still unclear what really happens if the UK does not give say a green signal in its response to the situation. London, of course, has reacted and they have gone on to say that a UN-led probe is what is required, but has not really touched upon the asylum issue.
Yeah, the asylum issue still remains a suspense, and that shows the kind of hectic negotiations must be going on through the back channel talks to ensure that Sheikh Hasina gets asylum in one of the countries. Since yesterday, we have been hearing numerous names of the countries which could be her possible stay in the future, alongside Russia, UK, Belarus, multiple countries, and the names were sort of rotating yesterday, or rumors were rife that perhaps she'll go to some of these European countries. But as of now, it is no clarity, because even the Foreign Secretary of United Kingdom issued a statement on the overall situation of what was developing in Bangladesh in the last 48 hours, but even he didn't touch upon the asylum issue. So even Mr. Jaishankar, the Foreign Minister of India, held briefed the all-party meeting about the developments in Bangladesh, but there is no clarity that till when Sheikh Hasina is going to stay in India. Her daughter works with one of the organizations here in Delhi, and she's based here in the national capital. And right now, we're being told that Sheikh Hasina is here at Hindon Air Base, but we don't know whether her daughter is also around, whether the family will stay together, or what kind of arrangement the government of India will do for her stay till she gets a clearance from UK, or whether she's planning to go to any other country. We don't know that whether her team, who facilitated her exit from Bangladesh yesterday, are also in touch with other countries, because UK is a very interesting place when it comes to asylum, because Khalida Zia, the opposition leader from the Bangladesh Nationalist Party in Bangladesh, her son is also in exile. He was facing corruption charges back in Bangladesh, so he had also moved to UK, where he is staying there in exile. So we don't know if Sheikh Hasina would also get that kind of treatment or facility from the United Kingdom government, and this is very unclear as of now. But what we are being told is that till she gets the clearance, she is likely to stay back here in India, but what will be her location is not known yet.
Right, Ghazali. So also the country faces quite a diplomatic dilemma when it comes to the relationship they've had, say, with Sheikh Hasina in the past. I mean, they had given refuge to her earlier as well. Will they be promising her the same stand, or will they be changing course this time around is a big question, because really what complicates the relationship is the new suspension as far as Bangladesh is concerned.
See, diplomacy doesn't work with the relation with one personality. Sheikh Hasina was the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, and that is when India had good relations with Bangladesh, or say the Hasina's government in Bangladesh. Now, since she is out of power, and this is not 70s or 80s when her family was given refuge in India, India is not in a position to antagonize the people back there on the streets who were protesting since yesterday. The situation is still not calm. And India is also keeping an eye on multiple players. Over the years, perhaps India didn't develop that kind of relations with the opposition leaders, and it was not smart enough also to gauge the situation back in Bangladesh, which was building for the last 3 and 4 months when these protests took off against the quota system to those who have fought for the liberation war of 1971. So now the Indian government certainly finds itself in a kind of fix, a diplomatic fix,
because they will also have to deal with those who will be ruling Bangladesh now, the people who will be running the interim government. Then you have the army chief who took all the important announcements and decisions yesterday of taking out Sheikh Hasina safely out of Bangladesh and then asking people to calm down and also promising that an interim government will be installed. So India will be keeping a close eye on those leaders who are whose name are who are the probable names to be in the new government in Bangladesh. And we know the characters or the kind of politics the two key parties, Jamaat Islami and Bangladesh Nationalist Party, has been practicing in Bangladesh. We know, of course, know about Jamaat Islami, which was recently banned by the same Sheikh Hasina government a couple of weeks ago, and about the Bangladesh Nationalist Party that never missed any chance of fueling anti-India sentiments back there. Now, the kind of reports which are coming from inside Bangladesh of violence and a sort of multiple incidents have been reported of attack against the minorities, though Jamaat Islami on their social media and its leader appealed people to stay calm and ensure that minorities are not harmed, while the bigger issue, the larger issue has been resolved, is that the Sheikh Hasina has resigned as the Prime Minister and she is no more in power. But India will also keep an eye on multiple issues which are multiple challenges for India. One, infiltration from across the border. We share around more than 4,000 kilometers of land border with Bangladesh, and we also have porous borders with Bangladesh which connects with multiple states in the northeastern region. So India will be keeping a close eye on that, and as Saurabh was also reporting that the Director General of BSF has visited those border areas to monitor the situation to ensure that there is no influx of infiltrators from that side. Then also whether India is in a position, if the situation arises, to give refuge to anybody who is moving from that side, or the people who are likely to leave Bangladesh and come to India. Is India in a position to give asylum to those people? Will that not antagonize the new government? So these are certain issues which the Indian government is facing as a challenge, because when Sheikh Hasina was in the government, India and Bangladesh were jointly working on a lot of issues, be it was to check the infiltration or supply of counterfeit currency or drugs, and also to ensure to check the radicalism on the border areas, near the border areas. And very recently in June, when Prime Minister Modi took oath in his swearing-in ceremony, after the swearing-in ceremony, though Sheikh Hasina was present in the swearing-in ceremony, she paid another visit, a special bilateral visit, and met Mr. Modi here. And in that particular meeting in the first week of June, it was decided that both the countries will jointly work to curb radicalism. So all these projects are now in limbo, because reports are coming in that perhaps whoever gets into power now in Bangladesh in the interim government will review all the previous decisions. So will the review scrutinize these kind of coordination between the two countries? Will the new government or the parties will also look through the diplomatic relations of what Sheikh Hasina had built in the last 10 years? So these are the real challenges, and sadly India will have to patiently wait and watch till the new government or the new party takes power or takes charge of the interim government in Bangladesh.
Right, Ghazali also spoke of the interim government which is going to be formed, and it is the coordinators of the anti-discrimination student movement that have proposed an interim government headed by Nobel laureate Dr. Muhammad Yunus. Who is Muhammad Yunus? Well, to get details of that, we have my colleague Vishnu, who spoke with Muhammad Yunus. Listen in.
Joined now by Professor Muhammad Yunus, the 2006 Nobel laureate and founder of Grameen Bank, one of the most well-known Bangladeshi citizens. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I think the biggest worry now is law and order in Bangladesh. We'll talk about politics in a while, but it's law and order and who is in charge. What are your thoughts?
Well, of course, that's a very important issue, law and order. That's where it all began. They completely collapsed. And that's led to the demand for resignation of the government, resignation of the prime minister, and that finally led to that resignation. Today, there's a celebration of the kind that we had on 16 December 1971, when we freed ourselves from Pakistanis. And now we got rid of a very totalitarian government. So there's a lot of celebration all over the country, not just not the Dhaka city, millions of people out in the street enjoying their freedom, that finally we get free from all those difficulties that we have got through. So that's we're enjoying it, and we see that a new era is beginning in Bangladesh. Finally got rid of the people who have been torturing them, creating problems for them. and corruptions and everything all over the country. So now
Yunus, is it
we
not
can
your worry,
create a
sir?
new country.
Is it
Pardon me?
not your worry that there would be more instability going forward? One of the points mentioned.
Hopefully, the instability can be packed into a box and keep it there. That's what Hasina was trying to do. Or instability to come out to create a stability, because ultimate goal, ultimate cure, ultimate medicine of stability is to bring democracy that was completely denied in Bangladesh. So for the first time, we'll get a chance to have a real election. That's what the whole idea of having this revolution.
No, but Professor Yunus, the worry also, sir.
A transparent election,
Right,
not the
by all
kind
means,
of fake
absolutely.
election that we are
Democracy
used to.
must thrive in Bangladesh, no two ways about that. But in the interim period, isn't there a real worry that there are Islamist elements and extremist elements in Bangladesh?
All kinds of elements, of course. That any nation has
so that's the problem, sir, because why would students go and destroy a statue of the father of Bangabandhu, of Sheikh Mujib, which we have on our screen? Are they not being instigated? This was anger against the Prime Minister.
Blame Hasina for that, leading the nation to destroy her father's image, because she has made so bitter thing for the whole country. They don't mind what they are doing that. It's the responsibility lies squarely on the Prime Minister who did that, made the whole country in that situation.
And do you believe that this interim government, which is now going to be formed, has it in it to actually bring law and order? Because even now, we had a correspondent up just about 3 minutes back, people are looting police stations and making off with weapons.
Yeah, so that's the number one priority, to bring law and order, which Hasina couldn't do. That's why it brought to the point of collapsing of the government. If she could bring law and order, this thing would not happen. So this is the continuation of Hasina regime, that now we have to make sure that the people celebrate and go back and get back to business, get to work, and work in a different way, in a freer way than they have ever done.
What about Hasina herself, sir? She's in India presently. We don't know if she's applied for asylum over here. There were some reports that she might be going off to the United Kingdom. Again, we don't know if the UK has accepted that. What are your thoughts on that? Who might accept her?
I have no idea. You're just talking about having her in India. I don't know whether that would be a good idea, because...
No, I don't know if she's going to... She's in India now. I don't know if she's going to necessarily be in India indefinitely. And I ask that because there has been no word from the British government as yet, assuming that that's where she was headed.
I have no idea. I'm not in the government. I'm not in the contact with anybody. So I have no idea.
What about the rest of her government? I believe the Home Minister's house in Dhanmondi and Dhaka has been destroyed, burnt. There are other members of her government who would potentially be targeted as well. Is that not a matter of huge concern?
Very much concerned. So law and order has to be restored. This is the anger, which accumulated anger that led to it, but it's to restrain, make sure we go back to the normalcy as soon as possible.
But Professor Yunus, the one worry that that so many of us who observe Bangladesh closely is that the interim might be much more dangerous, must be much more dangerous for Bangladesh. Who is controlling these protesters? Is there an element of terrorists who are involved? Are there other groups looking to create instability in your country? And consequently, from an Indian standpoint, since I'm here in New Delhi, could it not have a regional spillover?
Very much. That's what I've been talking to every single interview that I gave. If you destabilize Bangladesh, it will spill over all around Bangladesh, including Myanmar and Seven Sisters and West Bengal, everywhere. That's why I was very happy that Mamata Banerjee came out with the statement that will open door, because she has to accept those people who are coming out of Bangladesh. Because if it continued months and months, this is what exactly happened. Not only they will spill over, they will bring their anger to all these places where they go, and they will make those their places to attack Bangladesh. So that will not be a very happy situation. And if there's a disgruntled people in those areas, they will mix up with them. It will be a volcanic eruption everywhere around us. And Myanmar shells is coming to Bangladesh very frequently now. So the Myanmar and Bangladesh problem again become bigger problem, because million Rohingyas are in here. They will like to go back to the country. Unless Bangladesh is a democratically run country, peaceful country, nobody will be in peace. If Bangladesh is in trouble, everybody will be in trouble. There's 170 million people. 2/3 of the population are young people. So you have to make sure that they are happy and they law-abiding citizens and they know there's a democracy. Their democracy has to be practiced. These young people never voted in their life. All these elections, meaningless for them. They never went to the polling booth because those elections never held. So this is the situation that we are our starting point is. So we have to talk to the young people. Look, it will be in order. Democracy will be practiced, and you will be the part of the democracy that you will lead to.
Is there a worry that minorities in Bangladesh, again in this interim period of chaos, might be targeted systematically?
In interim period, I don't know. But if it is a democratic country, then they have a voice because their voice will count. Like in India, there's a democracy. The minority can go and vote, elect their own representatives.
Yeah. So it's always a pleasure speaking to you. I wish the circumstances had been different. Thank you so much, Mohammed Yunus, for speaking with us. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay.
Right, and to get more on this, we have Vishal joining us. Vishal, the 83-year-old who is being proposed as the new leader of Bangladesh to form the interim government. Get us details about the man. He was arrested in January this year. He was finally given bail. He was in custody for 6 months or so.
That is correct. So to begin with, he is a man of great influence. He is one of the most well-known Bangladeshis in the whole world. So let's look at who he really is. So Mohammed Yunus was born in 1940 in Chittagong, which is a major Bangladeshi city. He established Grameen Bank, which is a microfinance bank, in 1983, which was more than 40 years ago. He is one of the most well-known social entrepreneurs, banker, economist, and civil society leader. In 2006, for his work in the field of microfinance, he and the bank that he co-founded, Grameen Bank, both were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. So he, as I mentioned, he did a pioneering work in the field of microfinance. That was one of the main reasons he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. He also floated a political party in 2007, but he ruled out contesting elections due to various reasons. He faced a number of corruption allegations during Sheikh Hasina's rule. One of them was back in January this year when he was sentenced to 6 months in prison for an embezzlement case. Now he's out, and now he's set to be, the reports are suggesting that he's set to be the new chief advisor to the new interim government. Which party claims the government, that remains to be seen. But the protesters, the main organizers, the students, they are all rallying behind this great leader, Mohammed Yunus, and they want him to lead the new government.
Right. Of course, Vishal, the man had completely denied those charges, claiming that they were politically motivated. And of course, he was sentenced to 6 months, like you mentioned, in jail on charges of this is in regard to labor law violations. But he finally did get out on bail. And from what we're hearing is his name has been proposed in order to form, this is the students who are proposing his name to form the new interim government in Bangladesh. We will keep getting you all the details as to what's happening there and a whole lot more on the other side of the short break.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, Read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and
welcome back. Let's get you the very latest, and this is in regard to the India Alliance leaders that staged a protest outside the parliament today, calling for a rollback of the GST on health and life insurance. It is Derek O'Brien during the 0 hour in Rajya Sabha who referred to a letter written to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman by Nitin Gadkari making a similar demand. So what really is the demand is absolutely straightforward. In order to reduce the 18% GST which is charged on medical and health insurance, he's gone on to say that we should reduce it because this is an issue which is burdening the people, mainly the middle class. So that is the issue that is being raised by the Indian Alliance leaders. They have brought up this issue, asking for the government to roll back the 18% GST which is charged on medical and health insurances, saying that this is not a political issue, but this is a middle class issue that needs to be rolled back. So visuals on your screen of that protest that took place outside the parliament with the India Alliance leaders there asking for something that they said was demanded, a demand that was made. This is, they refer to a letter that was written to the finance minister by senior BJP leader and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari making a similar demand. So it is Derek O'Brien who raised that issue during the 0 hour in Rajya Sabha while talking about how this has been made, this request was made in the past by Nitin Gadkari. So the demand is very straightforward, reduced 18% GST on medical and health insurance. This is being asked by the leader of the opposition in order to reduce the burden on the middle class. It is the middle class that is suffering. This is not a political issue, which is what is being raised by the opposition, asking, rather demanding a rollback of GST when it comes to medical bills and also health insurance bills. So we have my colleague Vasudha joining us from outside Parliament to take us through what really happened. Take us through the key demands. I mean, of course, it's very straightforward, asking for that rollback when it comes to medical and health insurance bills, saying that this is really not a political issue.
Absolutely, Divya. What I understand is that what we saw was this protest that took place by that saw the participation of almost a lot of MPs from opposition bloc. In fact, several parties from Congress, TMC, DMK were all part of this, and also the NCP led by Sharad Pawar. And this is a demand that was raised by Senior Minister Nitin Gadkari, and he had written a letter to Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, asking for the GST on medical insurance premium to be removed. And this is something that was reiterated today in the protest. And TMC, of course, has basically said that this is, it's going to make this an issue. Kakoli Das Dastadar, while speaking in the parliament, also raised this. Derek O'Brien yesterday also spoke about this. In fact, Mamata Banerjee herself has tweeted extensively saying that this is one thing that the party will not let go of. And today we saw all the parties coming together and demanding the same from the government.
Right, of course. The GST on health and life insurance fetched 21,000 crores, and that is what the government has told the House, that in the last 3 years, that's the kind of money that it has fetched.
Absolutely, and remember that this is something that the opposition has been demanding. Yesterday when Derek O'Brien was speaking, he raised this issue, saying that, he also raised this issue. In fact, the letter that Nitin Gadkari wrote to Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was far more, insightful, where he said that, taxing the life insurance and medical insurance premiums would also mean, taxing the uncertainties of life, and it would also dissuade people from putting in savings, from actually buying, insurance covers, which is actually very instrumental in the safety and security of their family. So this is something that clearly deals with not just the middle class, but also the aspiring middle class, the lower middle class, and also poor people. And this is something that hits the core of not just the BJP's voters, but also a large part of the country, which is why I think the government will also be looking at this. The protest, the optics of it was very strong, because there were several placards, there were several hoardings that the opposition members put up, clearly showing that they're all united in this front, although it was a TMC that had raised it very vociferously to start with.
Right, when certain insurance schemes that are in fact catering to the poor class, or the differently abled category, such as Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana or the Universal Health Insurance Scheme, those are exempt from GST. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details. And let's also just get you the very latest when it comes to the situation in Bangladesh, and this is according to government sources that the Modi government has asked Sheikh Hasina to chalk out her own future. What we are hearing from our sources is that the government has told Sheikh Hasina no indefinite stay. As far as, from what we were hearing earlier, is that the government was giving Sheikh Hasina time, but now they've gone on to tell her that she can't indefinitely be staying here in India, and that she needs to chalk out her own future. So this is a push by the Indian government in order for Sheikh Hasina, who landed here at about 5:30 in the evening yesterday at the Hindon Air Base here in the NCR region, and now it is the Modi government that is now putting pressure on Sheikh Hasina. Do remember that she still hasn't got that nod as far as seeking asylum from the United Kingdom is concerned. So will she really be getting that asylum or not? And in regard to that, does that mean that she's going to stay on longer in India? Well, it is the government here now who has sort of put a little bit of a pressure as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned. She has been asked to make a decision when it comes to what she's going to be doing next. Do remember my colleague Maria yesterday spoke to her son, who said that even he doesn't know, at least that's what he tried to claim on air, that he doesn't know what she's going to be doing next. But this is the situation on the ground. She did land at the Hindon Air Base in Delhi, and from what we were hearing was that she was to fly to the United Kingdom, and that was expected at about 1 o'clock at night, but that hasn't happened. She continues to stay in Delhi. There's no confirmation right now on whether the United Kingdom has offered asylum to her. So it's not clear what happens if the United Kingdom does not give her a green signal. Now, in response to the situation that has erupted in Bangladesh, London has only called for a UN-led probe, but has not touched upon the asylum issue. The question, of course, is how long is Sheikh Hasina going to be staying here in the country? And it is the Modi government that has stepped in, saying that you can't stay here indefinitely. It is, whether she'll be seeking another destination, where is she going to be headed? Is it going to be the United Kingdom? And like we were hearing names of other countries, whether it was Russia or Belarus, where could she be heading to next? Do remember that she does have family in London. It is her niece who lives there. Could she be heading there? Will she be allowed? Will she be getting that asylum that she's seeking? Many questions that remain unanswered, which are taking time for her decision, and which is why now the Indian government has gone on to say that she needs to chalk out what she's going to be doing next. So that plan of action needs to be in place, and they need to know how long she's going to be here, and that stay, as far as India is concerned, is not going to be indefinite. That is the stand that the Indian government has now taken. Do remember that India is in a tricky situation at the moment when it comes to the situation that has erupted just across the border. It's a very long border of 4,000 kilometers. India has beefed up its security as far as the border is concerned. The shocking turn of events that have led to the ouster of Sheikh Hasina as the Prime Minister of Bangladesh Bangladesh has now in fact put India in a tricky situation. Of course, we saw that all-party meeting that took place, headed by Shankar. We also saw Prime Minister Modi chairing a meeting of the Cabinet Committee, and that took place late last night in order to discuss the situation. The centre is yet to publicly state how it plans to navigate the situation. But from now, that statement that we are getting, according to our sources, from what we are hearing, is that there is a deadline sort of, that Sheikh Hasina has been asked. I mean, she is here in Delhi. It hasn't even been 24 hours, but the government is now saying that you need to figure out your plan ahead. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Neeta joining us. Neeta, a nudge by the Modi government asking Sheikh Hasina to chalk out her future and that she can't be staying here indefinitely.
Absolutely. Yesterday, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Ajit Doval, accompanied with the agency's chiefs, had met her at Hindon Air Base, where the plan was spelled out to her that she is welcome to stay here in India, although she is seeking a political asylum in UK. But UK is obviously taking time. The application is under process. Mind you, the Labour government is there, and they are very conservative regarding their attitude towards the human right violations. So maybe the application might take time. Meanwhile, she can stay here in India. She also has a daughter who works for an international organization, but keeping the dynamics in mind that she might not be able to stay here indefinitely. So that's the reason why that she has been asked to chalk out her own plans, but obviously she can't stay here indefinitely. Meanwhile, the plane which had ferried her to India from the Bangladesh Air Force plane is now on the way back without her. She is still in the custody of intelligence agencies, as what we are being told. Meanwhile, all the border guarding forces, including the border security force and the army, has been asked to maintain the strictest level of highest vigil as a precautionary measure. Both army and the border security force have been asked to keep in mind to monitor and control any kind of influx, because yesterday when the CCS had taken place late last night, the intelligence agencies had warned that the situation which has erupted in Bangladesh might result in extremism and also radicalism landing at India's doorsteps. The Indian intelligence agencies had also warned the government, saying that both Pakistan and China might try to take advantage of the entire situation. So the CCS had concluded last night, but now what we learn is that the External Affairs Minister is going to give out a statement in Parliament today by 3 afternoon. The government obviously has worked out the entire contingency plan. Some of the officials also indicate that this contingency plan was rolled out as early in June itself, when she was here on an official visit. That time also she had highlighted the kind of situation was there back in Bangladesh, but now she is here in custody of Indian intelligence agencies, but the government has spelled it out clearly that she can't stay here indefinitely. Back to you.
Right, Neeta. So, of course, India there not wanting to be seen as overtly backing the ousted leader, because that may really complicate its relationship with the new dispensation as far as Bangladesh is concerned, given the history when it comes to the relationship that India and Bangladesh has had. So, of course, this change of guard should not change that, considering that it is very important to keep ties with the neighboring country. So, of course, a lot that is going to be unfolded over the next hours when that new interim government is formed, and how India will want to maintain its relationship with Bangladesh. For now, of course, Sheikh Hasina is here in the national capital. How long will she stay? What is going to be her future course of action? All those questions need to be answered. But for now, we are slipping into a short break. We'll be back with the very latest on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Mohali International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
This is in regard to the landslides that's killed hundreds of people. The death toll has now increased and it's crossed to 44. 400 people have died as far as the death toll in Wayanad is concerned. Rescue operations are in its last stage is what the police has gone on to say. So they are now conducting search and rescue operations in isolated areas today. Search and rescue operations in the landslide area, the area that was impacted by 3 landslides that occurred a week ago, which killed more than 400 people, has now entered its final stages. The focus will now be more concentrated of the areas which are inaccessible via traditional methods. A special team by helicopters has been deployed to search the water body for more bodies and remains. So that massive landslide that took place on the 30th of July, triggered by incessant rainfall, has caused over 400 deaths. And authorities are conducting, rescue operations which are carrying on. They are continuing, but these are now in isolated areas, the areas which are not accessible. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Pratibha joining us. Pratibha, take us through the situation on the ground. What is it like? We are hearing that rescue operations are now literally in their final stages.
Well, it was the same Tuesday last week when the landslides occurred, and the rescue and relief personnel have been working round the clock with respect to finding more bodies, more stranded survivors there. And talking about dead bodies, yes, the death toll unfortunately has crossed the 400 mark, and they have managed to recover 6 new dead bodies as well. As far as the last 2 days are concerned, we're talking of 5 bodies received from Wayanad, 1 from Nilambur, 30 unidentified bodies, and 154 body parts were also cremated at the crematorium with prayers conducted in multiple faiths. Those cremated include bodies of 14 women and 13 men. So a very, very unfortunate and distressing scene that comes out of Wayanad at this point in time. Scientific examination to identify the dead bodies also continue at the same time, and 83 blood samples have also been collected. In fact, the search operation is at its final stage, and they've been talking about some of the most inaccessible areas like the Suchipara waterfalls, where people have trekked 6 kilometers in search of dead bodies, as well as people who have been stranded. And the rescue personnel themselves are stranded, and arrangements are being made to airlift them. The weather is also against each of them today, not really on their side. But still, the mission to reach these inaccessible areas continues as far as the relief and rescue operation is concerned. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, now the places where the mud is nearly 50 meters deep, that is still left to be scanned is what we are hearing. And over 1,170 personnel from various forces have been deployed in the rescue operations. But what we are hearing is they're volunteers, they're locals, they're residents who are also helping the army and others in the rescue operations.
Well, that's right. I mean, it is commendable to see the kind of solidarity that you get to witness here. A whole lot of volunteers at different points who give out water packets, who give out food for the rescue personnel as well as those stranded survivors, who also give out for the media as well, raincoats and other such things. There are people from different regions of Wayanad as well as other parts of Kerala who have come in here with the express purpose of contributing in some small way possible. And that's the kind of resilience that you see as far as this tragedy is concerned. all of them trying to take responsibilities in some sort of way. There were people who were manning the traffic. There were people who were trying to make clearances for the ambulances there. There were a lot of medical staff as well from different regions who were there at the right time to try and see if they could also contribute in some way possible. So that's the kind of message that Wayanad wants to send out, to say that we are going to be there and we are going to still keep the hope alive in terms of finding more stranded survivors there. Medical camps that were set up at different pockets of Wayanad. So that these are some of the positive things that people witnessed as far as the tragedy is concerned. But on the other hand, yes, very, very distressing scenes coming out with respect to the several dead bodies, with the toll having crossed 400 there. Also raging debate in terms of whether this was a natural phenomenon or a man-made disaster. Politics over that also continues, but priority still remains rescue and relief.
Right, Pratibha, areas, there are many areas that are still inaccessible, and in those particular areas, drones are being used in order to provide them with essentials such as food.
That's right. Several areas, because talking of the landscape of Wayanad, it is definitely extremely slopey. We are talking of hilly regions there. We are talking of deep, thick green cover there and inaccessible forest regions. But still, there were some of the positive news that came in the last 3-4 days, where people managed to get into the interiors of the forest to try and see if they could rescue some of the tribal families there, as well as other stranded families. And they did succeed in rescuing some of them there. Some of them even got stranded, like the Suchipara waterfall that I was talking about, which is an extremely difficult terrain there. And to get to that place also takes about 6 kilometers from the Chural Mala town. And despite braving all these odds, challenges in terms of the weather conditions, they did manage to reach there, and now even the rescue personnel do not know how to come back to town. That's the kind of situation that you get to see at these regions. Also, talking about the landscape of Wayanad, when you have these tea plantations at different regions, and Wayanad stands for those plantations, several plantation workers as well who are stranded there. And these plantations also kind of
International Airport, where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance आई सारे दी थे.
Over the Bangladesh crisis, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is going to be making a statement in Parliament this after the government held an all-party meet on the Bangladesh situation, where the Foreign Minister has said that he appreciates the unanimous support and understanding cutting across party lines. The focus now, as far as Bangladesh is concerned, is on forming an interim government. Student leaders want Nobel laureate Yunus to lead the government. The army says all efforts are underway to restore peace, as its first move was to bar people from entering the Dhaka palace. Focus now shifts to the 4,000-kilometer long India-Bangladesh border. The BSF issues a high alert along the border. The alert, of course, has been issued in the light of the possibility of influx from Bangladesh. The death toll in the Wayanad landslides has crossed 400 people. The Kerala police says that rescue and relief operations now enter into their last and final phase. Special search ops are taking place in isolated regions today. And a huge setback for Google. They've lost the major monopoly lawsuit in the United States, with the US judge saying Google's online search monopoly is illegal. This decision is a major blow to Google's parent company. Welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barua. The big story that we're tracking for you at this hour is, of course, the repercussions of Sheikh Hasina landing here in the national capital amid violent clashes and a military takeover back home in Bangladesh. The ex-Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina landed in India yesterday. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval received her at the Hindon Air Base on the outskirts of the national capital. Security along the Indo-Bangladesh border is in focus amid the possibility of an influx of people from Bangladesh. The BSF chief is at the Petropol border outpost to oversee the arrangements after a high alert along the Indo-Bangladesh border was sounded since yesterday. Earlier, in an all-party meet that was held over the Bangladesh issue in Parliament, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said he appreciates the support that's been extended to the government from all parties that attended the meeting. External Affairs Minister is also expected to make a statement in Parliament. India and Bangladesh have shared close diplomatic ties under Sheikh Hasina for over 1.5 decades. She was one of New Delhi's strongest allies, and during this time, the India-Bangladesh relations have also reached new heights. Now, while bilateral ties have flourished with advances in cross-border trade, transit agreements, security collaboration and people-to-people exchanges, Hasina's ouster from Bangladesh definitely casts doubt on the achievements. All right, I'm told that we have some breaking news that is in fact coming in at the moment. Government sources have indicated that there was a conspiracy to carry out a coup against Sheikh Hasina. There were several political players that could have potentially played a role. However, it is too early to comment on any other angle. Government sources have indicated that the conspiracy angle was in fact raised in the all-party meet that took place earlier today as well. And it is too early to say, of course, if there were any other players involved. So this is, of course, what we're picking up as far as the government sources are concerned on what could have possibly happened in Bangladesh. Let's go right across to NDTV's Vasudha Venugopal joining us live from Parliament. We'll also have Saurabh Gupta joining us live from the India-Bangladesh border to get us the latest on what is happening at Ground Zero. But this, of course, is the big story that we're tracking at this hour. A conspiracy angle now is in fact being looked at. Let's go right across to Vasudha joining us with the very latest. Vasudha, we're given to understand that there was allegedly a conspiracy for this military coup to take place against Sheikh Hasina. That's what was discussed in the all-party meeting that took place earlier today. What more can you tell us at this juncture?
Well, Rishika, what I understand from my sources is that, this was a very important critical meeting that Dr. Jaishankar took. He chaired this meeting and he had the presence of several important leaders from all opposition parties and also allies of the NDA. And there were some very, important highlights that emerged from this meeting in his briefing to his own MPs and also opposition MPs. One is specifically when Rahul Gandhi asked him this question, if there was, a sense that there could be a conspiracy by a foreign hand in whatever happened in Bangladesh, to which Dr. Jaishankar is reportedly to have said that, that India is aware of the involvement of several political players. But beyond that, this is a prevailing situation. This is an evolving situation. So clearly, there will be a lot more assessment before we really could pinpoint fingers at one particular person. So clearly, that's a very cautious answer, but at the same time, making it clear that India is monitoring the situation and cognizant of the several players that are involved in this. Rishika, we know from China to ISI to several other agents. We know, the kind of, political involvement that they've had in Bangladesh's political turmoil. And we saw what happened from the 1st of July, the kind of role that opposition parties have also played in Bangladesh's domestic politics and also in fomenting this kind of violence. So clearly, today, Jaishankar did make a mention of how the government is very clear that it is monitoring the situation very closely. In fact, he was also asked questions as to if the Indian government is in touch with Bangladeshi army when it came to safety of students and also the attacks on minorities, to which he has clearly said that there is, communication channel that are open between Bangladeshi army and of course the authorities that are in charge of the interim government, or at least the ones who are sort of, influential there, and also the Indian government, because the safety of students and safety of Indian nationals and also embassy nationals are very important for the government. They are in fact priority number one. And he said that, that is something that is work in progress, and that is something that is being worked on with a great sense of urgency. In fact, the opposition members also, Rishika, asked if there could be a discussion on this, on India's neighborhood, to which Dr. Jaishankar has clearly said, has told them that once the consultative committee is formed, he would be the first one to come and brief them on all that is happening, because clearly the tone and tenor of this briefing was to build consensus, to take the opposition along, because these are highly sensitive matters, and Sheikh Hasina and India have been friends for long. She's been a trusted ally. She's been one who has in some ways addressed India's concerns with regard to extremism, and also Bangladesh has emerged as an important trade partner. We've had border issues with Bangladesh in the past, but of course those have been addressed, and she has been an important ally with when it comes to diplomacy and also security, and also to stall China's growing influence in this region, specifically with India and Narendra Modi's Look East policy. So today's meeting was with regard to taking the opposition along. Today at 2:30 is when Dr. Jaishankar will speak in the Rajya Sabha, and of course at 3:30 in the Lok Sabha he'll be addressing both houses. He'll be issuing a statement which will also bring in more clarity. And if you talk about the participation that we saw in the all-party meeting, it was Rahul Gandhi, K.C. Venugopal, Supriya Sule, Arvind Sawant, T.R. Balu and Misa Bharti, several others, and also Ram Mohan Naidu and Lalan Singh from the NDA allies, and all of them asked a lot of questions. Rahul Gandhi was somebody who asked a lot of questions, but we know this from sources that all of them have actually assured complete support to the government stance and positioning in this, and said that this is something that they will be in support with, specifically Mr. Gandhi, and because he asked a lot of questions, and he was the one who actually went up to Dr. Jaishankar yesterday and also asked him as to what really is happening. And nobody in this meeting seemed to have really asked about the whereabouts of Sheikh Hasina, because probably everybody understands that these are confidential issues, these are sensitive issues, and there is some sense of understanding that the centre would be taking a call in the interest of the benefit of the country.
Right. Also, Vasudha, from the information that you're scooping out at the moment in terms of what transpired at the all-party meet, it's also interesting to note that the government has clarified in that all-party meet that they are in touch with the present-day establishment, including with military forces. This is a very crucial piece of information as well, given the fact that for now, Sheikh Hasina has fled amid all of the violent clashes that have taken place and taken refuge here, at least for the time being. But it's also interesting to note that the government of the day is in touch with those in charge in Bangladesh right now.
Absolutely, Rishika. While India would want to showcase that it stands by friends, which is why it ensured a safe passage for Sheikh Hasina, India is the most influential country in this region, and it will want to do business. It will want to have very practical, diplomatic relations with whoever is in power. So, despite the fact that Khalida Zia and Jamaat Islami have not been too friendly to us, and they have been, in some ways anti-India, they've also been fomenting that kind of sentiment. India will want to do business with them, and for India, the priority will be to ensure the 20,000 Indian nationals who are there in Bangladesh are safe, and they are safe. And Dr. Jaishankar has also said that the situation is not as bad as to ensure the evacuation of everybody, but everyone has to be very cautious. It is alarming enough, which is why we have seen reports of all Indian nationals in Bangladesh, cooped up in their houses and sort of ensuring that they are in touch with the embassy there. The High Commission is still functional there, which means that the government is in touch with them, with the authorities there. And of course, there is no question about that. India is in touch with the Bangladeshi army there, and to ensure that the attacks on minorities are sort of stopped, and the law and order control, law and order is controlled, and also in some ways students who want to come out are safely evacuated. So this is also, India putting in its might and influence to ensure there is stability in Bangladesh, because that is what really matters to us. It is in the interest of the country that Bangladesh is stable, because we have a 4,000-kilometer border running along India and Bangladesh, with 5 states of India sharing borders with the country. So clearly there is a probability of tension, which is why the BSF DG is also in Indo-Bangladesh border today reviewing the situation. So India is on high alert when it comes to these matters, and those were all clarified by Dr. Jaishankar today in his meeting, clearly saying that as far as security goes, there is no alarming increase in numbers of people coming into India. At the same time, there is everything that is being taken to ensure that students are evacuated and Indian nationals in Bangladesh are safe.
All right. It's important for the safety of Indian nationals in Bangladesh that the government, is of course communicating with those who are in charge in Bangladesh right now. But what are you picking up from your sources, Vasudha, in terms of the government strategy going forward? We're given to understand that the Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, is going to be addressing Parliament on this issue. That, of course, will lend a fair bit of clarity on what the government's thinking is. But what are you picking up at the moment from your sources, apart from playing the major role that India plays in the subcontinent, playing a balancing act between, you know, extending help to Sheikh Hasina when she needed it the most, at the same time maintaining the hotline and communication with those in charge in Bangladesh right now? What really is the strategy going forward in the immediate future?
Well, you know, this was also a question that was asked by Rahul Gandhi when it came to long-term and short-term strategy of the government when it came to Bangladesh. And as far as I know, Rishika Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, has been having back-to-back meetings, and India is working on a three-frontal agenda here. One, to ensure that it talks to allies, be it Saudi Arabia or US, to ensure that, you know, it also works to stabilize Bangladesh, because that is very important. The protests are still going on. There are still acts of vandalism, and a certain tenor to this entire protest in Bangladesh also has to do with India, because many of them are questioning the 1971 role of India. So India wants to sort of stabilize that. A stable Bangladesh is an interest of India. Other than that, of course, you know, we've had many projects with Bangladesh, specifically with Sheikh Hasina. Remember, these last 10 years have been called Shonali Adhyay, or golden diplomacy, you know, diplomacy for India and Bangladesh. We've had from trade connectivity to ports to infrastructure to energy. We've had several projects with Bangladesh. So to ensure that all of that goes on, and of course she was the secular face, and Khalida Zia and Jamaat-e-Islami are not really known to be conservative, are not really known to be secular. They've known to have promoted conservative, rigid, regressive, extreme elements, which is not in the interest of India. So clearly for India, this is a diplomatic dilemma, but it is also a dominant country, and it will want to ensure that it has a say, and it gets its business going, even as it showcases that it stands up for its friends. Sheikh Hasina has been in India in the past as well. You know, from 1975 to 1980, she lived under an assumed, assumed identity in central Delhi. So India has offered help and offered help to many people, you know, specifically friends who have stood by India in the past as well. But this is a diplomatic situation, and India will have a very practical approach to this. That is what my sources are saying. But of course, it is something, it's a long-term game. And clearly, India is watching it, specifically because Bangladesh is very pivotal when it comes to stalling China's influence in the entire continent.
Right, Vasudha, before we move on, I also want to ask you, you know, when we talk about the balancing act diplomatically, and we talk about the role that India plays in the subcontinent, according to what you're picking up from your sources, you know, the question of Pakistan also came up in that meeting. Can you break down, for the benefit of our viewers, what was the question asked and how the government responded?
Well, you know, this was a question that Rahul Gandhi asked specifically if there is, you know, an understanding, or there is a speculation that there was a foreign hand or a conspiracy that also led to what really unraveled in Bangladesh. Remember, Rishika, these protests that started on the 1st of July really snowballed into this, you know, agitation against the government. So clearly, you know, from Jamaat-e-Islami to the, you know, Bangladesh National Party that is led by Khalida Zia, there are several parties, there are several players that are sort of speculated to have been involved in this. Apart from that, Sheikh Hasina had also made a visit to China a few weeks ago, and she had to come back abruptly, and then she issued a statement that Bangladesh will always be in support of India over anybody else. So clearly there were many diplomatic and diplomatic moves that sort of, you know, set fingers pointing towards some people. And this is something that was asked today and by Rahul Gandhi, specifically couched in as many words as possible. And Dr. Jaishankar clearly said that there was a particular instance of one diplomat changing his profile picture in support of what really is happening in Bangladesh, and that really has made all of them assess the situation. But other than that, he has made it very clear that there are many political players involved, and India knows about it. India is cognizant about the dangers of these external, you know, factors at work. But clearly, you know, it would be too early to point a finger at some people, or at least one person, and say that this person is responsible or this country is responsible. So that's a very cautious reply. But of course, this has also in some ways cemented a lot of speculation about what experts are thinking, that what happened in Bangladesh has not happened in isolation. There are external factors at work, as it happens when great leaders fall.
All right. Well, Vasudha, thanks very much for joining us with that comprehensive update. We'll, of course, keep coming back to you, because it's going to be very crucial to see how the government plays that fine balancing act, whether it is building political consensus here within the different stakeholders on the strategy going forward, or it is that fine diplomatic balance that is going to be needed. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. Sheikh Shankar, remember, is expected to make a statement in Parliament as well. We'll get you that angle to the story too. Let's shift our focus now. The leaders of the Students Against Discrimination, the organization that spearheaded the mass revolt really in Bangladesh, have said that they want Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus as the chief advisor of the Bangladesh's interim government. This comes a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned and fled the country amid, of course, renewed anti-government protests that have left at least 300 people dead. Now, the announcement came hours after the president said that an interim government would be formed as soon as the parliament is dissolved. Yunus, who is currently in Paris as an advisor for the Olympic Games 2024, has welcomed the ouster of Sheikh Hasina's regime, describing the development as a second liberation. Who is Muhammad Yunus? Well, that's of course the big question now. He is in fact the founder of the Grameen Bank that was established in 1983, a social entrepreneur, banker, economist, a Nobel Peace Prize winner for his pioneering work in microfinance. He also floated a political party in 2007, named it Nagrik Shakti. It ruled out contesting elections at any point. It did also face a number of corruption accusations during Sheikh Hasina's rule. So he's been a very vociferous critic of Sheikh Hasina as well. This is the demand that has come forth from the students. What really happens on the ground in Bangladesh is, of course, a big question that still needs to be answered. I'm going to go right across to my colleague Vishal for a quick update on the story. Vishal, a couple of questions before we get into the nitty-gritties of who is Muhammad Yunus. I think it's very important for us to also give our viewers an update on what is the situation in Bangladesh currently. The army has formed an interim government. And the first priority, according to what they've said, is to restore peace on the streets of Dhaka and other parts.
That is correct. So as soon as the army chief gave his first statement yesterday, about 24 hours ago, the first things that he said was they are reaching out to the students. They want the students to calm down. But sadly, that has not happened. The students have continued to protest in a lot of the areas. Protesters have continued to ransack properties. There are still reports coming in that a lot of places have been damaged. Other places of worship have been attacked. So the situation is a little bit controlled, but it still remains, the situation is still sort of on the boil. What the army has said to the people, to the protesters, is that they won't attack the protesters like the police of Bangladesh did, but they have cautioned them that they should, maintain peace in the country. We should recall that in the space of just about 3 weeks, more than 300 people have been killed. Women, children, policemen, they have all been killed. Policemen fired indiscriminately on protesters for days altogether. There were brutal videos on social media showing that policemen were firing indiscriminately on people, and they were just, the bullets were used to shoo away protesters. They were used in such a childish manner, so to speak. So the situation is calming down, but it's still on the boil because the interim government is formed, is in the process of being formed, and the leader that they want is not in the country. They are waiting for him. As you mentioned, he's in Paris. When he comes back, they want him to head the government as chief advisor. They have not said that they want Muhammad Yunus as the prime minister. They have told that they want him as the chief advisor to the government, to the interim government. And you have given an introduction about him, that he's one of the most famous faces of Bangladesh on the world stage. He won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006 for his work in the microfinance industry, particularly with his bank that he co-founded, Grameen Bank. And for that, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. and he has gone on to champion the cause of the people. He has faced trouble with the former dispensation led by Sheikh Hasina. He was facing a plethora of cases corruption cases. So he is out now. He had been jailed for 6 months in January this year. So what kind of shape this government takes, that will depend heavily on what Yunus decides. And the reports are suggesting that he has accepted that position as the chief advisor to the government.
Right, chief advisor, to the government is a very interesting way of phrasing that, if I can put it that way, Vishal. It remains to be seen, formally, what is the kind of administration that comes into place. Is it going to be, for now at least, an interim government led by the military? If and when, of course, free and fair democratic elections are allowed to take place in Bangladesh. Remember, the last 3 elections in which Sheikh Hasina has won has also seen diminished political participation with increasing discontent over the way she ran the government and the elections. Thanks very much, Vishal, for joining us with that comprehensive update. Now, of course, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out in terms of Mohammad Yunus's role, but what did he have to say about the entire story and the demand for him to head the interim government? He spoke with my colleague Vishnu Shom. Listen in.
Joined now by Professor Mohammad Yunus, the 2006 Nobel laureate and founder of Grameen Bank, one of the most well-known Bangladeshi citizens. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I think the biggest worry now is law and order in Bangladesh. We'll talk about politics in a while, but it's law and order and who is in charge. What are your thoughts?
Well, of course, that's a very important issue, law and order. That's where it all began. They completely collapsed, and that's led to the demand for resignation of the government, resignation of the prime minister, and that led to that resignation. Today, there's a celebration of the kind that we had on 16 December 1971, when we freed ourselves from Pakistanis. And now we got rid of a very totalitarian government. So there's a lot of celebration all over the country, not just not the Dhaka city. Millions of people out in the street enjoying their freedom, that finally we get free from all those difficulties that we have got through. So that's we're enjoying it, and we see that a new era is beginning in Bangladesh. Finally got rid of the people who have been torturing them, creating problems for them, and corruptions and everything all over the country. So now,
Yunus, is it not your worry, sir? Is it not your worry that there would be more instability going forward? One of the points mentioned...
Hopefully, the instability can be packed into a box and keep it there. That's what Hasina was trying to do. Or instability to come out to create a stability, because ultimate goal, ultimate cure, ultimate medicine of stability is to bring democracy. That was completely denied in Bangladesh. So for the first time, we'll get a chance to have a real election. That's what the whole idea of having this revolution.
No, but Professor Yunus, the worry also, sir...
A transparent election.
Right, by all means, absolutely. Democracy must thrive in Bangladesh, no two ways about that. But in the interim period, isn't there a real worry that there are Islamist elements and extremist elements in Bangladesh?
All kinds of elements, of course. Any nation
so that's the problem, sir, because why would students go and destroy a statue of the father of Bangabandhu, of Sheikh Mujib, which we have on our screen? Are they not being instigated? This was anger against the Prime Minister.
Blame Hasina for that, leading the nation to destroy her father's image, because she has made so bitter thing for the whole country. They don't mind what they are doing that. It's the responsibility lies squarely on the Prime Minister who did that, made the whole country in that situation.
And do you believe that this interim government, which is now going to be formed, has it in it to actually bring law and order? Because even now, we had a correspondent up just about 3 minutes back, people are looting police stations and making off with weapons.
Yeah, so that's the number one priority, to bring law and order, which Hasina couldn't do. That's why it brought to the point of collapsing of the government. If she could bring law and order, this thing would not happen. So this is the continuation of Hasina regime, that now we have to make sure that the people celebrate and go back and get back to business, get to work, and work in a different way, in a freer way than they have ever done.
What about Hasina herself, sir? She's in India presently. We don't know if she's applied for asylum over here. There were some reports that she might be going off to the United Kingdom. Again, we don't know if the UK has accepted that. What are your thoughts on that? Who might accept her?
I have no idea. I have no idea. You're just talking about having her in India. I don't know whether that would be a good idea because...
No, I don't know if she's going to... She's in India now. I don't know if she's going to necessarily be in India indefinitely. And I asked that because there has been no word from the British government as yet, assuming that that's where she was headed.
I have no idea. I'm not in the government. I'm not in the contact with anybody. So I have no idea.
What about the rest of her government? I believe the Home Minister's house in Dhanmondi in Dhaka has been destroyed, burnt. There are other members of her government who would potentially be targeted as well. Is that not a matter of huge concern?
Very much concern. So law and order has to be restored. This is the anger, which accumulated anger that led to it, but it's to restrain, make sure we go back to the normalcy as soon as possible.
But Professor Yunus, the one worry that so many of us who observe Bangladesh closely is that the interim might be much more dangerous, must be much more dangerous for Bangladesh. Who is controlling these protesters? Is there an element of terrorists who are involved? Are there other groups looking to create instability in your country? And consequently, from an Indian standpoint, since I'm here in New Delhi, could it not have a regional spillover?
Very much. That's what I've been talking to every single interview that I gave. If you destabilize Bangladesh, it will spill over all around Bangladesh, including Myanmar and Seven Sisters and West Bengal, everywhere. That's why I was very happy that Mamata Banerjee came out with the statement that will open door, because she has to accept those people who are coming out of Bangladesh. Because if it continued months and months, this is what exactly happened. Not only they will spill over, they will bring their anger to all these places where they go, and they will make those their places to attack Bangladesh. So that will not be a very happy situation. And if there's a disgruntled people in those areas, they will mix up with them. It will be a volcanic eruption everywhere around us. And Myanmar shells is coming to Bangladesh very frequently now. So the Myanmar and Bangladesh problem again become bigger problem, because million Rohingyas are in here. They will like to go back to the country. Unless Bangladesh is a democratically run country, peaceful country, nobody will be in peace. If Bangladesh is in trouble, everybody will be in trouble. There's 170 million people. 2/3 of the population are young people. So you have to make sure that they are happy and they law-abiding citizens, and they know there's a democracy. Their democracy has to be practiced. These young people never voted in their life. All these elections, meaningless for them. They never went to the polling booth because those elections never held. So this is the situation that we are our starting point is. So we have to talk to the young people. Look, it will be in order. Democracy will be practiced, and you will be the part of the democracy that you will lead to.
Is there a worry that minorities in Bangladesh, again in this interim period of chaos, might be targeted systematically?
In interim period, I don't know. But if it is a democratic country, then they have a voice, because their voice will count. Like in India, there's a democracy. The minority can go and vote, elect their own representatives.
Yeah. Sir, it's always a pleasure speaking to you. I wish the circumstances had been different. Thank you so much, Mohammad Yunus, for speaking with us. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay.
All right, now in Dhaka, there are efforts that are underway to form an interim government. There is a clamour for the Nobel laureate, MD Yunus, who you just heard, Mohammad Yunus, to be the leader of this government or to be the chief advisor to this government. But on the ground in Dhaka, the curfew has been lifted. In the morning hours, at least, there were curious onlookers who continued to make a beeline for the Dhaka Palace, but the army has barred entry. And the focus, of course, is on a semblance of calm and order. So that's as far as the situation in Dhaka is concerned. But what really is happening at ground zero at the Hindon Air Base, which is where that the aircraft carrying Sheikh Hasina landed yesterday. Let's go and go across to my colleague Mohammed Ghazali for a quick update. Ghazali, you're at the Hindon Air Base. Give us a sense of what's happening there.
See, as of now, there is no clarity that where Sheikh Hasina will go from here or when she will leave this Hindon Air Base. As of now, perhaps the government of India has given this deadline or a kind of indication that she can't stay here for long, and she'll have to negotiate her own terms with UK or whichever country she wants to get asylum from, because UK also has not kind of hinted any kind of assurance that she will be getting her asylum over there. Perhaps what you're being told is that her file is under processing. But we also know that how UK and other Western democracies have been talking about the kind of human rights violation has taken place under her tenure in Bangladesh. So as of now, there is no movement over here near the Hindon Air Base. And what we are being told that since yesterday when she landed over here in the evening, since then she is inside the Hindon Air Base. And she is also trying to get in touch with her daughter, who is working for an international organization in the national capital. So beyond that, there are no updates on her relocation or what will be her future move and till what long she is going to stay in India.
All right, so no clarity really on the next move or where she could potentially be headed. A lot of speculation there as well. And a fine balancing act, Ghazali, as far as India is concerned, in order to ensure that a long-standing ally and friend in the form of Sheikh Hasina is, given refuge, at least temporarily, or whatever the terms that are going to be worked out are going to be in her time of need. But at the same time, crucial balancing act to ensure that India continues to maintain its relationship with whoever is at the helm of affairs in Bangladesh at the moment.
See, a very surprising development, because the Indian agencies were in the know of the developments for the last few weeks, that what was going to happen. We also know that our own election commission was in Bangladesh during the general elections, which was boycotted by Sheikh Hasina's rivals, Khalida Zia's party, Bangladesh Nationalist Party. But besides all that, it is certainly a kind of situation where India can sadly just wait and watch. You can't, because optics are, you can say it's a very important indication of what is going to happen next. What India did yesterday, that it just helped one of her key ally, or somebody who was a key ally in Bangladesh's politics. They helped her come out of Bangladesh, escape that entire vandalism and the kind of situation we saw there developing in the last 24 hours. They helped her land, India helped her land here in Delhi. But now it is up to Sheikh Hasina to chart out her own path, is what Indian government has indicated. Because now, if India extends any kind of assurance, help to or assistance to Sheikh Hasina in her relocation, then certainly that is going to upset the people on the street there in Dhaka. And India is also closely monitoring that whether that interim government which the army chief spoke about will be an independent government, or it will be monitored by the army chief Qamaruzzama, who yesterday announced about Sheikh Hasina's departure, resignation, and assured the Bangladeshi citizens that there will be an interim government in place very soon. So India is keeping an eye on multiple fronts. They are also checking that Pakistan and China will certainly try to exploit the situation there, since Jamaat Islami and BNP are not very India friendly. Their politics is not hidden, and the kind of policies they harbor there is not hidden to anyone. Also, there are reports, as Saurav, our colleague in Kolkata, was reporting, that there are reports emerging from Dhaka and in the nearby areas that how there have been incidents of attacks on minority and their places of worship. So India is also concerned about a possible or a probable refugee situation as well. So India is not only looking or taking care of Sheikh Hasina's stay here in Delhi, but they're also keeping an eye on the developments in Bangladesh. There is another important factor or a kind of information which is developing right now, that to ensure that the way India dealt with Taliban's takeover in Afghanistan by reaching out to the allies in the West Asia, perhaps in this situation as well, India may take help of those nations who are friendly with Bangladesh, though India itself was very friendly with Bangladesh since this takeover happened yesterday. So all these developments of the situation is said to be very fluid. On the other side of the border, back here in Delhi, there is no clarity as and when Sheikh Hasina will leave India and till what time she is going to stay here and what will be her future destination after she leaves India.
All right, thanks very much, Ghazali, for joining us with that comprehensive update on the situation on the ground in Bangladesh, as well as the situation at the Hindon Air Base where Sheikh Hasina landed and is believed to still be, but where she's going to go from here is, of course, anybody's guess at the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. Short break here. We'll bring you more news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The latest in Bangladesh now, focus shifts to forming the next government. Student leaders want Nobel laureate Yunus to lead the government. The army says all efforts are underway to restore peace, bars people from entering the Dhaka palace. In India, the focus shifts to the 4,000-kilometer long India-Bangladesh border. The BSF issues a high alert along the border. Death toll in Wayanad mounts to 400 people. Relief and rescue operations enter the last phase. Authorities say special search operations are underway in the isolated areas. Google loses a major monopoly lawsuit in the United States, with the judge saying Google's online search monopoly is illegal. This decision is a major blow to the parent company.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. अर्शदीप हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी ते वधिया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your
Welcome back. In the light of the worst communal clashes that the UK has seen in the recent past, Indian travellers have been advised. The High Commission of India in London is closely monitoring the situation, and visitors from India have been advised to stay vigilant and exercise due caution while travelling to the UK or within the UK. It is advisable to follow local news and advisories issued by local security agencies to avoid areas where protests are underway. This is what the High Commission of India in London has told visitors and people who are planning to go to the UK. Let's go right across to Vishal joining us with the very latest. Vishal, it's an interesting advisory that's been put out for Indians. There isn't any advisory against travelling, but the advisory is more cautionary.
That is true. So the Indian government has released a series of advisories for different areas of the world. So this seems to be a diluted version of that because
We seem to have lost that line with Vishal. We're going to try and re-establish that line. Vishal, if you can hear me, do go ahead. We lost that line with you.
yes. So what the government has asked this time, as against the earlier advisories for other countries, is that they want the citizens to be cautious when they travel. They want them to be vigilant and they want them to follow the local news. The riots have been spreading across the UK and also Northern Ireland. So it has been about 8 days since the riots were sparked. And till now, about 400 people have been arrested by the UK police. The situation doesn't seem to be calming down. We can recall that these protests were sparked by far-right movement, and there was one person who, a 17-year-old, who was involved in the killing of three little kids, three little girls, who were aged 3, 6, and 7. So in that murder, due to that murder, these protests were sparked, and it has not stopped. And it has been about these are some of the most brutal protests to have rocked the UK in the last 15 years. That is one of the biggest points. And the UK government has heavily criticized this movement, this far-right movement. The UK Prime Minister Starmer, the Justice Ministers, they have all come together and said that whoever has been encouraging these protesters, whoever has been participating in these protests, they will be brought to justice. They will not escape justice. So, so far, as I mentioned earlier, 400 protesters have been arrested. But so far, there has not been any news of Indians getting injured in these protests so far.
All right, thanks very much, Vishal, for joining us. It's important to note here that it is an advisory which is more cautionary in nature. It's not an advisory preventing people or advising them against travel to the UK. It's about a safety advisory of travel within the UK in order to specifically avoid areas where protests are taking place. We'll keep coming back to you for more, Vishal. Let's get you the latest now from Wayanad, where rescue and relief operations have entered the last phase. Special search operations are underway across isolated regions. This as over 400 people have died in the Wayanad landslides. Rescue ops are in the last stages. The police has confirmed that they will be wrapping up the rescue and relief operations after they have looked through most of the isolated areas. The death toll in this tragedy has crossed 400. However, there are not all bodies that have been retrieved, not all people have been identified. The search for the missing as far as the families in far-flung areas is concerned continues. Let's go right across to Pratibha joining us on the phone line with more information at the moment. Pratibha, what more can you tell us in terms of the rescue and relief operations that are currently underway? And, we're given to understand that they really have entered their last phase now.
Well, in fact, this is Tuesday today that we're talking of. It was the same Tuesday last week when the landslides occurred. And the search operations, yes, have reached the final stage, but the rescue personnel are trying to see if they could reach out to the inaccessible areas as well, because local volunteers have got stranded in some of those areas during previous search operations there. And they are planning to airlift some of them who have been stranded there, including the rescue personnel. After searching the area, if any bodies are found, will also be airlifted is what the rescue personnel have promised. We are talking of 5 new dead bodies that were received from Wayanad as well as Nilambur region. 30 unidentified bodies and 154 body parts were cremated with multiple faiths and prayers that were used in those. Those cremated include the bodies of 14 women and 13 men as well. Apart from the scientific examination to identify the dead bodies also continues. So far, 83 blood samples have been collected. While on one hand, you have distressing, disturbing stories that are emanating with respect to the bodies as well as stranded people who have been found. On the other hand, we are also talking about politics that are playing out. In fact, the government has promised that they would be releasing a list of all the missing persons, and that list would definitely be helpful in terms of identifying as well as in terms of the search operation as well.
Thanks very much, Pratibha, for joining us with the very latest. Meanwhile, you too can participate in relief and rescue operations sitting far away by donating for rehabilitation work in Kerala. The link and details are on your screens. Moving on, opposition leaders including Rahul Gandhi protested outside Parliament demanding a rollback on GST that has been imposed on health insurance and life insurance. It was a protest that took place outside the Makardwar in Parliament. MPs from various parties joined forces. The TMC, Aam Aadmi Party, the NCP faction, the Sharad Pawar faction, among others, participated in the protest as India Bloc united to take on the government on the issue of reduction in GST on health insurance.
कारोबारी उद्योगपति सब तंग है, तो इसलिए उसके विरुद्ध में हो रहा। सरकार ने कोई जो है इसमें राहत नहीं दी है और हर आदमी परेशान है जीएसटी से। आज के इलाज करना सबसे मुश्किल काम है, गरीब आदमी तो इलाज करा ही नहीं पाता, इसलिए हेल्थ सेक्टर में भी जो बहुत ज़्यादा जीएसटी बढ़ा दी है उसको कम करना चाहिए। सारे लोग प्रदर्शन करके यहाँ पे जो है अपना विरोध दर्ज करा रहे हैं, सरकार से मांग कर रहे हैं कि अभी भी फाइनेंस बिल में गुंजाइश है कि कुछ करें।
Vasudha Venugopal joins us on the phone line for more from Parliament. Vasudha, India Bloc MPs uniting in their protest against GST on health and life insurance. What more can you tell us?
Absolutely, Rishika. You know, there was always this doubt as to if India Bloc will remain together, as they reflected in the run-up to 2024 elections, or also in the elections. So, that was clearly reflected in one of the first protests that they did, carrying copies of Constitution. And today was also one of the examples in that regard, where all opposition MPs of the India Bloc came together to protest against this GST, this 18% GST on medical and life insurance premium. Clearly, this was an issue that Nitin Gadkari, one of the senior ministers in the Modi cabinet, had raised. He had written a letter to Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, saying that taxing, LIC premium is actually similar to taxing the uncertainties of life, and it would dissuade people from, buying life insurance covers, which will not be good for their families and for themselves. And this is something that TMC picked on, and then Derek O'Brien and Kakuli Ghosh Dastidar were two MPs who actually raised it in the parliament. And Mamata Banerjee also posted on X saying that her party will be standing by this and will be there, will be sort of fighting for that kind of opposition to this and also for stalling this. So clearly, this is something that all opposition MPs agreed on, and today they protested outside Makar Dwar, which is the entrance to all the MPs, and they basically said that this 18% GST on medical insurance cover and premiums, life insurance premium, is something that needs to go as soon as possible.
Thanks very much, Vasudha, for joining us with all that information. Let's shift our focus now to the other big development that we're tracking. The UK government has responded to NDTV on questions on what is their policy as far as political asylum is concerned. The UK has said in an email response to NDTV that they have a proud record of providing protection, entering UK and seeking asylum status, however, is illegal. The UK government has told NDTV on seeking asylum that they have a proud record of protection. However, their immigration rules do not allow travel to the UK in order to seek asylum. The UK has responded to questions that were posed by NDTV. The UK has also said, the Home Office has said that those who need international protection should ideally claim asylum in the first safe country they reach. That's the fastest route to safety. So a generic response there coming in from the UK Home Office. Vishal joining us on the phone line. Vishal, the UK government has responded to a query that was posted by NDTV on, what is their procedure to seek political asylum. They're clarifying in that email response that the procedure laid out is very simple. You can't travel to the UK in order to seek political asylum.
That is correct. So it clearly mentions that there is no provision in their rules, in their immigration rules, for someone to be allowed to travel to the UK to seek asylum or temporary refuge. So in their own words, they have said that those who need international protection should claim asylum in the first safe country they reach, which instantly is India. So that also remains to be seen what kind of response India has on that. Sources have been saying that India has given an ultimatum to Sheikh Hasina that she has to leave the country as soon as she finds an asylum. She wanted to meet with the Prime Minister as well. Sources have indicated that so far there's no word on when that meeting would happen. As far as the asylum in UK is concerned, UK Foreign Minister has released another statement yesterday in which he had mentioned that there had been some kind of upheaval in Bangladesh and the PM had escaped, but he did not at all mention any word about asylum that could be extended to her, because many reports had been suggesting that Sheikh Hasina is seeking asylum in the UK. So it's sort of a clarification from the UK government that they will not be giving any asylum to Sheikh Hasina in this time of trouble.
All right. Well, an interesting clarification there, of course, coming in. At least that's what the official version is at the moment. Thanks very much, Vishal, for joining us with the latest. Samad by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for people with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement, has the support of eminent faces and voices from across the country. Here's one such voice.
I would say there are three parts. You have diversity, you have equity, and you have inclusion. I would put inclusion as the most important driver to bring the diversity and equity. When we talk about diversity, diversity is about not only about gender, not only about age, not about geography, it's about competitiveness. When we talk about equity, which means each and every human being should get an equal opportunity to live and serve in this planet. And diversity and equity can happen if inclusivity is there. So I do believe that inclusivity, if it is affordable and accessible, can drive further growth, because then we will be utilizing each and every person's strength on this planet.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
We leave you with these images of the Indian Air Force helicopters completing rescue operations at the Kedarnath Valley after airlifting over 200 people, including 17 NDRF personnel and close to 2,000 kg of relief material.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस आई साਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ परफॉर्मेंस आई ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Top focus remains the crisis in Bangladesh. Let's quickly take you to the headlines we are tracking at 2. On the Bangladesh crisis, Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar to make a statement in the parliament today. Government holds all-party meeting on Bangladesh. Jaishankar says appreciates unanimous support and understanding by all parties. Focus now on forming interim government in Bangladesh. Student leaders want Nobel laureate Yunus to lead the government. Army says all efforts underway to restore peace. Army brass appeals to the people from entering Dhaka Palace. Focus on 4,000-kilometer long India-Bangladesh border after the neighboring state goes into crisis. BSF on high alert along the Indo-Bangla border. Death toll crosses 400 in the Wayanad landslides. Kerala police says relief and rescue operations in last phase. Special search operations in isolated regions today. India issues advisory for Indians travelling to United Kingdom, says avoid areas where protests are underway. Advisory from Indian High Commission in the United Kingdom. And tech giant Google loses major monopoly lawsuit in United States. US judge says Google's online search monopoly illegal. Decision a major blow to Google's parent company Alphabet. Now, in fact, there have been an advisory which has been issued by the Indian High Commission in the United Kingdom for Indians travelling and living in United Kingdom. And the advisory reads avoid areas where protests are underway. And the Indian High Commission, in fact, in United Kingdom has issued this advisory for Indians travelling to UK because of the disturbances in part of United Kingdom. Remember, United Kingdom is seeing one of its worst violent protests in the last 13 years after the new government, the Labour government, has taken over. This is the biggest challenge for the new government. Now, all this started, which are being now seen as right-wing propelled protest. They all started after 3 girls were stabbed, in fact, in United Kingdom. And then, of course, there was social media where reports were suggested blamed immigrants as the perpetrators, which was later turned out to be false. But that spurred massive protests across many cities in the United Kingdom, leading to attacks on the police and public property. Let me go across to my colleague Vishal, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Vishal, now these far-right protests, in fact, have been going on continuously for many days now. This is an important warning, at least, or caution by the Indian High Commission in United Kingdom.
That is correct. So it's been about 8 days since the protest was sparked. As you mentioned earlier, the protest started in the wake of the killing of 3 young girls who were as young as 3 years old. So they were brutally murdered by a 17-year-old kid. And as soon as he was named, the protest sparked. These are anti-immigrant protests, and they have sparked across the UK and also in Northern Ireland. So it has had an effect across the area, and more than 400 protesters have been arrested till now in the last 7-8 days. And the UK police, the UK Met Police, the UK government, the Justice Minister, the UK Prime Minister, they have all come together and condemned these protesters. And they have said that anyone who participates in these protests and vandalizes property or attacks the public or attacks properties, they will be brought to justice. So the government is not at all condoning this, and they have been saying that whoever attacks the immigrants, they will also be punished. So it remains to be seen what kind of real action they take. But so far, the governments have been releasing advisories. And as you mentioned, India has also released an advisory and cautioned against traveling to the region. Actually, not cautioned against traveling to the region, but said to remain cautious while traveling. So it's sort of a different advisory from the other places wherein India had warned its citizens to travel against advisory against traveling. So this is a different kind of an advisory. It has cautioned them to be cautious, told them to be cautious, and also told them that they need to follow the local news to have the latest updates so that they can be inside their homes when the violence happens. So it's all happening. It's been 7-8 days since the protest was sparked. It doesn't seem to be stopping at the moment. So we'll have the latest when the UK government releases its latest statement.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us with all those details. Meanwhile, moving on to the other big international story that we have been tracking in the last 48 hours, the crisis in neighboring Bangladesh. In Dhaka, efforts are now to form an interim government. There is a clamor from students, those who spearheaded this protest, for Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus to lead the government. On the ground in Dhaka, the curfew has been lifted this morning. Curious onlookers continue to make a beeline for the Dhaka palace till the army barred their entry. The focus is on bringing back, some semblance of calm and law and order in the country. It also, ladies and gentlemen, marks more than, almost 24 hours. I mean, in 3 hours, yesterday about 5:30, Sheikh Hasina, the former Prime Minister, in fact, reached India. She has been in the national capital after landing at the Indian Air Force Base. Remember, these visuals that we are showing you, yesterday's visuals, when this is the chopper which is said to have carried the former Prime Minister. Now, after she was from this chopper, she headed these are the visuals, in fact, of her leaving in a huff. The woman who was the leader of Bangladesh for almost 20 years, recently won a landslide election, though the opposition did raise allegations of, misdoings and in these elections as well, but she was a democratically elected leader of Bangladesh, and in just a few weeks of this protest, which started from the anti-quota protest, it turned into anti-Sheikh Hasina protest. Sheikh Hasina had to leave in a huff. She then, on board a Bangladesh Air Force plane, headed towards India. It was a C-130J that brought her to the Indian Air Force Base in the outskirts of the national capital, Delhi, and where she also met National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Now, what we are learning is that her attempt is to go to United Kingdom, but at this moment, the status about her asylum is not clear. So it's almost been 24 hours that Sheikh Hasina has been on the Indian soil, and remember, being an immediate neighbor, this does complicate things in the entire region. Right, Salman Saeed sent us this report from Dhaka a short while back.
There's a huge traffic. Life has become normal. It's like, I'll just show you the newspaper people are reading. Today's daily newspaper. Everyone has the first paper showing thousands of people in the Prime Minister's office. The student Abu Said who died. আঙ্কেল আপনি কি পড়তেছেন আজকে কেমন লাগছে আপনার এখানে কেন আসছেন এখানে কেন আসছেন মানে জনগণের জয় হইছে আমাদের জনগণের জয় হইছে সেটা পতন হইছে So he's saying that the public has won, the dictator has lost. আর কি আজকে কেমন লাগছে এই যে সকালে পেপারে কি পড়লেন আর মধ্যে এখন পড়তে পারি না আচ্ছা 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 কালকে কি রকম দেখলেন আর আজকে ভিতরে গিয়েছিলেন কি দেখছেন যাচ্ছে তাই আজকে আমি এখন দেখতে পাই না লোক আর বাইরে দেখছেন So he tells me yesterday he came and now it was all vandalizing. So আপনি এখানে কেন আসছেন আপনার নাম কি আমরা এখানে বিজয় উদযাপন করছি ছাত্র জনতার বিজয় এই জালেম স্বৈরাচারকে আমরা বিদায় করেছি গণ অভ্যুত্থানে তার পতন হতে বাধ্য হয়েছে অবশেষে জনগণের কাছে ক্ষমা চেয়ে বা কোনো কথা বলে যেতে পারে নাই মাথা নিচু করে তার এই দেশ থেকে বিতাড়িত হতে হয়েছে চুরের মতো পালাতে হয়েছে আর আমি আজকে দ্বিতীয় দিন আসলাম আমার ফ্যামিলি নিয়ে এই সেলিব্রেশনটা আমার ফ্যামিলিকে নিয়ে আমি উদযাপন করলাম I am celebrating I'm here I came yesterday he just tells me he was celebrating yesterday when this dictator left and now today he brought his family to show them and he is very happy that the freedom has been restored আপা কিছু বলবেন We are very happy that we have won the freedom. We have won this war. আপনার নাম? কেমন লাগলো ভিতরে গিয়ে কি দেখছেন? ভিতরে কি ছিল?
ভাষা বুঝতে পারছি না আনন্দ জনগণের করে সবকিছু সরকার হয়ে গেছে সে দেশ পালিয়ে গেছে থেকে আমরা মুক্তি পেলাম এই সরকার দ্বিতীয়বার দেশ স্বাধীন হলো আমরা এই সরকার থেকে
So he's saying we are very happy the dictator government has gone. The second independence and freedom has come and we have seen it. That's all. And there we have another guy standing here. একটু বলবেন আপনি কেমন লাগছে আজকে এবং কালকের সিচুয়েশনটা দেখে?
কালকে তো খুবই এই টাইমে খুবই নীরবতা ছিল, আজকে তো এই টাইমে সম্পূর্ণ সিনারি চেঞ্জ। তবে স্বৈরাচারী সরকার পতনের জন্য খুবই খুশি, কিন্তু আমি খুবই মর্মাহত যে সরকারি সম্পত্তি এভাবে মানুষ লুটপাট করছে, এটার জন্য খুবই আমি মর্মাহত। সরকারি সম্পত্তি লুট করা ঠিক হয় নাই। অন্যান্য দেশের সরকার পতন হয়েছে কিন্তু তারা উল্লাস করছে, আনন্দ করছে, কিন্তু সরকারি মালামাল লুট করে নাই।
I'm very happy. I was here yesterday also. He just mind tell me he was here yesterday. He saw he was celebrating, but he have also seen people from the other country has dictator government has fall, but he didn't see that they were looting. He's upset that these people are looting everything.
Right, Salman now joins us with more details at this moment from Dhaka live. Salman Sai, thank you for speaking to us. I just want to understand at this moment, where are the efforts, where have the efforts to form the interim government reached, and what is the situation in the capital and of course across the country at this moment?
Right now, we have seen various political parties are on the street chanting slogans. Exactly a few hours ago, there were hundreds of people on this street. I can just show you, this is where the police station that was burned down. The cars are still there, people ongoing, people are coming. There were some rallies of various political parties a few hours back here. They were, and then the situation is pretty much calm. We heard there were some clashes, but we are not confirmed about that. Protest, the student have asked that by 3 p.m. the parliament should be dismissed, and they have made a request that Professor Yunus should be the chief advisor of the interim government. So you can see right now still these cars where last night it was burned. Now people are coming, taking pictures, and you can see out here still, you know, the ashes are there. People come, they're taking selfies, and you know, they're just seeing what are the horror night they passed through here.
Right. So at this moment, in fact, situation still remains quite unstable. How about the deployment of the army? Is the army out there on the streets trying to, in fact, maintain peace?
Yes, army. I've seen armies a few hours back in this area also. Army came, tried to bring the situation in control over here, and then they left. And now maybe they're not in this road, but I've seen them few hours back out here. There was a couple of armies there with 2-3 jeeps.
Thank you. Salman, also, what about, has there been any confirmation about the interim government? By when are we looking at that interim government to be set up, in Bangladesh? Is there a timeline which has been put forward?
Right now, we don't know anything about the timeline, but the students, industry student movement organizers have sent a video message that they want the current parliament to be dismissed by 3 p.m. On a video message they shared.
Right. Before I let you go, just one last quick question. As far as the fears about attacks on the minorities are concerned, specifically the Hindus living in Bangladesh, what is the army, in fact, doing regarding that? And what about the reports? Are there reports that in large numbers Hindus are being attacked in Bangladesh?
I am not sure about that, but I've seen on the television there are some madrasa students who were praying in front of a mandir in outside of Dhaka in a different city. That's what I've seen in the local television, but I'm not sure about any attacks or anything.
Thank you so much, Salman Said, for joining us from Dhaka, bringing us this ground report. In fact, at this moment, as he said, there is an uneasy calm in Dhaka with the army trying to, in fact, at this moment, to ensure peace and stability, law and order to, in fact, prevail in the country. And only after that, the process of the interim government, in fact, can take over. Let's just take you to a report at this moment, which was sent by my colleague, Saurabh Gupta.
As Bangladesh remains in turmoil, the India-Bangladesh international boundary and border areas, especially the Benapole-Petropole border here in West Bengal, is also on high alert, and the BSF chief, the BSF Director General, has also visited the area this morning and taken stock of the preparations and preparedness along these borders, given the fact that, you know, these are sensitive areas. And this, of course, as I can show you in these pictures, is the border. You can see, of course, the mural of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman as well, who is here, who's, of course, known as the father of the nation in Bangladesh. And this is one of those murals, perhaps, that are remaining. And we've spoken to people who've been coming in and out of Bangladesh, and they have also narrated a pretty scary situation as far as, you know, Bangladesh is concerned. In fact, we have people who are also coming in and out here, as you can see, people who are speaking on their issues. And let's try and get in a word from someone who is here, and let's try and speak to them. আপনারা কি দাদা আপনারা কোথায় যাচ্ছেন এই মুহূর্তে? বরিশালে। বরিশাল। আপনার নাম? পরিমল চন্দ্র ঘোষ। আচ্ছা, ভয় কি লাগছে? অবশ্যই অবশ্যই ভয় লাগছে। এখন আমার তো ওভার হয়ে গেছে, মানে আজকেই লাস্ট ডে, না গেলে তো আর আবার আমার এই জরিমানা ফাইন টেইন হবে। কি শুনেছেন, ধরুন ওইখানে কি হচ্ছে? ও দাদা আপনারা ফেসবুকে দেখবেন সব কিছু। আমরা ওই RN9 টিভিতে দেখছি, নোয়াখালী, লক্ষ্মীপুর, ভোলা, এই সে আপনার বরিশাল, এসব না ও হিন্দুদের মন্দির টন্দির পুরাই দিতেছে। ভয় লাগেছে কি? হ্যাঁ, মহিলাদের উপর নির্যাতন হইতেছে। ভয় লাগছে কি? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। There is, of course, a sense of fear amongst those who are going back, and that is, of course, scary because there have been attacks on minorities, is what this gentleman also said. Of course, he belongs to the minority community in Bangladesh, from the Hindu community, and, you know, this is, of course, the border. The BSF is on very high alert as the situation in Bangladesh is being closely watched by India, and that is one of the things that we are also tracking here as far as this entire episode is concerned. What's unfolding in Bangladesh is truly, you know, worrisome for India as well. And remember, West Bengal shares a long border with Bangladesh. This is one of those borders, land ports. Trade activity has suffered. We've seen the movement of trucks that is usually very, very high at this border definitely come down. But at this point, though, you can see what is happening is that the BSF, the Border Security Force, primarily responsible for guarding these borders, is also on high alert, with the Director General, the top of the BSF, the chief of the BSF, visiting this particular border in West Bengal as well. With camera person Aniruddha Tripathi at the Benapole-Petropole border on the India-Bangladesh boundary, international boundary, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Right, to just understand more and open this topic up, in fact, on the repercussions of what is going to happen now, and of course, India's response, let me bring in one of the foremost experts in the area. Mr. Brahma Chelani, Strategic Affairs expert, is joining us. Thank you for speaking to us here on NDTV. I want to start by asking you, a democratically elected government, Sheikh Hasina won, you know, an overwhelming majority just a few months back, and now the way she has been deposed and she had to flee the country, only 45 minutes were given to her. We have been all reading about the last few hours and minutes of her as the Prime Minister of Bangladesh Where does this leave the democracy and democratic institutions in Bangladesh?
Bangladesh's history since 1971 underscores the role of the military as a powerful political force. Of late, though, the military had not intervened in politics, but then suddenly this army chief, who was appointed only some weeks ago on June 23rd, decided to play an activist role, and he was instrumental first in not seeking to crush these protests that had actually become not protests but riots with attacks on public infrastructure. And even when Sheikh Hasina left the country, the army sat back and watched as the mobs entered the prime minister's residence and stripped that residence of every article. So the whole thing, was allowed to descend into anarchy with the army as a bystander. In fact, the reason why the army chief said that Hasina had to resign is because he contended that violence was getting out of hand. The violence was getting out of hand because the army refused to play its role in curbing the violence. It's one thing to protest democratically, it's another thing to engage in large-scale arson attacks and to target public infrastructure. Even ambulances and hospitals were attacked and set on fire. That was what led to the army staging a coup. This was effectively a coup. The army confronted Hasina with the growing violence and said that the only way the violence can be stopped would be if Hasina left the country. And Hasina, by the way, has still not formally resigned as prime minister. She's in New Delhi temporarily, but she has not submitted her resignation. The whole thing is unconstitutional.
Mr. Shalani, you're right. I mean, officially, there has been no word as far as Sheikh Hasina is concerned. It's only been a communication from the army about her resignation. But, after the major demand of the protesters, the people, those who were largely, as it is being said, led by the students, was removal of Sheikh Hasina. She's out. Do you see stability and peace returning to Bangladesh anytime soon?
First, the main demand of the student-led movement was an end to the quota system,
Absolutely,
the job
yes.
quota system. Later, when that movement got captured by opposition activists and by Islamists, then it became a sort of a color revolution, with the riders openly demanding the ouster of Hasina. The overthrow of the government became the single point agenda of the riders. But now that she has left, Bangladesh's stability is gone. What will come now remains an open question. For example, what will be the role of the Awami League? The Awami League is the most powerful, the largest political organization in Bangladesh. The new PASB in Dhaka, in one of their first actions, they have freed opposition leader Khalida Zia. And the army chief is holding talks with the Islamists.
Right.
So we are seeing a revival of Islamist influence overnight in Bangladesh. And so that raises many questions, because now the riders have tasted success.
Okay.
Now they're demanding that the interim government be led by someone that they think should be the leader of that government.
Right.
The army chief may not have Mohammed Yunus as the leader of the interim government. So will the riders, will these opposition activists, and will the Islamists quietly accept all this, or will there be more unrest? We'll have to wait and see. But I think the possibility of Bangladesh getting destabilized is something that we should not discount.
Sir, may I request you to stay on with me for a live report right now? Let me just take our viewers to Dhaka. Our colleague, in fact, who's been reporting from there at this moment is with us, Salman Saeed. Salman, a lot of curiosity in India. Just show our viewers around at this moment. What's the atmosphere, around you in the capital city? Yesterday, after all the vandalism at the Prime Minister's residence, the statue of Sheikh, Mujibur Rahman being torn down, how is the situation today?
Today, the situation is pretty much calm. There has been some sporadic violence we heard, but it's not confirmed. But people are not going and vandalizing things. As you can see, this is a place in Shamuli and Adargaon. Very next, it's the buildings and areas next to the Parliament, Prime Minister's house. This is the Bangladesh Trauma Hospital, and all the government offices are in this road. So roads are pretty empty. The Parliament is just close, like a kilometer from here. People are pretty much relaxed in this area. This is like the hospital and all the UN offices, all the government offices are here. The internet office, the BTRC office is also here. But people are in this area, it is much more relaxed. I can see the buses and autos running safely. I'm moving towards the Parliament, and I will just show you what is happening there as I go on. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Salman, can I just also ask you one question about Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus? In fact, student leaders have demanded that he be made the head of the interim government. Has there been any reaction from him, and has there been any reaction from the army on this demand?
Not yet. We are still waiting for the official confirmation. Local media reports a lot of things, but they're saying that he agreed. But there's no official confirmation about the about his being the head of the state till now. But we are waiting. We're waiting to hear about it. Once it's confirmed, official confirmation comes, I'll let you guys know.
And what happens to the the cabinet colleagues, the ministers and the MPs, specifically of the Awami League, the ministers in Sheikh Hasina's government, her party members? What happens to those? Where is the the former government to say at this moment?
Most of them are like staying low profile and some are hiding, but the students have said, because lot of ruling party MPs, officials, houses have been vandalized last night. So the students have.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I rise to apprise this august House of certain recent developments pertaining to Bangladesh. As honorable members are aware, India-Bangladesh relations have been exceptionally close for many decades over many governments. Concern about recent violence and instability there is shared across the political spectrum. Since the election in January 2024, there has been considerable tension, deep divides, and growing polarization in Bangladesh politics. This underlying foundation aggravated a student agitation that started in June this year. There was growing violence, including attacks on public buildings and infrastructure, as well as traffic and rail obstruction. The violence continued through the month of July. Throughout this period, we repeatedly counseled restraint and urged that the situation be diffused through dialogue. Similar urgings were made to various political forces with whom we were in touch. So, despite a Supreme Court judgment on 21 July, there was no let-up in the public agitation. Various decisions and actions taken thereafter only exacerbated the situation. The agitation at this stage coalesced around a one-point agenda, that is that the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, should step down. On 4th August, events took a very serious turn. Attacks on the police, including police stations and government installations, intensified even as overall levels of violence greatly escalated. Properties of individuals associated with the regime were torched across the country. What was particularly worrying was that minorities, their businesses and temples also came under attack at multiple locations. The full extent of this is still not clear. Sir, on 5th August, demonstrators converged in Dhaka despite the curfew. Our understanding is that after a meeting with leaders of the security establishment, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina apparently made the decision to resign. At very short notice, she requested approval to come for the moment to India. We simultaneously received a request for flight clearance from Bangladesh authorities. She arrived yesterday evening in Delhi. The situation in Bangladesh, sir, is still evolving. The Army Chief, General Waqar-uz-Zaman, addressed the nation on 5th August. He spoke about assuming responsibility and constituting an interim government. We are in close and continuous touch with the Indian community in Bangladesh through our diplomatic missions. There are an estimated 19,000 Indian nationals there, of which about 9,000 are students. The bulk of the students, however, have already returned to India in the month of July on the advice of the High Commission. In terms of our diplomatic presence, in addition to the High Commission in Dhaka, we have assistant High Commissions in Chittagong, Rajshahi, Khulna and Sylhet. It is our expectation that the host government will provide the required security protection for these establishments. We look forward to their normal functioning once the situation stabilizes. Chairman, sir, we are also monitoring the situation with regard to the status of minorities. There are reports of initiatives by various groups and organizations to ensure their protection and well-being. We welcome that, but will naturally remain deeply concerned till law and order is visibly restored. Our border guarding forces have also been instructed to be exceptionally alert in view of this complex situation. In the last 24 hours, we have also been in regular touch with the authorities in Dhaka. This is the situation as of now. I seek the understanding and support of the House in regard to sensitive issues regarding an important neighbor on which there has always been strong national consensus. Thank you.
Debate resumes. Shri Deepak Prakash. Shri Deepak Prakash. No. Shri Deepak, please. Nothing positive. Everyone has positive. Please don't create is positive. Please. Shri Deepak Prakash. Shri Deepak Prakash. Shri Anil, nothing is going on record. Shri Anil Sukhdev Rao Bonde. What is this? Please. Understand this. I'm shocked.
सभापति महोदय,
Shri
सभापति महोदय, मैं आपका धन्यवाद व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि आज नवीनीकरण ऊर्जा के बजट में.
Right, so that was Foreign Minister S. J. Shankar making a statement about the situation in Bangladesh and to the Parliament in the Rajya Sabha. Very, very important things that he has said. India is closely watching the situation in the country, also concerned about the attacks on reports of attacks on the minority communities, including the Hindus there in Bangladesh. Though he has said that the government has been informed that various groups have come forward and are expected, or at least are saying that the minorities will be taken care of. There will be security provided to them. He also spoke about the circumstances in which this entire movement became violent. And then, of course, Sheikh Hasina requested that aircraft requested safe passage towards India. She has been in our country for the almost last 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen. The government, in fact, also said that our borders and the security forces on the borders of India, the BSF particularly, are on high alert to deal with any situation as the atmosphere and the situation in Bangladesh continues to remain tense. Now, with the foreign minister making this statement, remember, he was giving a brief of what the government has been seeing about what has happened. There are 19,000 approximately Indian citizens, those who are in Bangladesh, many of them students. The foreign minister also informed that most of the students, majority of them, have been, in fact, have flown back from Bangladesh earlier when the protests had taken place. So my colleague Vasudha Venugopal joins us with more details. Vasudha, good to see that the government, in fact, reaching out to the opposition in that all-party meeting, and then the foreign minister, of course, following it up with a statement in the parliament.
Absolutely, Ankit. And the last line was very important because he said that he sought understanding and support from a house on a very important partner on which there has always been national consensus. That's the best way to describe India-Bangladesh ties, because, both India and Bangladesh have been dependent on each other in the last 10 years, have been a golden age of diplomacy. So clearly this is a diplomatic dilemma for the country. But Jaishankar making it very clear that the safety of Indian nationals, 19,000 of them, who are still there in Bangladesh, of which 9,000 are students, is the most important thing for India. The priority right now is also to ensure that the attacks on minorities don't happen. He said that several organizations are working on that, and those efforts are welcome. He also basically made it a point to talk about how Sheikh Hasina had requested refuge in India, and that was only for the time being. And they also got requests simultaneously to basically give cover and to her, and to also refuse to her, which is why she had to come here. And he also gave a background to these protests, saying that these protests started by students also in some ways consolidated with just one agenda, that Sheikh Hasina had to be removed. He also spoke about some the way in which these protests were handled in a wrong way by the erstwhile government, Sheikh Hasina government in Bangladesh, because there was some sense of force that was employed. So he made it a point to give a good background to the entire agitation that's happening. At the same time, he spoke about Indian interests, he spoke about minorities, he spoke about Indian students, nationals, and then he also said that the situation is, of course, something that is evolving. The border security agencies, the border guarding agencies have been told to be on alert. That's what he said, and clearly giving out a sense of assurance, at the same time giving out a message of caution to the people. Now, this comes after he addressed an all-party meeting in which several questions were asked of him, but clearly this is an important partner. This is an important country that plays a pivotal role in ensuring that India succeeds in its attempts to stall China's attempts to influence this part of the continent. So clearly, a diplomatic dilemma for the country, but security concerns on one side and diplomatic standing on the other. So Jaishankar making a very important statement there. We can expect him to speak in the Lok Sabha in about an hour from now, which is around 3:30. So clearly, the government wishing and wanting and making all attempts to take opposition all along in a very crucial matter.
Right. Vasudha, before I let you go, also, what's the general understanding as far as that all-party meeting was concerned today? Because the leader of opposition was also there. How has been the cooperation between the government and the opposition as far as this important complex issue is concerned?
Well, Ankit, let me tell you that, the whole tone and tenor of this, the all-party meeting that took place in the morning, was to take the opposition along. There was a sense of consensus building, which was probably initiated by Dr. Jaishankar himself, because he did give a clear picture of what really is happening. And of course, the intent was to ensure that security details are not really revealed in the floor of the House, which is why, if you see from Sudip Bandyopadhyay, who is from the TMC, and remember that West Bengal is a very crucial player here, Mamata Banerjee has also been speaking about it. So from Sudip Bandyopadhyay to Rahul Gandhi, everybody did speak about their support to Indian government in its efforts, but they did ask a lot of questions to the government, starting with if there is a foreign hand in the conspiracy, when is the government going to have a discussion on this, to which Dr. Jaishankar has clearly said that as soon as the consultative committee is formed, he will be the first one to sort of give them a briefing on this. So clearly he has made some of those things very clear, but most importantly, two critical things. One is the safety of Indian nationals there. 9,000 of them are students, 19,000 of them still reside there. And the second important thing is to ensure that the law and order of the country remains stable so that minorities don't get attacked. Bangladesh has had a history of persecution even in the past with Bangladeshi Hindus, and that is one thing that ideologically, politically is very important to the ruling government and also for humanitarian things. So, that agenda is very important. That's something that Mr. Jaishankar also talked about today.
Vasudha Venugopal reporting there on this very important story from the Parliament where the Foreign Minister just made a statement in Rajya Sabha. Vasudha, thank you for joining us. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch
Now remember, in Dhaka now there are efforts to form an interim government which are underway. There is clamour from students, those who spearheaded this protest for Nobel laureate Mohammad Yunus to lead the government. My colleague Vishnu Shom caught up with the Nobel laureate just a short while back. Listening.
Now by Professor Mohammad Yunus, the 2006 Nobel laureate and founder of Grameen Bank, one of the most well-known Bangladeshi citizens. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I think the biggest worry now is law and order in Bangladesh. We'll talk about politics in a while, but it's law and order and who is in charge. What are your thoughts?
Well, of course, that's a very important issue, law and order. That's where it all began. They completely collapsed. And that's led to the demand for resignation of the government, resignation of the prime minister, and that has finally led to that resignation. Today, there's a celebration of the kind that we had on 16 December 1971, when we freed ourselves from Pakistanis. And now we got rid of a very totalitarian government. So there's a lot of celebration all over the country, not the Dhaka city, millions of people out in the street enjoying their freedom, that finally we get free from all those difficulties that we have gone through. So that's we're enjoying it, and we see that a new era is beginning in Bangladesh. Finally, got rid of the people who have been torturing them, creating problems for them, and corruptions and everything all over the country. So now,
Yunus, is it not your worry, sir? Is it not your worry that there would be more instability going forward? One of the points mentioned.
Hopefully, the instability can be packed into a box and keep it there. That's what Hasina was trying to do. Or instability to come out to create a stability, because ultimate goal, ultimate cure, ultimate medicine of stability is to bring democracy that was completely denied in Bangladesh. So for the first time, we'll get a chance to have a real election. That's what the whole idea of having this revolution.
No, but Professor Yunus, the worry also, sir.
A transparent election,
right?
Not
By all means, absolutely. Democracy must thrive in Bangladesh. No two ways about that. But in the interim period, isn't there a real worry that there are Islamist elements and extremist elements in Bangladesh?
All kinds of elements. Of course, that any nation.
So that's the problem, sir. Because why would students go and destroy a statue of the father of Bangabandhu, of Sheikh Mujib, which we have on our screen? Are they not being instigated? This was anger against the Prime Minister.
Blame Hasina for that, leading the nation to destroy her father's image, because she has made so bitter thing for the whole country. They don't mind what they are doing that. It's the responsibility lies squarely on the Prime Minister who did that, made the whole country in that situation.
And do you believe that this interim government, which is now going to be formed, has it in it to actually bring law and order? Because even now, we had a correspondent up just about 3 minutes back, people are looting police stations and making off with weapons.
Yeah, so that's the number one priority, to bring law and order, which Hasina couldn't do. That's why it brought to the point of collapsing of the government. If she could bring law and order, this thing would not happen. So this is the continuation of Hasina regime, that now we have to make sure that the people celebrate and go back and get back to business, get to work, and work in a different way, in a freer way than they have ever done.
What about Hasina herself, sir? She's in India presently. We don't know if she's applied for asylum over here. There were some reports that she might be going off to the United Kingdom. Again, we don't know if the UK has accepted that. What are your thoughts on that? Who might accept her?
I have no idea. You're just talking about having her in India. I don't know whether that would be a good idea, because
no, I don't know if she's in India now. I don't know if she's going to necessarily be in India indefinitely. And I ask that because there has been no word from the British government as yet, assuming that that's where she was headed.
I have no idea. I'm not in the government. I'm not in the contact with anybody. So I have no idea.
What about the rest of her government? I believe the Home Minister's house in Dhanmondi in Dhaka has been destroyed, burnt. There are other members of her government who would potentially be targeted as well. Is that not a matter of huge concern?
Very much concerned. So law and order has to be restored. This is the anger, which accumulated anger that led to it, but it's to restrain, make sure we go back to the normalcy as soon as possible.
But Professor Yunus, the one worry that so many of us who observe Bangladesh closely is that the interim might be much more dangerous, must be much more dangerous for Bangladesh. Who is controlling these protesters? Is there an element of terrorists who are involved? Are there other groups looking to create instability in your country? And consequently, from an Indian standpoint, since I'm here in New Delhi, could it not have a regional spillover?
Very much. That's what I've been talking to every single interview that I gave. If you destabilize Bangladesh, it will spill over all around Bangladesh, including Myanmar and Seven Sisters and West Bengal, everywhere. That's why I was very happy that Mamata Banerjee came out with the statement that will open door, because she has to accept those people who are coming out of Bangladesh. Because if it continued months and months, this is what exactly happened. Not only they will spill over, they will bring their anger to all these places where they go, and they will make those their places to attack Bangladesh. So that will not be a very happy situation. And if there's a disgruntled people in those areas, they will mix up with them. It will be a volcanic eruption everywhere around us. And Myanmar shells is coming to Bangladesh very frequently now. So the Myanmar and Bangladesh problem again become bigger problem, because million Rohingyas are in here. They will like to go back to the country. Unless Bangladesh is a democratically run country, peaceful country, nobody will be in peace. If Bangladesh is in trouble, everybody will be in trouble. There's 170 million people. 2/3 of the population are young people. So you have to make sure that they are happy and they law-abiding citizens, and they know there's a democracy. The democracy has to be practiced. These young people never voted in their life. All these elections, meaningless for them. They never went to the polling booth because those elections never held. So this is the situation that we are our starting point is. So we have to talk to the young people. Look, it will be in order. Democracy will be practiced, and you will be the part of the democracy that you will lead to.
Is there a worry that minorities in Bangladesh, again in this interim period of chaos, might be targeted systematically?
In interim period, I don't know. But if it is a democratic country, then they have a voice, because their voice will count. Like in India, there's a democracy. The minority can go and vote, elect their own representatives.
Yeah. Sir, it's always a pleasure speaking to you. I wish the circumstances had been different. Thank you so much, Mohammad Yunus, for speaking with us. Thank you so much indeed.
Okay.
Mohammad Yunus there, in fact, one of the big names from Bangladesh now, the clamour from the students to make him lead the interim government. Moving on now, Samarth by Hyundai, in partnership with NDTV, is a movement for equal rights for people with disabilities. The initiative, now a nationwide movement, has support of eminent faces and voices from across the country.
I would say there are three parts. You have diversity, you have equity, and you have inclusion. I would put inclusion as the most important driver to bring the diversity and equity. When we talk about diversity, diversity is not only about gender, not only about age, not about geography, but about competitiveness. When we talk about equity, which means each and every human being should get an equal opportunity to live and serve in this planet. And diversity and equity can happen if inclusivity is there. So I do believe that inclusivity, if it is affordable and accessible, can drive further growth, because then we will be utilizing each and every person's strength on this planet.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar makes a statement in the parliament on the crisis in Bangladesh, says focus on forming interim government. keeping Bangladesh uneasy calm. The focus now to form the interim government. Death toll crosses 400 in the Wayanad landslides. And India issues advisory to Indians travelling to United Kingdom to be cautious in the face of the far right-wing riots.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत परफॉर्मेंस आई सारिਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਬਹੁਤ परफॉर्मेंस आई ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best.
Hello and welcome to this special coverage of the big story that we are tracking, the turmoil in Bangladesh. I'm Gauri Dwivedi, and the next 1 hour we'll take a look at where things stand right now in Bangladesh, the fate of Sheikh Hasina, the statement that's been made by the Foreign Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar about how India is monitoring the situation and the next steps ahead for the beleaguered Prime Minister or the former Prime Minister of Bangladesh. But first up, the headlines this afternoon. The crisis in Bangladesh, Jaishankar makes a statement in Parliament. Dr. Jaishankar says that the situation is evolving and they are monitoring. The government has held an all-party meeting on Bangladesh as well. Dr. Jaishankar said that he appreciates the unanimous support and understanding by all parties on the sensitive issue. All eyes are on the focus on forming the interim government in Bangladesh. Student leaders have said that they want Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus to lead the government, even as Bangladesh Army has said that all efforts are underway to restore peace and calm in Bangladesh. Army has barred people from entering the Dhaka Palace now. Focus on over the 4,000-kilometer long Indo-Bangladesh border, where BSF has issued a high alert along the border to ensure that the security issues do not heighten after the political flux that has engulfed Bangladesh. And the death toll in the Wayanad landslides has now crossed 400. Kerala police has said that the relief and rescue operations are in their last phase. The special search operations in the isolated regions are to be held today. India issues advisory for Indians travelling to the UK. The advisory says that the travellers should avoid areas where protests are underway. The advisory has been issued by the Indian High Commission in UK. Remember, 16 cities in the United Kingdom are facing riots after those anti-immigration riots unfolded on the streets in UK. And Google loses the major monopoly lawsuit in US. The judge says that Google's online search monopoly is illegal. The decision will have a major impact on the parent company Alphabet. Bangladesh remains on the boil because situation is far from being anywhere close to normal. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has fled the country yesterday, which was the first demand of the protesters. But despite that, and despite the appeals for calm, it isn't so on the streets of Bangladesh. Even as questions remain, what will be the future course of the Bangladesh government? Who will sit in? Who will sit out? What happens to the Indo-Bangladesh relations from here on? But most importantly, what happens to the fate of the beleaguered former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who's been in India since yesterday evening? She has been seeking asylum from several countries. United Kingdom was one of them that has surfaced, but reports seem to suggest that those asylum requests by Sheikh Hasina are yet to be processed, and there is still no word on how long she could stay in India. Though the Indian Foreign Minister has clarified, Dr. Jaishankar has clarified that the stay will only be it's an interim stay, that she will be here for some time, given that India is not going to host the beleaguered Bangladesh former Prime Minister. Let's listen in to what Foreign Minister Jaishankar said on the floor of the House in Rajya Sabha.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I rise to apprise this august House of certain recent developments pertaining to Bangladesh. As honorable members are aware, India-Bangladesh relations have been exceptionally close for many decades over many governments. Concern about recent violence and instability there is shared across the political spectrum. Since the election in January 2024, there has been considerable tension, deep divides, and growing polarization in Bangladesh politics. This underlying foundation aggravated a student agitation that started in June this year. There was growing violence, including attacks on public buildings and infrastructure, as well as traffic and rail obstruction. The violence continued through the month of July. Throughout this period, we repeatedly counseled restraint and urged that the situation be diffused through dialogue. Similar urgings were made to various political forces with whom we were in touch. So, despite a Supreme Court judgment on 21 July, there was no let-up in the public agitation. Various decisions and actions taken thereafter only exacerbated the situation. The agitation at this stage coalesced around a one-point agenda, that is that the Prime Minister, Sheikh Hasina, should step down. On 4th August, events took a very serious turn. Attacks on the police, including police stations and government installations, intensified even as overall levels of violence greatly escalated. Properties of individuals associated with the regime were torched across the country. What was particularly worrying was that minorities, their businesses and temples also came under attack at multiple locations. The full extent of this is still not clear. Sir, on 5th August, demonstrators converged in Dhaka despite the curfew. Our understanding is that after a meeting with leaders of the security establishment, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina apparently made the decision to resign. At very short notice, she requested approval to come for the moment to India. We simultaneously received a request for flight clearance from Bangladesh authorities. She arrived yesterday evening in Delhi. The situation in Bangladesh, sir, is still evolving. The Army Chief, General Waqar-uz-Zaman, addressed the nation on 5th August. He spoke about assuming responsibility and constituting an interim government. We are in close and continuous touch with the Indian community in Bangladesh through our diplomatic missions. There are an estimated 19,000 Indian nationals there, of which about 9,000 are students. The bulk of the students, however, have already returned to India in the month of July on the advice of the High Commission. In terms of our diplomatic presence, in addition to the High Commission in Dhaka, we have assistant High Commissions in Chittagong, Rajshahi, Khulna and Sylhet. It is our expectation that the host government will provide the required security protection for these establishments. We look forward to their normal functioning once the situation stabilizes. Chairman, sir, we are also monitoring the situation with regard to the status of minorities. There are reports of initiatives by various groups and organizations to ensure their protection and well-being. We welcome that, but will naturally remain deeply concerned till law and order is visibly restored. Our border guarding forces have also been instructed to be exceptionally alert in view of this complex situation. In the last 24 hours, we have also been in regular touch with the authorities in Dhaka. This is the situation as of now. I seek the understanding and support of the House in regard to sensitive issues regarding an important neighbor on which there has always been strong national consensus.
That was Dr. S. Jayashankar speaking in Rajya Sabha, explaining the government's stance, how it is in a wait-and-watch mode and monitoring the situation very closely. Vasudha Venugopal, my colleague, joins us for the very latest on this. Vasudha, Dr. Jayashankar made it very clear that Sheikh Hasina is in Delhi, is in India right now for the moment, indicating that as of now, these asylum requests that must be getting processed is the time period that India is waiting, no longer.
Absolutely, Gauri. What I hear from my sources is that Sheikh Hasina is here to stay for some time because she will also be given time to, plan, navigate, and calibrate her future course of action. And this is a courtesy that the government has extended because, we also sort of gave cover to her aircraft while she flew to Delhi. We also ensured that safe passage for her. This is India's way of showcasing that it stands for friends, the ones that are trusted and the ones that have always stood by us, in all times. And this last sentence by Dr. S. Jaishankar, Gauri, in many ways summed up India-Bangladesh relationship when he said that he expects understanding and support from the House on a very important country on which there has always been national consensus, be it NDA or UPA. India-Bangladesh ties have always been good. And, Sheikh Hasina has also been in India. She's taken refuge in India between 1975 to 1980, where she has assumed a different identity. She stayed here. So India has been known to give that kind of refuge to international leaders. But at the same time, there is a very practical approach that India will have. So today's statement of Dr. Jaishankar made it very clear that India is most concerned about its own Indian nationals, 19,000 of them, of which 9,000 are students. Most of them have come back. But clearly, the safety of these nationals and the safety of the minority communities there. A large portion, a significant portion of Bangladeshis are also Hindus. And on a very humanitarian level, this is one concern that really is on top of India's mind. I mean, our policies, including CAA, the ideological and political alignment of the government, the ruling government, and also on humanitarian lines have reflected that, the safety of minorities is something that is very important to the country. So that is one thing that was reiterated by Dr. S. Jaishankar today. He also said that, the country is in touch with the authorities in Bangladesh to ensure safe passage. At the same time, he has sought support from and consensus from the opposition. He spoke in the Rajya Sabha a short while ago. In the Lok Sabha, he will be giving out a statement in about 15 to 20 minutes from now. So this is one way the government is ensuring that it takes the opposition along and everybody, is on the same page when it comes to Bangladesh, because this is a pivotal country when it comes to India's own efforts, installing the influence of China. At the same time, Narendra Modi's policy of look east so that the neighborhood is kept stable and sort of in interest of India.
Absolutely. Thanks much, Vasudha, for filling us in with all those details. And let's get in Manju Seth, former diplomat, Tara Kartha, former director, National Security Council Secretariat, as well as Salim Samad joining us from Dhaka, senior journalist, on the very latest that's unfolding in Bangladesh, the repercussions for India and the region in general and at large. In fact, Salim Samad, let me start with you, sir. As things stand right now, it's been almost 24 hours since, in fact, it is 24 hours since Sheikh Hasina has left Bangladesh. There is now an expectation that an interim government will be in place soon, but things are not going anywhere close to normalcy. Calm is still nowhere close on the streets of Bangladesh, giving credence to the fact that there could be more than what meets the eye as far as these protests are concerned.
Thank you for having me. Number one, you are talking on two issues. Number one is normalcy. There cannot be in any revolution which has happened in Colombo or in Kabul. You will understand the revolution. You cannot impose law and order. That's impossible because there is no police. The police have either vanished or they have taken refuge somewhere or they are hiding. So you cannot expect the military will do the police job. You cannot also expect the paramilitary who are in the border to come to Dhaka. So this is already the students have organized committees for ensuring law and order. So we have to trust them because there is no other alternative. Number one. Number two is you're talking about interim government. Nothing has been finalized because there are 4 lists of names. One given by the students, the second one is given by the civil society, the third is given by the political parties, and the fourth is, of course, by the military itself. So, of course, the military, it will take a little more time to decide to delete and add a few names and here and there, and hopefully by this evening, there will be an announcement of who are going to be in the interim government. And interim government has a lot of limitations that you have to understand, according to the constitution of Bangladesh or any other constitution of any other country.
Okay.
90 days. 90 days, 3 months, 90 days. So in this 90 days, they will not be able to have enact new laws, or neither they can amend any laws. The only assignment or only activity they can do is hold a free, fair, and inclusive election. That's it. So the next job will be taken over by the government of the next year. And meanwhile, the police have just only hours before have gone on a strike because of the so much of attacks on the police stations all over the country, and including the Dhaka city. So all of them have possibly fled. So they have.
You've raised an important point, Salim. You've raised an
them
important point, sir. I'm going to come to some of the other aspects that you said, which is that right now law and order remains a challenge. As far as the elections that you mentioned, we'll come to that later in the conversation, because first the interim government needs to be installed, and then will come the quote-unquote free and fair elections, given that now Awami League is unlikely to have any representation whatsoever in these elections as and when they happen. But okay, I want to ask this both to Manju Seth as well as Tarakartha. Manju, let me start with you, ma'am, which is that given the heightened risks when it comes to the law and order situation in Bangladesh right now, it doesn't look like it's coming under control of the army right now. How do you see this for India in terms of the security challenges? I'll come to the Sheikh Hasina challenge in just a bit. I'm going to come to the larger issue of India-Bangladesh relations in just a bit. But first up, the possible humanitarian crisis that India is staring at, given the fact that law and order remains a big challenge right now. Ms. Manju Seth. Manju Seth, is my voice reaching you, ma'am?
There is some sound issue. I can't hear very clearly.
Did you hear my question, ma'am?
No, I couldn't hear it.
Okay,
the voice is getting disconnected.
Okay, I'll come to it. Tarakartha, is my voice reaching you?
Yes, it is.
Please go ahead. Would you like to take the question? Go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of what is going to happen, I think the gentleman from Bangladesh has given a very frightening picture.
No,
but
I'm
there
not
it is.
asking what. No, ma'am. I'm not asking what will happen next. I think that has already been laid out by the army chief, that there will be an interim government and then elections at some point of time. What I'm saying is that on the streets of Bangladesh, calm and normalcy has still not restored. The police is nowhere to be found. Clearly, this is a situation that could snowball into a larger humanitarian crisis for India. That's my first question. That's my question that I'm asking you, ma'am.
No, you're right. In the sense, if the army can, I mean, it's not that it cannot. I disagree with what he said. The army can go on into a role where it can restore some kind of order. But that's going to be very difficult. I mean, I think the kind of role that students have played also in the past. In Bangladesh, the students have played a very pivotal role. So getting them to come to heel is going to be a massive task, and you're talking of thousands of them. So in principle, the army wouldn't like to touch it with a barge pole. But if the police are not responding, I don't see what else they can do. Because the army still has a lot of respect within that country. The students have also seen the role of army as a positive one because they've stabilized the whole thing. They've got Hasina out. So it's seen as a stabilizing force. If this thing goes on, I don't see that they have any other choice than to go in and try and at least get some kind of order in critical places, because once that signal goes through, we've seen this even in things back at home when there are riots around. Once the first sign of stability goes through, the temperature starts coming down. So the only thing is, well, it could go either way.
Okay. Let me get in Salim Samad back. Salim, then the fact is that Foreign Minister, External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. Jaishankar, said in Parliament that Sheikh Hasina is in India, she is in Delhi for the moment, indicating that right now she is evaluating her next options in terms of where she can get her asylum request sent and the entire process regarding the asylum request. But that is the only time period to which she can be in India for the moment. That's what was used, phrase again and again. What do you think are Sheikh Hasina's options? Where does she go from here?
Actually, Sheikh Hasina, possibly one of the reasons she has gone to India, because she was in exile in India for 6 years. So that experience she has with the establishment, with the security agencies, with the diplomatic in Delhi is very, very much known to her. So she knows what can be done. I believe India doesn't want to take another liability for a second time to have Hasina to stay in India or provide him her asylum, which they have provided before. So you can understand there is a shift of policy in Delhi of the South Bloc that they do not, this time they don't want Secretary Hasina to be in power in Delhi or in India because they may not jeopardize the India-Bangladesh relations, which is now absolutely now in a fragile stage. So this is what I understand. But I am not sure whether who is supposed to give her asylum, whether it's the European Union or England or London. So London, of course, is one of the best choice destination.
Right. And I guess some reports seem to suggest that this processing of the asylum request has to be done from India, which is probably one of the reasons, or the only reason that she continues to be here. But again, for the moment is the phrase that was used by External Affairs Minister Dr. Shankar. Okay, Manju said, I think the audio is now fine. Ma'am, my question to you is that Dr. Jaishankar also talked about the fact that minorities are in a precarious situation. They are vulnerable right now in Bangladesh. Attacks have taken place on businesses, on temples in Bangladesh. Do you think that's, given the volatility right now in the country, that could lead to a bigger issue there as well, especially in terms of targeting of minority Hindus in Bangladesh?
Absolutely. Already the situation, they're targeting even all the Awami League supporters, and in some ways they think that the Hindu minorities there are also with the Awami League. And I think that is where all that anger, and that anger it was directed at the Prime Minister and the Awami League, I think they've all now going to, redirect it, and even they burnt the Indian Cultural Center there. So they are now going to, I think, because there's no law and order yet, and that's a very matter of great concern, not only for the Bangladesh government, but also for us, because if this insecurity, this lawlessness and the discontent and it continues, it's not going to be a very positive situation, a very good situation for India as well as for Bangladesh, I think. And given that, there doesn't seem to be anyone in command, though they are saying that there are these 3 student leaders, but nobody seems to be in control, it seems, because look at what on the screen, if you see what is happening, they're just going around vandalizing. So there don't seem to be students anymore involved in this. I think there could be other elements involved who have sort of hijacked the whole student issue and converted this into a kind of, it's total free for all, it looks like. And it's a big matter of concern, not only for the country, for the Bangladeshis, but also for us in India. The fact that we have a long border, we share a long border of more than 4,000 kilometers, I think we need to be very alert, very vigilant to ensure that there's no spillover. And because of this, unrest continues, there will be people running away, trying to find, refuge, crossing the border. We have, the borders are quite porous. So I feel that it is, important that this that peace be brought, and that's what was expected. That once the fact that the Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned, the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, she resigned and left the country. We would have expected that the unrest would stop, and that the students and other leaders would be able to control the situation.
Maybe there is more than what meets the eye in terms of these protests, given the fact that their primary demand, their first demand was met when the Prime Minister left the country yesterday and fled in and after giving her resignation, submitting her resignation as well. But the fact that those protests continue indicate that there could be more than what meets the eye. I think let's take a quick word from Salim Samad before we slip into a very short break, which is that, sir, there is clamour and there is a fair bit of argument that is being raised that a lot of it could be driven by foreign forces. How do you respond to that, that it could be motivated by some and many international vested parties or countries or interests when it comes to instigating the riots that led to Sheikh Hasina fleeing in those circumstances?
I'm sorry.
Salim Samad.
I do not buy these conspiracy theories. I do not buy these conspiracy theories of our international bodies are trying to hijack the students' movement. The students are still in charge. They are in charge. They are negotiating with the military, and of course, the military means the president of the country, who is still in his position. So the first thing is there is no opportunity for reform. But yes, if you're talking about the other vested groups in Bangladesh, yes, there is other group which really want to fish in a muddy pond. So that is a very dangerous thing that has happened. Any revolution anywhere in the world, we have this revolution not for the first time. This is the second time in 1990. The Rashad, when he had to quit in the face of it was a similar riot, a similar agitation, simple attacks on, of course, again, the religious minorities called the Hindus and others, even the Adivasis were also attacked during that time. And of course, that time the ruling party.
Okay.
The ruling party today are definitely under attack.
Okay, so we come back to talk about that as to whether or not some of these protests that continue, the vandalism continue, gives credence to those very serious thoughts that have emerged as to whether there's more to these protests than what meets the eye. We slip into a very short break. We come back on the other side with the word from ground zeros. Mansai joins us live from Bangladesh to give a sense of how things stand right now on ground 24 hours after Sheikh Hasina fled the country. Why is Bangladesh not returning to normalcy? Stay with us. We come back with that and a lot more.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.